Three, two, one. What is going on, everybody? Welcome, welcome to another late night comics every Monday night, except for when I fail to show up. We do late night comics. Me and my co-host RDV, who is currently using the little boys' room, so we'll introduce him in a second. But I didn't want to delay the show any longer than we needed to. Um, you know, just because you guys already been waiting. So thank you. If you came over from E's stream, um, he's decided apparently to do his own late night comics on Monday nights. But you guys are all welcome here since his stream has ended. And I'm good to see you. Got some regulars in the chat. Got Austin, Rhaegar. Good to see you. Ed, Zach, HR is in here. Good to see you, HR. Marania as well. And if there's anyone else that hasn't posted in the chat, you're welcome to hang out and just listen to the dulcet baritone sounds of my voice. And what we do here, I guess, is a good time to talk about that. It's just a late night kind of f around stream, for lack of a better description. It doesn't have a script. We don't have any pre-decided topics. That might change. I just really just like getting on streams and talking about comics and so forth. And my schedule being on the West Coast prohibits me a lot for doing a lot of the other streams that all my chums do because by their time it's like midnight. So I kind of do it on my own. Plus, I got to keep my channel and life support. And RDV was so good enough to talk with me. So what we do here is we just kind of BS about comics. If there's news, we talk about that. Um, we talk about whatever's our opinions. We talk about what's in the chat. So talk about stuff. Now we don't hit every single chat. So if you say something and we don't address it, please forgive us. It's nothing personal. We can't hit everything. We do try to read everything. Um, so, but I do want to have a conversation with you guys. I think those are actually very fun addressing the chat and just it also gives us something to talk about. The other thing that we do here is it's kind of an anchor to the show, but it's not the point of the show. And that's talking about the boys comics. We're about at the end of the boys comic, so this is going to be going away as far as this, but we'll probably have another comic. Um, I'm going to talk to RDV about some format changes. And if anyone else is interested in talking late night comics, I have a Discord channel. Information is down below if you're not already part of it. You can hit us up there and be part of the conversation. A couple people already are occasionally, like Zach, uh, my brother from another mother, in the chat. He's always welcome, but I know it's like late for him as well. So yeah, that's the case. We'll be talking about the boys comic a little bit later. This is going to be the last. How do I say the last?
It's the end of the Dynamite stories. For
Hey,
before,
there's the
and then
star of the show.
Dear Becky is the follow up to this.
There's the
little
star of the
miniseries.
show. All right, good to see you, RDV. I didn't want to keep him waiting, so I apologize for starting without
Oh,
you.
it's okay. Yeah, get them while they're still awake.
Yeah, right? Gotta grab them before they go away. Um, let's see. Zach says my Westie. I like that Westie bestie. Um, yeah, this is the last of the boys, man. I'm kind of a little heartbroken by we'll be getting talking more of that in detail. And Austin, let me talk some of the chat scenes. What on earth was that E stream? I have no idea. I didn't watch the E stream. You were there. Why don't you comment on that question?
He's asking, what about the? Who's asking?
Austin says, "What on earth was that E stream?"
It's called an auction, and we actually had a new person jump on the chat, and actually wasn't offended by it. So I hope you weren't offended by it, and if you were, you need to relax a little bit. I'm telling you, it wasn't offensive.
Well, he didn't
I
necessarily
mean,
say he was offended. He just says, "What on earth
I'm
was it?"
not saying anybody. I'm just saying anybody who watched it was offended by it because we had a new person on there. But it
I,
was kind of weird because we had it was. It's one of those auctions we talk about keeping it, getting it done in 2 minutes, and then it goes on forever.
Uh, I swung
It's an
by at the
Easter egg.
very end, and you had like 8 people on there. I was like, "What's going on over
Mhm.
here?" Um,
Yeah.
let's
Oh,
see.
I was surprised too because Rachel's the one I introduced to the channel and stuff, and then I come on there, I'm like, go jump on, and she's already on the mic. I'm like, what? I had no idea. So that was kind of cool.
Rhaegar says, "No, you won't," in reference to my C at 9:30. I have a Post-it note on my webcam. I too have a Post-it note on my webcam, so we are now Post-it note brothers. How you like that? Ha! Ed says I put a link in each chat, so hopefully we can get some carryover. Thank you, Ed. That's very thoughtful of you. Um, and Zach says he wasn't there, so he doesn't know either. Um, and Maranya, what did Maranya say? We wanted an auction to end early. Got it in under 3 hours. Oh, is that a record? um, let's see. Ed is saying that we're like hetero life mates, you and I. So, all right. No,
I guess that makes me Ernie then. You're Bert.
yeah, yeah, you know what? That's probably accurate. I like I like Ernie better, but that's probably more accurate. Um, he was reminded of his mortality. That's what happened. Um, yeah, I guess I must have missed something. But
Well, he hurt his back,
he
and
hurt
then
his
we kind of
pec.
laughed at him. Hurt his back, and we all laughed at him. Very vulgar stream tonight too. Rachel's got a potty mouth, which I kind of knew, but I didn't think she'd do it on microphone.
Oh,
So,
well, if you like potty mouths, you're gonna like the boys. This is it's a pretty raunchy comic. Although this particular volume was really missing. It didn't have any raunchiness. No debauchery.
oh
Did you
well,
notice? Did you notice that?
there was one.
Was there?
We find out who's been coming under his
Oh,
door.
I forgot about that part. Yeah, I guess.
Poor Drew.
Yeah, there was a hint of debauchery. You don't really see anything, but yeah, I guess it wouldn't be the boys without something disgusting like that. Um. So, anyways, what's going on with you? I haven't talked to you in a little bit. Any any exciting comic things going on in your neck of the woods?
Well, tomorrow, Tuesday, is
Hmm.
going to be the first new branded story arc for the Flash, the 1 Minute War with new
Oh,
heroes. Yeah, so it's the Flash comic has been getting better and better the more I read it. The more
it's
every issue comes out.
it's actually getting better,
It's
huh?
well, it's been getting since better since Joshua Williamson. It's just like I just love it's everybody says like what's the definitive moment and like there's to me for there's a lot of definitive moments in this and it's when we see Wally took over as the Flash again, get rid of Barry to me because I just don't care for Barry. Barry
You're
is
such
just written. Barry's written so drab and old.
you're such a Barry
Wally,
hater.
you know, you know he was killed off for a reason. It's like I'm not the one. He's like, oh, we got to bring him back.
Stop
It
the
makes things
Barry hate.
awkward. No,
What do they do with Barry, by the way?
Barry has been off world. Uh, last I checked, he was was- he's been doing some off like multiverse stuff.
Like, how do they get him out of the like? What was the event that caused
Um,
it to switch over? Because Barry was the center of that comic.
it was Barry, and then man, I'm trying to remember because they did yeah, Joshua. Well, actually, Kevin McNick did the whole thing with that, and then they had that's what it was. It was Barry ends up getting taken hostage by Darkseid, and I actually, and then which and then tied into the Darkseid War, or not the Darkseid War. It's crap, the Dark Crisis thing. So so it's I don't know. It's like they kind of slowly pushed him out and just had Wally basically. Wally had his own moment. Get it later, a little bit of a redemption arc, I guess, because of Tom King really made Yeah, made Wally like a villain, but yeah, and yeah, Barry's pretty much been pushed into Justice League multiverse, which they're creating a new Justice League, but some multiverse heroes.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! There's a Justice League of the multiverse.
Yes, the Self Multiverse League threats.
Ugh. You can't see me right now, but I'm doing the Picard
You
face
know, though,
palm.
I don't care where he is, but because he's not anywhere near Wally in the rest of the Flash, so he's off world somewhere where he belongs. It is kind of weird though because it's like the one downside though is that Wally taking over, we don't see Iris anymore.
I'm just groaning about a Justice League in the multiverse. Ugh,
I don't know. I kind of like it.
whatever. Whatever.
Nothing makes
Whatever.
it, dude. Nothing's mattered since Jeff Johns originally left DC.
Well,
So
apparently, the Flash matters to you.
as far as continuity and all that stuff, So as far as they expanded they did the whole multiverse thing with Death Metal. I think it was the first one.
Mm.
I don't know. Was it Death Metal or was it actually Infinite Crisis? I think Infinite
Well,
Crisis was the
metal
first.
metal is what introduced the dark multiverse, the original metal.
Yeah,
And then
Scott Snyder, right?
death metal was the death of rebirth. And that's
Yeah.
what brought us into future state slash G5. Um so yeah, yeah, it was a sad day.
But that's the one thing I do miss though is seeing Iris involved more and stuff, and then and so we do get to see Wallace. He's Kid Flash, but we hardly ever see Iris anymore because now Barry's gone. But the things that Iris didn't leave with Barry, so it's like they just don't write her anything to do with her at all. It's weird.
Yeah, that's the problem. And I can understand everyone's gonna have their favorite, right? Some people are gonna be Barry fans, some people are gonna be Wally fans. That's this the state of things. Like that's beat a dead horse, but that's the reason why I don't like legacy characters is because they divide the fandom. Um, if you've got 5 different Captain Americas, each one is going to be somebody's favorite, and it's I personally think you should just have one of any given character. And if you want to do new characters, which I'm all for, just don't make them compete with the same brand name. Establish a new brand. Because new
But you,
characters
if
are
you have that, I mean, would you rather have him just keep everybody the same age, like have Dick Grayson never become Nightwing and just him be the only Robin? Same with Wally West being the only being Kid Flash. No more
um
Impulse.
yeah, I mean I don't want Spider-Man to grow up and grow old and die. Like I I'm of the uh thought process like that comic book characters are kind of frozen in time. I use the example Bart Simpson. He's always 9 years old. Never gets older. That's just the way that he is. I don't want to see Bart Simpson grow up. And I know there's going to be people, oh, the Simpsons sucks for years. Okay, whatever. Just to pretend the Simpsons was still great. Um I think certain characters work. Now, you can experiment like, you did the Spider-Man life story and that was a fun thing and there's room for that and I get it like it was nice to see Spider-Man grow up and marry Mary Jane and so forth and eh, there's really no perfect scenario because I did like that. The problem is you open up a can of worms and then you can't stop it. And then next thing you know, you're doing retcons and reversing and de-aging and it just is a snowball effect of problems. So, and look, Wally West is like a sad thing because Wally West legitimately inherited the Flash. Barry Allen died in heroic fashion, saved DC, the Crisis on Infinite Earths, and had this legendary sort of ending. And we just were like, oh man, remember Barry? Yeah, Barry, like, he's gone. And then Wally West got to be graduated because he was fine as Kid Flash. I'm honestly, I would actually am not totally against legacy characters when they're sort of like sidekick versions, right? Like, so it's okay to have Flash and like Kid Flash, even though I don't really like the kid version characters. I recognize that other people do, and I don't think like kid version competes with full version. I think they are too different. And so Wally got to graduate and become the actual Flash and become that role, and he owned it for 15 years. And then DC made the stupid decision to bring Barry back.
Yep.
And that's the real problem. Barry should have stayed dead. So we don't have to have this issue of back dividing the fandom, because you can't put Wally back in the box. You can't be like, "Oh, you're back to being Kid Flash now." Like, like, and that's so I don't know. I just think you cause problems. Like, I get it that there are positives, but and I know that some people are just like, screw Barry. I get it if you don't like that character, but the problem is a lot of people legitimately do, and so I always try to look at it from that angle. Like, what if it were my character? I don't have
Right.
a particular attachment to Barry Allen, but I more defend him because I would hate to see that done to my favorite character. Just like you would hate to see Wally replaced, when they come up with
Mhm.
some joker out of like, oh, hey, we got this new Flash. His name's Gary.
Well, they already did replace Wally with Wallace.
Oh,
Remember?
no, I'm not a big Flash person. But was that a
But
temporary
no,
thing?
that was Rebirth. Well, we didn't know. All we know is that Josh
No, no,
Williamson. Yeah.
they replaced him as Kid Flash.
No, Wally was not part of Rebirth whatsoever. Him and
Well,
Donna Troy.
yeah, Wally was
They
lost
introduced
in the
it.
Speed Force.
Well, we didn't know that. As far as we knew, he wasn't coming back at all. We just all we knew is that they introduced a little kid, black kid, is now named Wallace. And you
Well,
know what they do? The Gingers, they like the race swap.
they they
They're like,
they
oh no.
they
So
found Wally on DC Rebirth #1. That was the launch of Rebirth, was finding Wally West. I think you might be mixing up New 52. Maybe.
but that's usually the thing, though, because why would you have two Wallies and all? And that's just weird because that's not normal for most comic books. Like I said,
Well, I agree.
we were afraid they were going to do a whole thing what they did with Miles Morales and just have Miles Morales become Spider Man.
Didn't they like get Wally lost in the Speed Force because they brought Barry back?
They
Didn't
brought
that have
back
some
Barry at their Flashpoint, yeah, because of Flashpoint, Barry became the new Flash after a Flashpoint. Caused Flashpoint, changed the world or changed the Earth and all.
right? And
Yeah.
so Wally was gone. So he couldn't, and
Yep.
then they needed a Kid Flash again, so they just made a new Kid Flash, right, which was Wallace, right?
Yeah.
And then they decided with Rebirth, they had this great launching, like, oh, Wally's lost in the Speed Force, and they find him, and dude, that Rebirth issue is fantastic. Anyone who hasn't read Rebirth #1, it's man, it gets me misty eyed.
I didn't read the Rebirth. I just went straight to #1 Flash.
Oh
It was too
man, you should.
confusing with all the titles.
Oh, well, it's not. This isn't confusing because it's the book. Like, it's the starting. It's just called DC Universe Rebirth #1. It's a complete one shot, and it is the like the
Yeah,
the
Zach.
big bang, if you will. Like, there's nothing before it. It launches everything else from it, and then you can basically go from that book to any other Rebirth book from it, because and you would like it. You like Wally West. You like Jeff Johns. It's a really well done book. I would recommend reading it at some point. It's not long. It's like 50
I think I
pages.
might have read it. I'm not sure. Is it the one with Superman in there too? It's like all of them are in
Superman
there.
might be in it. Yeah, I can't remember. I just
And then
remember
they
the key
introduced Doctor
moment part.
Manhattan too.
I don't know. That's later. That's the Doomsday
I
stuff.
never read
If I,
Doomsday Clock or what it's called. Or
oh man, yeah, Doomsday Clock is like where it was all leading to. Um, yeah, I got to read DC Rebirth #1, and then the Button, which happens like a year or two later, and that was like the hinting of Doomsday Clock, and then Doomsday Clock, which is the whole point, was because New 52 was created by Dr. Manhattan, as I understand it, and the whole that whole storyline was the revelation of that. Um, and that's why there was this whole new multiversal thing that New 52. And then Doomsday Clock, Superman has to confront Doctor Manhattan. It's a cool story. But anyways, that's a much longer one. I would just DC Rebirth #1 just stands on its own as a really good, heartful story that's about bringing Wally West back. And as a Wally West fan, I think it would behoove you to read it. Rhaegar says nothing gets me more misty-eyed than onions. Zach agrees me that Rebirth #1 is pretty awesome.
They Misty for me.
And Skip says, RDV, you as a Flash fan should really read
I
Rebirth
probably
#1.
have it, but I don't remember anything about it though. That's the thing.
You can always
It's
pick
such a
it up
long
and
time
reread
ago.
it. That's the great thing about comics. You can reread them.
I'm always pressing forward. I'm not.
It's one issue. You don't have to. Like, you just put it in the back of your mind, and on a rainy day someday, maybe pick it up again. I'm drinking Coke Zero to be like my pal Eric Breen. What are you drinking?
Donald's Coke.
All right. Skip says, RDV, you really got to read Doomsday Clock, man. It's a little shaky sometimes, but it's as good of a conclusion to Rebirth as we could have gotten with all the mess DC was internally.
I'll do that if you start reading some more Scott Snyder books.
Ouch. That's. But you like Jeff Johns. But so is there a reason?
I'm not. That's the thing. I'm not a huge Jeff Johns fan. I did not read Jeff Johns' thing. I'm only read Goyer so far at JSA. I have not really read anything really by Jeff Johns other than was it Junkyard Joe? No, not Junkyard Joe. What's the other one?
The
Geiger.
first Geiger, which you
Yeah,
liked.
yeah, yeah. It was okay.
You're liking Junkyard Joe so far, right?
Is that him or is that somebody else?
No, it's him. It's all his universe.
Like so far, the books I've been reading, they're all right. They're like, I mean,
And you're reading his Stargirl book.
Yeah, now Stargirl I like on that Jeff Johns Stargirl.
Yeah.
Everything else is kind of.
You're reading the new JSA book that he's doing.
Yeah, but I'm liking the new Stargirl more than anything else that he's written.
Okay, well, I mean, it's okay to have favorites.
I don't. I don't want people to think like overall it's like, oh, anything he touches I'm gonna read. No, it's like.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is you like his stuff. You don't have to be a total fanboy. But I never hear you just being like, oh, Jeff Johns writes crap. You generally like
he's
what
a jerk,
he does.
Ray Fisher. Jeez.
Well, that's hearsay.
Hearsay.
Skip says he'll read Scott Snyder Batman Black Mirror. I need to read that too. I've heard it's really good.
I just want us to talk about Paradiso after this, okay? So Ash, you need to read it.
Well, join our reading club and we can maybe put Paradiso as the next reading club thing.
I am in the reading club.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of reading club, I haven't posted anything yet, but I talked to our boy Skip here in the chat, and we're gonna initially start off for like a bi-weekly type of thing. And any of you guys are invited to participate. It will not be broadcast like online, like YouTube's, like we're doing this. We just want it to be more informal, just for a chance for people to hang out and talk comics. So we're going to start off doing this on the Discords. We'll be hosting it here on the Ash on Comics Discord channel. And basically, it's going to be this. We're going to have comics, and we're going to read them, and then we're going to meet and talk about them just like a book club. And we're going to try to keep it down to not too much comic reading, so no one's intimidated so we're going to try to keep it around a 6-issue-ish volume every 2 weeks. That should be a really light load. And if you're interested, we'll have it posted ahead of time, so you'll have to acquire the comics. For the first thing we're doing is we're going to go through Planetary by Warren Ellis, because that's what prompted me to get off my butt on this when Skip picked it up, and then I picked it up as well on Comixology over the holiday. And there's a 2-volume set, and we're going to start off with the first 6 issues and see how that goes. and we'll just meet up on Discord. It's going to be every other Tuesday evening after the Geeky Puppet Show. So Geeky Puppets will do their show, which, by the way, this is a good time to remind everyone when that show airs. Mr. RDB,
Yes.
when does the Geeky Puppet Show air on Tuesdays?
Oh, that's the same as it is on Thursdays, 8 p.m. Central.
8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific. So that show airs. How long does it usually run? Hour and a half, 2 hours?
Hour and a half to 2 hours, depends on who joins, and that's on Tuesdays. They usually
So
get done pretty quick, but
w- we won't have an official start time because of that. I don't want to crisscross. But basically, after the stream ends, then we'll all be able to come on over to the Discord and talk about that comic. So we'll be doing the
Planet
first six issues of Planetary 17th, Tuesday the 17th, after the Geeky Puppet Show uh, ends. And we'll mention it again next Monday and maybe on the Geeky Puppet Show stream too. So, but yeah, so you just need to get Planetary 1 through 6.
well, well, I'm already caught. I'm past that, way past it already.
Okay. Good
We've
for
been waiting.
you.
We've been waiting you to read it, bro.
I'm gonna read it, but I needed to give people time as well. I can't just jump. So it gives everyone
Well,
plenty of time to know about it and read 6 issues. Plus, I need to be able. I can't do things on Tuesday nights, as you know, um, on certain weeks. So um, I have to start then. So yeah, and then maybe we'll do Paradiso. I have a feeling it won't be hard to convince you and Skip to be the next book. And it sounds really good to me. Um, let's see. Austin says this stream is the only place I've heard good things about Doomsday Clock. Really? I've never heard anything bad about Doomsday Clock. Who are you hanging out with that you're hearing bad things about Doomsday Clock? Um, wow. Doomsday Clock might be the best thing that DC's done since I got back into comics. Wow. I mean, there is some negatives about it, and the fact that I think Dan Didio did a lot of interference and made it probably not hit as hard as it should have as far as mattering to the DC universe. And that's a valid complaint, but it's not has to do with the writing or the art. The writing and the art's fantastic. Um, and I do see legitimate complaints if you were like, oh man, there should have been a bigger event or it should have done more things to the universe. I would say, oh, yeah, sure, 100%. Like, I think Jeff Johns should just be running the DC universe. Like, you just go to him and say, Jeff, like, how do we, we need permission. You tell us what to do, because he does everything better than anyone else. And if you look at Doomsday Clock and then look at Future State, one is like a work of art and the other one is like shit stain in San Francisco. Like, I don't know, like wow. I don't know what to tell you. Um, I know a lot of people were mad too because there was a lot of delays. So it started getting some negative press because people were like, "Man, this book's been coming out for 2 years." When blah blah blah, and it's like people get upset, and that's valid too. But the book was still actually good. um, so more than 2 channels complained about it. That's I don't know, man. Are you listening to the Black Pill channels? Sorry, I had to let my dog in, and I think RDV's catching up on some comic reading. Bendis, as I recall, caused some delays for Doomsday Clock, says Maranya. Um, I think there was some speculation to that. Um, I don't. I'm not sure I would blame Bendis particularly. I think Future State is what caused delays. I think, excuse me, G5, which they rebranded. I think Dan Didio wanted to go forth with this whole 5G G5 thing or whatever they were going to do. And my speculation is the reason that there were delays is because Jeff had to rewrite the story because originally the whole thing was designed to wrap up Rebirth and explain away like the new 52 and all this stuff, and it was going to actually matter. And then when they were going in a different direction, it was like, we got to change some things here for continuity's sake or whatever, and probably actually redraw pages. I wish I could talk to Jeff and Gary Frank and find out what really happened. I have a conspiratorial mind, but um, that seems to be the only thing that makes sense. Uh, let's see. Austin says this was before the quote unquote black pills. Black pills have been around for a long time. Um, I mean, black pills have been around since before Doomsday Clock, at the very least. So,
Well, yeah,
um,
they were around 2020.
yeah. Well,
And
Doomsday
before
Clock was
that,
before 2020, but
2020
yeah.
wasn't that Captain Marvel? Didn't
Um,
Captain Marvel 2020? 2019?
uh, yeah, I think 2019 because it was before Endgame, so it was before the
Yeah.
COVID era. Um, yeah, no, but the black pills have been around. I mean, for example, Ethan Van Sciver. I think Ethan Van Sciver came around into the YouTube sphere around 2018. I know he was a comic artist long before that, but became like an online personality, and he's been pretty much since he got into the Comicsgate portion. He didn't start off Comicsgate, and I really miss his old channel when he used to just talk about art and interview comic people. Like he did an interview with Mark Waid that's like really good. I urge anyone that's curious. It's like back in 2017, 2018, somewhere around there. He did this interview. He did Mark Waid. I think he did Dan Slott. He did a couple comic creators, and it was really good, like one-on-one interview from someone who was inside the industry. So like he could ask certain questions that maybe like I wouldn't know to ask, and really great. Especially when you watch it from the perspective that like Mark Waid, he was just really respectable and nice and everything on the interview, and then like I guess afterwards he maybe someone fed him something that like Ethan was Comicsgate or something, or I don't know. He like completely flipped his script. Like he afterwards he like went behind the scenes and was like talking shit about Ethan and all this stuff, and it was like, man, like you were like all nice and professional on this stream, and Ethan treated you with respect, and then like afterwards you just lost your shit and got all triggered and went after him. I was like, what the hell happened? Like, anyways, they're great interviews. I I I I miss Ethan doing that sort of stuff. He used to do like these like sketchbook critiques. Like you'd have like fans send in their work, and then he would on air just like talk about and critique. Like if you're like a wannabe comic artist, and give him tips and just critiques. That was really cool. He used to do really cool stuff, and then the whole Comicsgate thing he got into, and he realized that um, drama sells, and I got to admit, he's got a great on-air personality. If Ethan had not become a comic artist, he could have easily become like a radio personality. He's got that sort of Howard Stern type of charisma. He's really good on a mic, um, and I, I just have to hand it to him. Whether I agree with his opinions or not, that's irrelevant. He's talented at that, and the drama stuff got way more views, and that was where I think that's where I started noticing the black pilling in the comic community. There's been black pilling before that in other industries like gaming and movies and stuff, but um, yeah. Let's see. Marani says Wade flipped out because there was a troll account impersonating him in the comment section. Hmm. Well, he didn't flip out on the stream though. Like he was all great on the stream. It wasn't until like days later. So that's weird. Maybe he went back and watched it. Like that could I could see like a narcissist doing that, going back and watching the stream and then like looking at the comments and just seeing like what are they saying about me? I don't know. That's pure speculation. I don't know if he did that. Uh Rhaegar says, "Yo, 2016 changed people. I have never seen anything like this happen in all of my short life with people losing their minds." Amen. Ditto, Rhaegar. I was born in 1973, and I too have never seen anything like that. 2016 was the year, the triggering year. Something happened. Like I, it's really phenomenal, actually. I think from a sociological aspect, which I've been fascinated with, sociology. I wow, I I still can't fathom it. But seeing 2016, I got to tell you, man, I, when I was young, actually, when I was young and I took sociology, I can remember pondering things like Nazi Germany or Maoist China or things like that, and just being like, how do societies flip, right? I think Nazi Germany is talked about more because more people are at least familiar with it than say Maoist China. But Nazi Germany was sorry, very similar to the United States, a democratic republic with a parliamentary style sort of Congress and president. Yeah, they had a president. Like it just very similar to the United States in how it functioned, government. And I think Germans are overall nice people. I think pretty much all Europeans. I don't think you're bad because of a country you're in or whatever. But somehow I was like, man, how did that country flip so hard to the part where they were just reporting on their neighbors, so the secret police would come in and take them in the middle of the night and and you know turning on a race of people so they'd be hauled away on trains and just being like cool with it. I just never found. I knew history. Like history says this is what happened. I go, oh, okay. But psychologically, sociologically, how did this happen? And then I see 2016 and I go,
Yeah.
ah, I get it.
Fear of being dragged to your house, being labeled as something, your whole life destroyed, or even worse, killed or
Yeah.
framed. Wow.
Yeah. It just opened my brain to like the human condition and just being like, oh, I can see how that happens. Like, um, wow. Austin says, I was in high school for 2016. I noticed the teachers changed more than the kids my age. Yeah, isn't that weird? That's the weird thing is watching adults change and just being like, last year you totally were not like this. Like, what is going on?
Job security. That's
Yeah,
what I
I think
think.
that's what it is. I think it's a lot of fear. I think fear causes people to comply. And
Well,
then
yeah, fear. You have, yeah, fear. You rule through fear. That's how you can control people.
once you start getting used to complying, then you just start talking yourself into it. And I think it's like a slope, like at first you're complying on little things that don't matter. And then eventually you're complying to the point of you're reporting on your neighbors, and there's a really harrowing scene. I don't know if anyone's read the book 1984. You really should. It's one of the most important books I've ever read, especially when it comes to fiction. Great sci-fi novel. There's a harrowing scene where a child turns in his own parents to the state. You're just like, because the kids are so brainwashed by the state. Um, and yeah, anyways, I didn't want to turn that into this, but I'm a big fan of dystopian uh, stories and things. So 1984 and all the other books that are similar in style and substance, like V for Vendetta, even the Hunger Games. All that stuff have a kind of special place in my heart. Uh, let's see. Rhaegar says, I blame the Hadron Collider getting a glitch. Yeah, maybe. Maybe the Hadron Collider broke the simulation. Um, Skip says, what I miss? Um, let's see. Austin said, no political opinions before 2016. After that, you either got swept up in one or find your own. It did. I mean, 2016 either woke a lot of people up or it just triggered a lot of people. But either way, people were walking away affected. Um, Austin says, I think Brave New World was a better prediction in 1984. I can't agree. I think Brave New World. Let me put it this way. I think they're both right. I think Brave New World is what leads to 1984. That's. I think Brave New World is just the prequel, if you will. Like, um, but anyways, they're both important books for sure. Um, anyways, what? Get me off this track, RDV. Or are you still reading?
I'm not reading anything at all.
Oh, okay. Well, steer me onto a new topic.
Wait, you want me to read? Okay, I'll go pull
I
up
thought you were
Planetary.
catching up on something.
No, I did like about an hour ago, half an
Oh,
hour
okay.
ago.
Well, I was trying to give you time.
Actually, I was just sitting here eating my imitation crab meat. So I'm hungry.
Crab meat.
It's not really crab meat. It's the imitation brand, which is all right. It's still fish.
Wait, I thought you were the one that didn't like crab. Or did I get that wrong?
I don't know. I don't like having crabs. No, I never want to have crabs.
Okay.
No,
No, there were.
I eat imitation stuff. No, so if you probably saw something, we're probably joking about on Twitter in the group. I
Uh-huh.
posted that thing. One thing you could do away with, and I said crab
Yeah.
because I really never eat it.
And now here you are eating the fake stuff.
I've always eaten the fake stuff. I don't notice it's not crab though.
Well, that's because crab is expensive.
Yeah, and it's overrated too.
Says the
You got to
guy
do all
eating the
that work.
fake stuff.
I'm eating. It's actually not. As I said, it's fake stuff. It's not crab though. It's just all it is cod or haddock.
I
Actually, no, that's right. It's Alaskan pollock. That's why I like it.
it's and
It
it's
doesn't taste
made to
good,
taste like crab. That's all I'm saying.
but it doesn't taste like crab though. Crab tastes worse. Ugh.
Ay 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 ay. Yeah, yeah.
Eat the bugs.
I think crab legs are up to $38 a pound.
Oh,
It's
I used
ridiculous.
when we were at the grocery store, you had people get those Alaskan snow crab legs. Man, those things look like face huggers. You know,
Yep.
ugh. No thanks.
Yep. And they love to like give you all the extra bits of the crab because if you're
Yeah.
paying by the pound, you got to pay for all the, like just give me the damn legs. I don't need the little half a body that's attached to. I'm not eating. I just want the legs.
Ugh. Right. Some places actually have the live out lobsters swimming around the water. And I was just like, "You want this one? Here, we pull it off for you." It's like,
Yeah, that's the way to go. That's how you know your lobster's fresh.
when you
You
hear
don't
it
want
scream,
fresh.
goes,
Well, no, it's done back in the kitchen.
it's like
You know,
bloody murder. Goes, ah! It's like those goats,
I think that's what they should do though. They should make people kill their own lobsters,
right?
right? Like
That's like Taco Bell. You should kill your own dog.
like you. That's, that's so wrong. You you go, yeah, but you go to those nice restaurants. You like got the big aquarium and you like point out, I want that one, and then they like haul it away. It's like no, if you're gonna have an animal kill, you should go do it yourself. Lonnie says snow crab legs are easy to eat, but blue crab is better flavor wise. I've never had blue crab. I would love to try blue crab. Um, but I am a big fan of snow crab and king
Yeah,
crab. But king crab is so damn expensive.
yeah. Gutting deer and all this stuff, you got to do it real quick and all. You got to get it done with, and then you got. It's just like it's a lot of it. It's a huge process. You know.
Ronnie says,
Now
just drop a
imagine there's
lobster
a
in boiling water. Done. You're so. I didn't know Ronnie was that cruel. He, I have a problem dropping an animal into boiling water. I don't care if it is
well,
a pseudo insect like a
now
lobster.
I was gonna say it's not even really animal. It's just a giant cockroach that lives underwater. You're
Yeah,
eating the
just
meat out of it.
I don't know.
I wouldn't eat a lobster if just looking at it is. I'm like, "Ugh." Fish is a little different though.
Yeah, they're much more appetizing looking. No. Fish look disgusting, man.
There's people. You ever see those in Cambodia where they have their roasted tarantulas on a stick?
Oh,
You know,
no.
you're just supposed to eat it like that. Just take a
No,
bite out
no, no, dude.
of
No bugs, man.
it.
No bugs. I'm man, I'm scared for the future. I Look, I get it, man. Maybe you live out in some remote wilderness or something, you don't have a choice. So be it. But if you got a choice, if you have an opportunity to eat anything else, man. Um,
Go for it.
Ronnie says if you've ever had a dish with crab in it, odds are it's blue crab. Well, every dish that I've had is either snow crab or king crab. I don't understand with a dish with crab in it. You mean like crab cakes?
I had
Um,
those two. I, like I said, I went there. I remember going to Red Lobster like at least once or twice. And the guy's like, "Oh, you gotta go restaurant. It's such a great restaurant." I go there. It's like,
no, Red Lobster's
did
terrible.
yeah.
The last time I went to Red Lobster, this was like 20 years ago. I ordered king crab and I was like, yeah. And I swear to you, I could not eat it because you try to break the shell and it just bent. Like the shells were not hard. Like they did something to it so that the shells were like semi soft, like rubbery. So you couldn't crack the shell no matter like what you did. And I don't know if you've ever had king crab, like those shells are thick and hard. You can't like really tear them apart. It was the worst. Um,
Right?
and I was just like, this is supposed to be a fish place. You can't you can't make crab. It's not that hard, as Melania said. You just put it in boiling water. like, so I never went back to Red Lobster again. Skip says this reminds me of the lyrics to a something in the way of in the way by Nirvana with all this fish talk. Yeah, we should probably steer off this fish talk. So what is there good to talk about? You guys in the chat could, I don't know, steer us into a direction. That just is a suggestion. Um, but you guys are all keep talking about crab, so
All right. Let's see what's going on in news today. Ah,
news today.
let's go to the one place that we know it might be here or in there as far as real or not. It's very opinionated though.
What's that?
CBR. So they
CBR.
were so apparently somebody caught a picture of Modoc's MCU debut, and it basically looks kind of like the guy from Shark. Was it Shark Boy and Lava Girl? Like a giant face, kind of this.
Let me
Like, but
see if I can. Is
apparently they
this?
updated it though.
I'm gonna put this on screen and see. Is this what you're?
I saw a different one on Twitter going on that, but apparently they have a different photo here. But they released the new trailer.
Do you have a different picture than this? Did I go to the wrong place?
Hold on. No, yeah, I was on Twitter. Yeah, that's when I found on CBR. But apparently on
Ah.
Twitter they showed a different part. I guess, and it looked like a guy, looked like regular Modoc. It looked like someone's face, and they stretched it out over it, kind of like the deal with Thomas the Train Engines. Remember?
Hmm.
So I'm hoping that that's the only photo they're gonna show is that.
So let's since this is the photo we have, let's talk about this. What do you think about this photo?
Honestly, I think it doesn't look that bad.
I agree with you. I don't think it looks that bad. Now look, I'm gonna concede. I already think Modoc is a dumb looking character.
This was
Even
supposed,
worse,
yeah, yeah.
even worse than RDV's most hated. Um, oh, who are those people you hate from the X-Men? I'm
There's Modoc and there's Mojo. To me, they're equally dumb.
Mojo, that's it. Yeah, Mojo. You hate Mojo. Like I'm like
Yeah.
I think Modoc's even worse than Mojo, but he's been around the comics for a long time. How you get like this is a satisfactory
Like,
compromise to me. Like,
I'm just saying, if they do Mojo, I just give us Dan Slott without a shirt on. There you go.
oh,
In a chair.
that's terrible. That's terrible.
And accurate.
Man. Oh, man. What did Dan Slott ever do to you?
Have you seen Brand New Day? Or read that Brand New Day?
No, I haven't read Brand New Day.
Everything he continues to butcher Peter Parker. Anything that he touches. And I don't care what anybody says. Chip Zdarsky did not write Peter Parker being cool at all. He didn't. No, not that cool, but I've been saying it. He didn't write him a proper. And Zdarsky is the one who decided to basically we're going to reveal that to Jonah that Peter Parker's been Spider-Man all these years. And this is where me and Breen disagree. And I guess Breen says, "Well, can't keep that forever. It's time for a change." Like, yeah, no. That's what made it was so much fun because you had him yelling at Parker all the time when he was the publisher, and you don't have to change it. There was no reason to change it. So Peter Parker should always be the guy, the photographer, working for Jameson, and trying to and taking photos of themselves. Uh, you can work around that plot. It's to me, it's like if you say like, well, we need to change that. Can't only do it for so long. Then you can't be against Peter Parker and MJ no longer being married. Because that was something that was permanent and worked forever until somebody decided, oh, like we're not going to do this anymore. So,
Yeah, not only did they not do it anymore, but they like ended it in such a stupid way.
yep,
You know,
yep.
if you're gonna end and I'm not advocating ending Peter and Mary Jane, but if you're gonna, I think the way to do it is have her die in some sort of tragic event. You know,
We got that wait, Ant-Man or MJ?
MJ.
MJ died in the J.J. Abrams book. They
Oh, but
killed
that's
her
like
off,
a yeah,
but then
that's
they
like a
brought it back.
yeah. That she was dead at the beginning of the book. That was kind
You
of the
know,
crux. I'm just saying,
so
like, if you're in the Marvel universe, like if you're like, oh, you know what, we need to end this whole marriage thing, blah, whatever. In like, and again, a good event, something like Infinity Gauntlet level, like
and then she
where
died, and then they end the Marvel universe and reset it, and she's back to being alive again.
they always come back. Um, Now, look, I don't want MJ to be gone. That's not what I'm proposing. I'm just saying if I were the editor in chief and the idea was we need to make Peter single again, I would rather that than what they did. So Skip says have Scale Simone write it. No, you're gonna walk away with the winner like for sure if you do that. Um, this Modoc seems like what did you expect? Yellow spandex kind of adaptation? Look, man, if you did a photorealistic Modoc, it's gonna come across stupid. This is the problem with movie adaptations: is certain things don't look right when you make them look real. And I get the spandex comment. I hated how Fox adapted the X-Men when they put them all in like leather biker outfits. I thought that
I
was
would rather
stupid.
ha- I would rather have the spandex because
Uh,
you know why? Girls like looking at men too. That's why they have. You imagine having the guys in there, Captain America with his bulge. I'm sure more girls
well,
would go see it.
well, here's the thing: you don't need to do spandex. We learned this from Batman '89. They figured out with the rubber suits essentially. I mean, they've been able to make superhero suits since the 80s look okay. Spandex, yeah, it doesn't work, but you don't need to dress everyone up in leather. Um, but I think Modoc. My point is, I guess that some things just don't look right when you put them real, and
Well,
I think Modoc would look
that
stupid.
yeah.
I really do.
Moda Moda looks like he just took a pause from a PS5 video game with Avengers with Square Enix right now, and it's
It
probably
kind
a
of kind
CG.
of does. It
It's
kind
probably
of
a CG
does.
cell. Now, if they don't do the stupid face, I don't. This is an improvement. I was hard of seeing basically like a stretched out Doctor Octavius face
I mean, it is his face if you look at it. Can't you see? I mean, that's a
a little
face.
bit.
You can see his nose and his teeth, and but
He might be wearing armor.
it could be. But the fact that it's like all metal and stuff, just the less human it looks, the more it works for me. If you just put a giant humanoid head on a thing, it's gonna look cheesy. I think.
Oh, sure. Um, but that was it worked for the comic books because comic books were always kind of drawn kind of cartoonish. They weren't always
Yeah.
drawn serious. They had a cartoon that got as far as the X-Men. There's certain characters, the way the mutants that they had drawn. You
Yes.
know, uh, so
And
it worked.
things on the page can just work better in your mind. For example, the one thing that I always use as an example is children. And this reminded me heavily of it when we were on E Stream the other day and we were making fun of that Power Pack pilot. And I was the whole time we were watching it. I mean, it was fun to watch and poke fun at, but the whole time I was just like, this is why children superheroes would never work. Like, I just can't buy little kids running around with superpowers. When you see them in a comic book page and they're drawn, your brain disassociates and you're like, okay, whatever, it's kids with powers and we just but when you see a real kid and then you're like, "Oh yeah, that's what real kids are like. This is stupid." It, it's like
So
when it's like when we did the Fantastic Four over on Skip's stream. We were talking about the Hickman Fantastic Four, which I absolutely loved. I was constantly reminded that Valeria is 3 years old. If you adapted those books accurately on the screen and had a 3-year-old, it just your brain would not. I don't think would make the jump of suspension of disbelief. You'd just be like, "This is stupid." A 3-year-old doing like no, no. And it's because of the realism. That's at least my opinion. Do you think different?
it'd be more like Good Luck Charlie, little girl on there, and then you just have her just move. She moves her mind. You see her do things. Kind of like Firestarter was. Um,
Yeah,
I don't know.
but Firestarter, she was like 12 or something, wasn't she?
You can always age the character up too. They remember this is
It's
MCU.
true,
They
and
never they never
and
do anything
no, no, you're
accurate.
100% right, and that's kind of what I'm leading to. Is sometimes you got to make compromises like that, specifically for those reasons to help sell it. They usually do, as a matter of
Well,
fact. They usually
the
do
other
make the
thing
characters a little older.
the other thing is that they never no one's ever cast the age of the actual character. They're always older.
I don't
So
know, man. Wasn't Kamala Khan? Didn't they get like a 16-year-old girl to play that character?
there's this new show on Netflix, or I guess not really new. It's on the second season. It's called Guinea and something whatever. A mother and a daughter, and they moved to this place, and the girl playing the mother is only like 8 years older than the actual. She's like 8 or 6 years older than the actual girl playing her daughter. And I'm thinking like she's supposed to be like in her 30, and the other one's supposed to be like a teenager. I'm like, no. I was like, you had her when you're 8. Look at the age of the actresses.
Yeah,
It's like, are you freaking kidding me?
right.
Yeah, Firestar was actually 10 years old, I think. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
But like I said, if they did anything with the Fantasy Four, you have Franklin them having it makes sense to have 'em aged up a little bit. At least 10 or 12.
Yeah, I think you have to just to make sense of it. When you see kids in real life, and that's I guess that's been part of the hard thing for me to even enjoy kids in comic books because I live with an 11-year-old boy, and I'm like, there's no way this kid He can't even barely tie his shoes, much less go around fighting supervillains.
That's why I like reading the Flash right now. The way he writes the twins, the kids, Jeremy Adams writes them. They have real life kind of issues like that. Not that's not the problem, but like just how they act around each other.
Mhm.
How brother and sisters, kind of like just kind of annoy each other, tease each other, and stuff like that. They act like children,
Yeah,
and they have powers on top
yeah.
of it. So of course you have these powers. Ira's like, well, she's like, can I go over by my friend's house? It's like, and the mom's like, no, it's a school night. So when she's in her pajamas, waits everybody to sleep, she goes, lets mom kiss her good night, and then she speeds off, super speed, and it meets up with Animal Man's daughter, who's kind of like a bad influence on her. Jai, the brother, finds out about this and follows them, as those two basically get kidnapped, and it's up to the brother who doesn't have his powers to try and save them. Like I said, it felt like I was reading like the Boxcar Children. Remember those books?
Mm-mm.
The '90s. They're called the Boxcar Kids, I think it was. But I think it was written as kids being kids, the age they are. But Jimmy Fox. No, it's just kidding. I see that.
Luke Cage star Mike Coulter is open to joining the MCU. I
If you
bet
scroll
you
down,
are, since you haven't done anything since.
if you just keep scrolling down, go down, down, a little more. Keep going, and right is you right there.
Shazam's Zachary Levi pals with DC Studios boss in vacation photos. All right, that's weird.
They're best bros, so means that he's gonna stay on. They're not rebooting Shazam. I guarantee it.
Not necessarily. You
We're
you
gonna
can
start playing favorites.
um I don't think that'll be the case.
I think so.
I think it would be really dumb to keep Shazam and bail on Black Adam.
I agree, but
Um
wouldn't doubt it if they did it.
the fact that they bailed on Black Adam, cuz I don't think Black Adam was really tied in to the DCEU other than
They're just mad because The Rock decided to bring Henry Cavill back in his, into the movie.
well, they let
Yeah,
him.
and
Like
then well,
it's
yeah, everybody got hyped up, and now they're in hot water because people are like, "What do you mean you're not going with Cavill now? He left The Witcher
yeah, but
because you told him." Yeah.
that's not Rock's fault.
No,
That's
no, no, no.
D
I know, but The
that's
Rock got everybody
DC's fault.
excited.
If they were
I know
gonna
DC screwed the pooch, but I mean they're probably upset at The Rock because now they're in hot water because The Rock got everybody thinking about Cavill again.
yeah, which was good. That's what they should have been doing. Like
I know.
he got excitement back in the thing. Like people were like, "Oh, dude, Superman is the anchor of DC." Like and Henry Cavill, dude, good luck. Here we go. Here's a topic to talk about. Good luck replacing Cavill as Superman
Oh, and there's no yeah.
because
Uh,
anyone that you put is going to be measured. Like remember when Man of Steel came out, he was being measured against Christopher Reeve, and that was back in the
yep.
70s. Like because
Not
Christopher
yeah.
Reeve was iconic, but Henry
Same with
Cavill
Brandon
did
Ruth.
yeah,
Well,
well,
no, he wasn't. I'm gonna say Brandon Ruth when he came back, he was compared to Christopher Reeve,
yes,
but then his movie was sucked.
but
So then they're like,
he was hired to kind of emulate Christopher Reeve.
sure.
If you remember, like his whole movie was meant to feel like a Christopher Reeves sequel, like, and he did a fine job, like as a stand-in, sort of. I had no problems really with Brandon Ruth. I don't think he was amazing, but I was like, oh, fine. But my point is that
I thought the story was bad. It was pretty good though.
yeah, the story was problematic. Um, I think there was good elements to it. There was scenes that I really liked, but as a whole, um, but I mean, I'm just saying Henry Cavill was really behind the 8 ball when he started, and I think he just kind of won fans over. Like people like saw it, they're like, kind of, okay, we got, okay,
Well,
okay, and then people really warmed up to him.
well, yeah. I mean, the movie. All right, Man of Steel. Okay. But what really sold a lot of it is the fact that he came out and said he's a huge Superman fan. He's a nerd like us,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and that sold people more. It's like finally get somebody who actually gives a shit about what he's doing and not just there for a paycheck. You know,
Yeah.
uh, he wants to be faithful. He wants, and he was upset about Man of Steel.
I bet he was. Because
Yep.
he'd been kind of like a roller coaster up and down. It's like, Superman's not coming back. Oh, now it is. Now it's not. Now it is. And it's like,
Yeah, and then
um,
he's like, and then he said like and then look at he said like what they did to Ben Affleck. They screwed Ben Affleck over. He didn't get his own movie. Man of Steel 2 was turned into basically Batman versus Superman.
yeah,
It's like,
that was a
yeah,
dumb moment for DC. Like that, they should have done a Man of Steel 2. They should have not done a Batman versus Superman before even having a Batman movie. We should have had a Batman movie where in that movie we could at least see Batman kind of fuming over Superman. We could like see it building up. Because that's the
I
thing,
would have
like
had the Bat
you
before
if
Cavill. I would before Man of Steel. I would have had the Batman movie because it would have made more sense. Like the fact that then the Zod, he knows about Superman and he sees what he does with Zod, and he reacts with it because that's kind of what the other fight is what happened in Gotham because of Superman.
right, it would have been good instead of doing what they did in Batman versus Superman, where like showing Bruce Wayne like being in Metropolis. Put scenes like that in the Batman movie so that you can
Yep.
like feel the tension building. And it's like what Marvel did with Thanos. Like they teased Thanos for years so that when Endgame, or sorry, when Infinity War came, everyone was ready. We're like, "Oh, the showdown, it's finally here." It's like professional sports or not sorry, I would say professional fighting, but not just professional fighting, even too like pro wrestling. Watch it. Like they don't just throw two guys in a ring. They build up to it. They get dudes out on a mic and talking shit to the other guy or getting like some behind the scenes moment where characters are getting in each other's faces or whatever, and it's getting the idea into the fans' heads of like, "Ooh, there's going to be a showdown between these two building." Instead of just out of nowhere putting two people together and you don't even understand why. There's like no motive. You're just like, "Oh, this person's fighting this person. I don't
Yeah, yeah,
why do I
yeah.
care?" Batman
Austin
versus
P. He
Superman was
was
like that.
Yeah, Austin P. He wasn't there for a paycheck. If he was, he would have been like, well, if you don't like my version, fuck you. He would have been, he would have been like, what's her name? Captain Marvel girl, Brie Larson. He wasn't there for paycheck. Yeah, he gets paid regardless. But he said he is a fan of Superman. He reads the comic books, dude. You know, not just not where he's like just like, oh, I'm just saying this. Dude, the dude actually like new interviews. Listen to the interviews. He talks about the stuff. He actually name drops the events and certain things. So I said he was more in love with the fans than DC is. He loves being Superman. He loves acting. Yeah, so you could tell who's just there for the paycheck. The person who basically gives a half-ass performance and then expects you to pay them. And then if you get mad, he'll basically call you out and just fight with you on the internet. Those are the ones
Yes.
who just don't give a shit.
Brie Larson was there for a paycheck.
Yeah,
That's
she's
an example. People that don't give two shits. They're just like, "Oh, I can be in an MCU movie?" Yeah, they know that's gonna shoot their career into
yeah.
superstardom. Um, you're saying if he's such a fan, why did he agree to play that garbage version of Superman?
What makes you
First
think
of
he
all,
agreed?
I don't. Number one, I don't think that that was a garbage version of Superman. I think that's
It
unfair to
was
say.
yeah.
I think,
There's not. It wasn't horrible. The only part I had a problem with it is the fact that the whole Zod thing at the end.
yeah, the film had its problems. I'm not gonna say. I mean, yeah, it definitely has its problems, and the Zod thing at the end, I don't like either. But you have to understand some things. It's not like there's a script and then you go, here's the script, and an agent gives it to the actor reads it, and they go, cool, I'm gonna make this movie. And then they go make the movie, and then the director sticks to the script 100%, like exactly. By the time
And
the
also,
movie actually
yeah,
goes into production, there's rewrites, then they go through and make it, and then they go, oh, you know what? I'm gonna cut this scene and we're gonna re-edit it so that the scenes flow differently. And a movie can be radically changed. I mean,
he
look at
also he also
look at
wasn't a huge star either, so he doesn't have access to all this stuff. You take what you can, and
look
then like
look at Justice League. Watch the Josh Whedon Justice League and then go see the Snyder cut, and they're two different films pulled from the same shooting film. Like literally, they didn't shoot a different film. It's the same shot stuff, but the Snyder cut comes out completely different. And that's a good example. If you went in and saw Justice League and said this is what they had intended, no, that's not what they had intended. The Snyder cut proves it. So I'm not saying you need to like Man of Steel. That's not at all what I'm communicating. It definitely has its problems, and even if it didn't, you're free to like what you didn't like. I just want you to be aware that that's not always the case. Sometimes you can have a script and go, "This sounds great," and then by the time it's
and
done, people have had so many fingers in it. Studio execs are giving notes and saying, "Change this, do that." They go give it. They shoot the film, then they go take it to a test audience, and the test audience goes, "We don't like this thing," and then they go shoot new scenes and change stuff. For all we know, the original script could have had been Superman like redeeming Zod and having some positive thing, and then they gave it to a test audience, or some studio exec was like, "No, that's dumb. You got to kill him. That's how we do things." And they were like, "Okay." Look, I'm just making shit up out of my ass, but it's possible. And so I would never blame Henry Cavill. He's got no
yeah,
control.
Cavill, yeah, yeah, he wasn't a huge household name until
Exactly.
after
That's
Man of
another good
Steel.
point. Another great point.
The Witcher, he had some pull because he was popular. After Man of Steel and all that stuff, he became popular. He did Man of Uncle, which was okay movie. I thought it was pretty good. I'd love to have a sequel, but Man of Steel, Superman, would really blew up his career. Um, like I said, I don't you don't have that much pull as you do when you actually are more famous and they gotta pay you more. Um, you know,
And oftentimes too, when you're more
yeah,
famous, it's not even like your fame, it's that fact that you are like one of the producers, right? Like you look at the Mission
yeah, you're
Impossible
right.
films.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise is one of the producers of the film. So he's not just like some actor who's like, "Oh, I got to do what everyone tells me." It's like his production. So he gets
He's
to
putting money
call a
into
lot
it.
of
Yeah.
shots. Like
Mhm.
oftentimes the director is answering to him because he hired the director. He's like, "I want you to make this film so I can star in it." Um so um And Rhaegar, yeah, is Zod's not a good guy, and evil. He should be evil. I agree. I was just giving examples. I wasn't. I was
Like you
just
said,
trying
my
to.
biggest problem with the whole Zod thing is that he had to kill Zod, so it just taints the character forever now. His version of Superman, and Cavill didn't like that either,
Right.
but he was forced to do it because, well, he wasn't a big name actor. Now he is. He said, if I would have, my popular now back then, there's a lot of things he would have changed, and
Look,
maybe that's why they don't want to have him right now because they want to push something else. Hopefully that's not the case
and then
as
also,
far.
what's he supposed to do? Like, let's say that even though that was the original shooting script, Zod dies at the end. You're expecting Henry Cavill to be like, "Man, I'm a big fan of Superman, but that last scene, I don't really jive with it. I'm just gonna
Right.
completely turn down the role. The film's gonna get made anyway. Maybe with someone who's not even as good in the role, and then there's no opportunity to make further films, which if you're the starring person in the first film, you might have more leverage in the second film because now you've got clout. Now they need you, right? Because once you're established as the character, you've got negotiating power, right? You say, okay, I'll do a sequel,
Yep.
but when we do the sequel, I got a couple of demands, right? Um, There's a lot of
Definitely,
things to
yeah,
consider is all I'm saying.
yeah. Well, now he's at the point where he can pick and choose what he wants to do. So they have to comply with him if he doesn't want to do that kind of role. They have to
Yeah.
change things,
Yeah.
and
We
that's
as
kind of what
fans,
Edward Norton was doing for the MCU.
yeah, we as fans were better off with Cavill as Superman, despite any of the problems. I would rather have the problems with Cavill than the problems without Cavill.
Right?
Um, so uh, Austin says the Snyder Cut movement just confused me. Snyder has been nothing but controversial with his DC movies before he did the Snyder Cut. Well, that's because I think this is my personal opinion that you are being misled about Zack Snyder. So if you watch Zack Snyder's library of films, there's a big difference between the DC films that he does and the rest of his filmography. And my personal opinion is that the Warner Brothers DC films had a high amount of studio interference. And if you want a good example of what that is, watch the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy. The first two movies, Sam Raimi pretty much had carte blanche to do what he wanted. And the third film, Sony got all their hands in, made a bunch of notes, forced him to do things like put Venom in, and he didn't have a lot of like say. And so we got a mixed up product. The same is true for sure with the Superman slash Justice League films because we know through the extended cuts. If you watch the ultimate cut of Batman Superman versus the studio version, the extended cut is a much better film. Is it a fixed film? No, it's still problematic, but it's a much better film. The Snyder cut is one of the best superhero films I've ever seen, minus the weird ending, which I don't think should have been on the film, especially since we're not going to get
Y-
more.
Oh, the futuristic one. Yeah,
The
except for that,
epilogue stuff, yeah, all the future stuff that should have just been
I
left
I
off.
I wasn't a fan of that at all.
Yeah,
Like I
but
said,
it's
it's
it's an epilogue.
the only thing that they should have stuck with and kept in there was the whole thing with Deathstroke. Other than that, nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Skip says Snyder messed up Watchmen. I disagree. Watch the ultimate cut of Watchmen. It's if you've seen only the theatrical cut, it's a cut up film. And again, I think studio interference messed things up. Um, so yeah, I think Snyder. He's not a perfect filmmaker. He's got his problems, but he's most of the problems are found in these Superman films or slash DC films because I think DC put way too much interference. Um, so, um,
Yeah, like I
anyways,
said, they want to. Like I said, my biggest thing is now is that so many people have already are familiar, and their trinity is Gal Gadot, Henry Cavill, and Ben Affleck. Same with, and they love people who love Aquaman. They love Jason Momoa's Aquaman. Uh, Not many people like Ezra Miller. I mean, if they, I think I would just keep the actors you have right now. Stick with that. Now, understand if you want to have a younger Superman, well, good, you can do that. They're already doing a Batman separate. It has nothing to do with anything. Do a younger Superman movie and test it out. See if everybody likes that or not. While you still have Cavill,
yeah, I
you
don't know,
know,
man. I think the Batman.
test the water. Don't just
I
erase
think
everything and yeah.
I think the Batman, much like the Christopher Nolan Batman films, don't doesn't seem to fit in a world with the Justice League.
And you know what though? I like
Do,
them. They don't have to fit with them.
no, no,
That's the
no, no,
thing.
no. But do you see what I'm talking about? Like, if you watch the Batman, it's a pretty good film, but it's designed almost to be like super realistic. Like, I can't imagine that character running around fighting Darkseid. It's not the comic booky Batman. It's the
If you're
more
gonna,
grim,
well,
real.
he's also it's like year two or year or for him. I think it is.
Yeah, and I'm not just trying to disparage. I'm just saying it's a different kind of tone. Like the Christopher Nolan Batman, you can see it was designed to be like, what if Batman were real? How would it work? Type of thing. And
Batman taking on any cosmic level threat, even the comic books, is a joke. I'm just
uh,
saying.
yes,
I don't see
but
it
do you see
working
what
in
I'm
real
saying?
life.
The Ben Affleck version of Batman
He seems more
seemed
gritted though, and he would probably die against Darkseid. He'd
but
probably sacrifice his
he
life.
he was designed to kind of feel like he would fit more in a Justice League universe than he wasn't like just your street Batman.
Well,
That's all I'm
he's an
saying.
older version too. Is more hardened, more criminal. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's
Having
also
having a
much
I don't want
more
young Justice League. That's my
he's
thing.
also
I don't.
more like unrealistic. That's all. Like I need a Batman that I can believe can fall from orbit and survive. That's
So
and
my
that's
thing is
not the
you're
Batman
you're gonna
that
get a Tyler Hoechlin Superman if they go you cast young. That's my fear. I love Tyler Hoechlin on the show, but as a movie Superman, not really.
yeah. Austin says I'm just saying it's a bad idea to get an emo director like Snyder to do a Superman movie to begin with. I don't think Snyder's an emo director for one. And number two, they didn't get Snyder to do. Snyder, I think, came to DC. And also, you have to understand when Man of Steel came out, you didn't have the value of hindsight to look at the trajectory of where it was going. Scott Snyder was riding a high off of 300. He was the man who had made one of the best comic book adaptations ever made. I stand by that. Whether you like 300 or not, that to me is still like from an adaptation standpoint is a pitch perfect masterpiece adaptation from page to film. Zack Snyder took something that no one thought could have any legs and was just like, "What? You're doing this little weird indie film about Spartans, like whatever. Oh, you're shooting it all on green screen." Today, that's normal. Zack Snyder's the reason that's normal. Like people are like, "What are you doing?" And so this guy was commanding a lot of attention. And so the idea that he was doing Superman, people were like through the moon. We're like, oh, dude, we're gonna get a Zack Snyder doing Superman. Holy cow! Like this is gonna be unreal. So it made a lot of sense. Today, when you can look back and see the results, it's a different story. Like, I think I think the same is true about J.J. Abrams' Star Wars. There was a lot of people who were like, J.J. Abrams is gonna do Star Wars. Oh my god! And
That's
now we
funny.
go, oh my god, why did they ever get J.J. Abrams? I mean, that was stupid.
So this is kind of funny. You can if you can find the article uh there it is. Yeah, the boy go trending right now. Look at the right hand of the screen. It says trending right now. The Boys, Skewers, Warner Brothers Discovery gutting up HBO content. So you go here.
On
Well,
CBR?
yeah, where you just
Uh,
were.
Oh,
I
I'm
know why you moved.
sorry.
You can scroll down.
Maybe I can. Will it let me? No, it won't let me. I gotta go
Scroll
back to the.
down. Oh, yeah, it was under the trending now thing. But yeah, I'll just send you the thing. I'll send it on the actual thing. Do, do, do.
Well, what what's going on, CBR? Why is it not trending? It was trending a minute ago.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't know what happened, but I checked the live stream thread. I just posted in there the link.
okay. Okay. Copy link. And here we go. The Boys, Skewers, Warner Brothers Discovery's gutting of HBO Max content.
I saw this. I just started laughing.
Boys in Universe Superhero Company, Vought International, mocks Warner Brothers Discovery pulling content from HBO Max by making cuts to Vought Plus. In a move that mimics decisions made by Warner Brothers Discovery regarding HBO Max, The Boys Vought International has made some changes to its own fictional streaming service, Vought Plus Plus, restoring it back to just Vought Plus. Back in August 2022, Vought International made the announcement on Twitter that its various streaming apps, which don't exist in the real world, VTV Plus, VNN Plus, and VSN Plus, were being merged with Vought Plus, rebranding the service as Vought Plus Plus. However, on January 4th, 2023, Vought reversed the course, tweeting out, to begin 2023, we're proud to unveil the most effective restructuring in entertainment history. VOT Plus Plus is now VOT Plus again. We've unbundled your favorite apps like VTV Plus and VSPN Plus and eliminated 35% of our films, all for the new low price of $119 a month. Plus, it appears that the tweet is intended to mock Warner Brothers Discovery, which has pulled a sizable portion of content from HBO Max over the last year.
You scroll down, it'll show the tweet. I
Oh
didn't click on the video.
man,
I don't know where it goes, but it looks hilarious. So
that I'm not going to click on it for in case there's any sort of copyright things, but
translucent, invisible force too. Rising
that
tide.
dude, that is great satire. Um, man,
No head nowhere, really. To me, you're super.
Dominic says I don't read anything from CBR because they're just not trustworthy as a news source on the comic book medium. Well, I do not blame you, Dominic. Um, we're only reading it because it makes for good discussion. So whether we're going to mock it or just comment about it, it gives us things to discuss. So we here at Late Night Comics do not endorse CBR, but we will make fun of them.
It's
Man,
most of
Amazon is just kicking butt in the streaming wars,
right?
and it's about time too because they started off like for a long time and were just really mediocre. Um, but a lot of the best shows that I watch are all on Prime. And I can't, man, I can't wait till Invincible comes back.
Right.
Seems like it's taken forever.
I've been watching on Netflix. They have that other Japanese show. It's called Alice in Borderland. Season 2 dropped. Where everybody's like in Tokyo is like, well, there is like they all saw like fireworks in the sky when they wake up. They're in some kind of like some alternate world of Tokyo. It's and they're forced to play these games. They have like visas. Like we basically like you get more days if you win a game. You get to go play games, and then each game has a different level of difficulty and a different type based on what if it was a club, a spade, a diamond, a heart.
Austin is
And
going to bed. I just want to say
yeah,
good night. Good night, Austin. Thanks for hanging out with us and talking. Appreciate it.
they finally put Austin to bed.
All right, now we can get on with the good stuff.
All
He's
right,
finally gone.
now that he's leaving, we can talk about the stuff we really want to talk about. Let's talk about the Mary Sue.
Oh,
But
that no. No.
the whole boys. Yeah, but
Dominic says the boys level satire may not be South Park level, but it makes sure to make everyone a target and poke fun at. I've yet to read and see Alice in Borderlands.
As of
Um,
Borderlands is a cool show on Netflix. Like I said, like it's people like Squid Games. I'm thinking like, no, this is better than Squid Games for me at least. And
I
it
haven't
deals
seen.
with three friends. One of them is he's really smart and he always plays video games, so he's like the main lead guy in the show. And it's just like it's the story of friendship, uh, losing people close to you, and like gaining friends, and just like it's a roller coaster of emotion, and there's gore. like it's yeah, people's heads exploding because they are forced to wear like these shock collars or on their necks if you answer like something wrong. Pop. That's one of the
Oh,
games.
I saw the trailer for that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here's something I'm very excited about. Exclusive preview: Mark Miller's Nemesis makes his violent return, and it's going to be drawn by one of my favorite artists in the business, Jorge Jimenez. Um, and if you've never read Nemesis, it's probably a little dated now because DC kind of did their own thing, but it's basically kind of like what if Batman were the main villain. Um, and so Nemesis is kind of like Batman, but he's a villain, and it's cool though. It's a good story. I really enjoyed it. It's one of Mark Miller's early ones from his independent stuff, and it's coming back with Um, with this art, I'm through the moon. A lot of really cool stuff coming out from Miller World. So yeah, I'll say Steve McNiven did the art in the first one. So, whew, good stuff. Anyways, sorry, just wanted to highlight that because I like promoting good books.
Cool, cool.
Nightcrawler just reconnected with his mother. No, not Mystique. Did they retcon that? He's not Mystique's not his mother anymore?
Wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, I like that. I always hated that. I thought that was a stupid thing, but I
That
also
was
hate
that was that was
retcons.
that was part of the cartoon though. I don't remember it being in the actual comic books. In the cartoons, Mystique was his mother, and she
Huh.
abandoned him, left him in the church. I don't know about the comic books. Yeah, the comics are probably different though, unless that actually was part of it.
Marvel's next X-Men event introduces is that say shithead?
Yeah.
A shithead Star Trek world? I don't even care about
Sin-
that. That just
you
sounds
know,
stupid.
since the Sinister #1, I believe it comes out this week or next week. I was looking at there's a variant homage cover by Carrie Andrews. I'm tempted to get it just for that cover.
Oh man, that sounds cool.
I don't.
Marvel's upcoming Wolverine slash Nightcrawler hybrid character, Wagnerine, explained.
Wait. Is that connected to Matt Wagner?
No, Kurt is the character. Nightcrawler's name's Kurt Wagner.
I
Well,
know,
it's, or
I know.
Wagner would be but so it's Wagnerine. Like I don't want the character explained. I want to explain why someone greenlit naming a character Wagnerine.
I'm just tired of putting Wolverine's head on bodies that have boobs. It's like
So stupid. Grr. Flash's 1 minute war
it's yeah, dude.
inciting
So
isn't revealed.
I'm excited for this. They showed if the next issue after this one coming out because issue one comes out where it's not a separate book. It's in the book, the new Stark. It's like 24, bro. Like
Oh
it's like
really?
the next issue is like 2 seconds in. Everything
Oh
happens in
really?
2 seconds. Yeah, I know. I was like, yes, because it all takes in 1 minute.
Oh wow. How
The
many books is
fastest
it
of it.
crossing over?
Right now, just the one. It's Flash. It's all contained. Self-contained.
Wow. So it's just gonna be
Right?
30. It's gonna be 30 issues.
I think no. It's only gonna be like
If it's only 2 seconds an issue,
I don't know, man.
or maybe that won't be 2 seconds every issue.
Yeah,
Maybe
maybe they'll
one issue
jump.
will be like 10 seconds or something.
But Barry is being brought back into it. Jeremy Adams writing Barry Allen and bringing him. Basically, all the Flashes are gonna be in there, and then apparently it's gonna be some death of some of the Team Flash members. That's the rumor. Will it be Jay? Will it be one of these new Flashes? Will it be Wallace? They probably won't kill Ace off. Uh,
She-Hulk
I'm
gets a
thinking,
new arch enemy to celebrate a major milestone. She-Hulk number 12 introduces new villain for the hero in celebration of the 175th issue. No, it's the 12th issue, not the 175th issue. It's issue 12. If you want to be issue 175, then make 175 issues. This is issue 12. Shut up, Marvel. And also, you don't get to be called an arch enemy when you get introduced. You have to earn arch enemy. Like you can't just like throw in, you know, character and be like, "Yep, this is the new." Like, nope, because if the character's stupid, no one wants to see it again. It's not. No one liked Joker like right in the beginning. He had to earn his stripes.
we'll find
Damian
out.
Wayne is currently DC's most important leader because fuck the Batman. X Men
Damian
Sins
Wayne
of
right now I like him leading like those teams outside of the Batman comic books. Dude's pretty well trained. Look at his grandfather, who his father is. Why would he not be leading teams?
I'm
But
not saying that. He's the most important leader in the DC universe according to CBR.
well, that's not true because they just had Nightwing about to be the savior of the universe in Dark
Sorry,
Crisis.
Sorry, Damian Wayne's the most important leader.
Hell yeah, he
It's been
is. Screw that
decreed.
way. We're tired of Dick. We're on the ready.
I'll
We all
never
care
be
about his
I'll
beard.
never be tired of Dick. X-Men Sins of Sinister Event is much bigger than Age of Apocalypse because they say so. And we've already forgotten about this and hasn't even started. So, again, you have to earn. You can't just decree. This is what they try to do with War of the Realms. Oh, it's the biggest event Marvel's ever done, and no one even remembers it. DC's new Batman just learned the truth about his mother.
Yay!
Is her name Martha too? Why'd you say that name? Ay, ay, ay. Does anyone like I Am Batman? Anyone?
Still going?
Apparently, he just learned the truth about his mother.
Holy crap! He's actually got his face shown. You can actually see his skin color now. Before he just
Yes.
covered his other face.
Yeah, he came out of the closet. You know,
I'm Black Man. That's the name.
so dumb. He's got more issues than She-Hulk,
Hey,
though.
you know
More
he's
issues
also
than
got a
She-Hulk.
he's also got a Black Robin.
I don't,
The new
does anyone?
a girl, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's right. I saw a pic. It's so dumb. This is why do people want bad things? Like we all know why this book is being made, but all it's going to do is be a detriment because we're going to look back at it and go, "Wow, what a joke that was." This is not going to age well. Future generations, it's just going to be cringe, right? Just make Jace cool. Like, quit using him as a political prop. Jace could just be his own character. You could have done a story where like Batman got apprehended by the was it not the Authority? I forget who the
Batman's in jail, so his ex-gay lover Chase puts on the costume,
that's
kind of
ex-gay
like what
lover.
Teeny Howard's doing with Catwoman right now.
What's the name of that group that the it wasn't the
Black
Authority.
Panthers,
No, no, come on. I'm being serious for a sec.
uh,
The from the future
Wildstorm.
state that that was like the dystopia like authority group that Batman was on the run from. You read all the stupid Mariko Tamaki books and you loved them. Tell me who it was. Um,
uh, you look like I could tell
Magistrate.
you.
Was it the Magistrate? The
Yeah, Magistrate.
Magistrate.
Yes, yeah,
So
yeah,
we could
yeah.
have a
He was
story
racial.
where Batman's gets captured by the Magistrate and they're keeping him locked away and he's gone. And so Jace Fox decides that the Batman like can't be destroyed, like it has to carry on. So he picks it up and so that the people can believe in Batman and not let the Magistrate win or whatever. And then he has like his arc and he's like Batman for a year or so. And then finally they get Bruce Wayne back and he's there and all the experience that Jace got while being pretending to be Batman, he now uses and he can still says, you know, I can do some good in the world, and he takes up a new identity of his own, you know, and builds upon that. That could have been something so freaking cool, but instead we get this slap in the face book. Or am I just wrong?
Yeah,
Maybe I'm wrong. Thank you, Skip, for saying Magistrate. I didn't see it till now, but Rhaegar says, Ash, some people just like to watch the world burn. That is true. Some men aren't looking for anything logical like money. They can't be bought, bullied, reasoned with, or negotiated with. Some men just want to watch the world burn. Very nice. Well, that was a great line from that movie. Miller World is doing a crossover event because Miller has that many books. 20 different
uh,
24
okay.
different franchises. Holy crap.
The only books I'm kind of looking forward to is I mean, especially more than this week. Next week, is going to be Archie versus the World. It's basically Archie Mad Max.
That could be interesting. I like Archie crossovers. Or at
Yeah.
least I like them in concept.
Aaron
Um
Rapresti is doing a variant. That's the cover I'm getting. It's post-apocalyptic future where our hero Archie Andrews is cursed to walk the world alone with his souped-up jalopy. This guy's hot rod, it's all souped up, like basically like Mad Max. But Archie can't defend himself. In fact, that he's a master of brutal, deadly form of martial arts and must use skills. When he comes face to face with his rival and evil mirror image, Reggie. So basically, it's Mad Max Fury Road and Fist the North Star combined. I'm sold. Fist the North Star, Mad Max, and Archie. I'm good. So that's the number one book I'm looking forward to coming out. Not this week, but the next week.
Skip says,
But
guess they lost faith in the Signal, the Black Batman that they already had.
right,
Yeah,
right. You
yeah.
mean Batwing?
No, the Signal.
Yeah, well, Batwing was the other one
They
too.
also had Batwing. Yeah, Jace's brother is
Yeah.
already a wannabe Batman. Um, yeah. No, but Skip, I heard that they took your advice and said we don't want anything to do with Scott Snyder. So I blame you, Skip.
So
Just
if anybody's looking for anything coming out this week, you can get the Daredevil #7 has a Frank Cho classic homage variants by Frank Cho. So also Batman Adventures Continue season 3 comes out.
I'm not getting anything exciting. Well, Dark Ride's okay. Um, Still kind of early in the ride. I'm wondering if I'm the only one reading it. Then there's Nightclub. There's a lot of Mark Miller books coming out too.
Nightclub got pushed back to the following week. So it's not this week, it's next week.
Right. The 18th is. Um,
Yeah.
I'm just kind of clicking on my
Uh
pull list, and eventually Samurai Doggy #3 will come out. Maybe crossing my fingers. My favorite comic that I get. Um,
but the big thing for this week is Lazarus Planet. That's the big new event by Mark Waid. I gotta say though, it's Mark Waid though. I'd rather read Mark Waid than read anything by Matthew Rosenberg.
yeah, amen to that. Although his indie book, Furthest Place from Here, I think is what it's called, is nothing
I
like
hear that.
is
Yeah.
nothing like. Yeah, I read that book and it wasn't really my style of book, so I didn't keep up with it. But I wouldn't be opposed like borrowing someone's trade and reading it.
Yeah.
Because I did semi like it. It just it's just not my wheelhouse per se, right?
So did you see this at all? That Paul Levitz and Alan Davis are doing Avengers War Across Time. It's Thor, Iron Man, Captain America, Giant Man, and the Wasp, classic Avengers against Hulk on the streets of New York. It's the beginning of a showdown with King the Conqueror that will span the centuries. Eisner Hall of Famer Paul Levitz makes his Marvel debut, unless you count a letter in Amazing Adventures #5. Teamed with acclaimed artist Alan Davis. It's gonna be like a little mini series, but this first one is $6 for 52 pages. Um, it looks like there's at least three issues. This comes out this week. The first one's 50. First one's yes, I think it's like $6, $5 or what it was. Then #3 is like at 28 pages for 4.
Oh. Well,
But it
this is
looks
going to be
cool.
news that Zach will like because he's a big fan of Ryan North Fantastic Four. Human Torch is the leader of the Fantastic 40. Fantastic Four #3 by Ryan North and Ian Cabello sees Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, become the leader of the new group called the Fantastic 40. So that sounds
Yay!
yay. That's in the series. The Fantastic Four are on hiatus. You literally just launched the book. You're only on issue 3, and the Fantastic Four are already on hiatus. Bravo, Marvel. Bravo. You. Yeah. This. Oh my gosh. This panel says it all. It's like they meme themselves in the comic book. This is. What the hell is this?
What was that? Here, it's right here. He works
Ah,
at some kind of store or something like that, and he dyes. As Zach was saying, the Torch is dyeing his hair. Uh, you know, every issue.
this is not old news, Zach. It may not be cutting edge. It was published
Uh,
less than a week ago, 6 days ago.
6 days. That's like a year in Hollywood, bro.
Good lord. Has the comic even come out? It's not that old. It's not like I'm talking about yesteryears. I'm not talking
What
about
number?
like
What number? What number is it?
number 3.
It might be out this week.
Yeah,
Or is it out next week?
it's probably coming out real soon. I'm just saying, like, it's not out yet. Anyways, I'm not reading the Fantastic Four, so it's new to me. And it's-
Fantastic
and I'm sure
Four.
most people in the chat aren't reading Fantastic Four either.
I've never heard of the Fantastic Four. Tell me more.
All right. Speaking of which, we need to get on with it on. Wou- Wouldn't you agree, Mr. RDV?
Bang on gong. Get it on.
Bang a gong, get it on, get it on. All right, here we are. This is the boys. We talked about the fact that we talk about this, and now we're finally talking about it. So here we go.
These are the
Um,
boys.
anything you want to say before I dip in?
Au revoir, boys. Was fun reading you.
It's nice knowing
I,
you.
you know, fun book. Wow, emotional, roller coaster. Just like Robert Kirkman, you get attached to these characters. Um,
This is
yeah,
a very This series is a very emotional series for me.
wow. Um, last we left off, Homelander's dead. The seven are gone. Uh, everything's in a huge Vought American has been exposed on on a epic level. All their everything they've been doing to the public, so and everybody knows about it. It's all over the news. Uh, this is the aftermath. You know, it's yeah, like I said, it's kind of heart wrenching. But it also has some. Yeah, I think there was some funny moments in this.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
always some bit of humor. So yeah, the very last page of the last volume left with the death of Homelander and Black Noir, and basically the downfall of Vought and most of the heroes that were staging an actual insurrection, not to be confused with what happened on January 6th. Um, and Butcher making a comment, sort of to his dearly departed wife, that or something, that he had an inner monologue saying like she would hate what he had done, or like she's really going to hate what he's going to do next, something to that effect. And it was pretty ominous. And now we get to see what it is. Um, Rhaegar says, I think it's safe to say that Ash has not fully explained sentimental attachment in the series. Oh, I've explained. Maybe you just haven't watched it all.
I was gonna say, how often do you watch this, or do you just tune us out and do something else?
Yeah.
We've been doing this
Maybe.
for like, man, how many video streams have we done on this?
Now, I haven't gone into great detail because it's very personal. So I'm not going to get into my own
All
personal
right,
turmoil, but
so we
uh,
start though with the love sausage.
so the book
Give me the.
opens up. Do you want to do it, or go ahead if you want?
We'll start off. Yeah, I'll do the first, and then you can take over the next one. But
Okay.
starts off with the love sausage in there. He's being attacked in a warehouse. He doesn't know what's going on. Uh, then he comes across somebody else. He's like, "What the?" He's like, and someone's talking, and it turns out it's Butcher. Butcher is remember he's kind of snapped. His remember this was kind of shocking because Butcher basically wants to well, as we were saying, he wants to take out all supers. It wasn't enough. He felt cheated with the whole Homelander and all that stuff, and just it just like at this point, I think in his mind he's pretty much at this point he doesn't care anymore. He just wants someone to put him down or whatever, He's And Butcher's always been kind of that way. Is like, he doesn't have Becca, and he doesn't have he venged Becca, whatever, and he still feels hollow, and he's just the point where he just wants to just start doing stuff somewhere. Um, Huey's hearing about everything that's going on with far as Vaughn American right now, with all the information that's been exposed. Uh, you see him walking over to the department where the boys hang out. He's thinking about what he did to A Train. Uh, just basically sets up what's going on right now. He's got his eye. He's listened to everything that's going on with Vaughn American and how they're now in legal trouble. Especially with the whole super incidents, going on. And he walks in, and of course we get to see Frenchie. He's just pulling the bone apart because yes, Frenchie lost his arm the last story arc. Um, he walks in and just says like, hey guys, I think our jobs here kind of basically saying we're kind of done here, so we probably need to disband. Uh, and then Mother Milk reveals that, hey, we've been doing this. I've been thinking the same thing. There's really nothing to do. I need to get back to my daughter. Huey reveals that he basically killed A Train, and then Butcher basically put him up to it, and Mother Milk is kind of messed up. He said that's kind of messed up. Uh, and he said, I feel awful about it because it was something that Butcher would do, not something I would do. He played me, and it's this. Uh, yeah. So I don't. Mother Milk says, I don't know what the hell he was thinking he was thinking with A Train. He could have been figured out he owed you that, but that's what's got you involved in the first place. But the point is, he done the shit and he had to do. Uh, the guy's dead, and we threw two. So ain't you coming out? You ain't coming out a hole this goddamn big, or Vaughn ain't, He just basically confirms. So yeah, so basically, and so they all agree. The boys is over, and they say like, well, who's gonna talk to Butcher? And like they kind of just sit there, kind of look away. No one's gonna talk. You know. We get to basically Vought, Bradley and Mr. Jim. What's the last name?
Stillwell.
It's Silton,
Stillwell.
Stillwell. Sorry, Stillwell. So they're talking over. I mean, how are we gonna get out of this? And he's like, "Don't worry." He's like, "We can still kind of like deny this." It's like we had no idea it was a rogue element. We can get on top of this. And yeah, so he basically proposes, "How about we come up with something together?" It's like, and she's like, "Can't manage it a better way." Uh, Butcher shows up, and then he drops, and it's like, you know what, you guys, since everything is what's going on, event stuff, take 3 months off. I'll hold the fort, and stuff, and then when we get back, Huey, yeah, I decided about everything we talked about earlier. You're my second in command, and they all kind of tease him about that. He's like, "What the hell, freaking?" And like, because he even forgot about it. Like, wait, no, I was just bullshitting, It's like I wasn't really serious, It's like, so yeah, and not one of them can tell Butcher like that the boys are over. You know, they kind of beat around the bush. They kind of like well, how do you tell someone who's basically this is their life? They know that Butcher really has nothing else to do. This is Butcher's life. You know, can't remember if I'm missing anything off of that page. I don't
The
think
main
so.
thing on this page that stuck out to me was that they're kind of like, oh, like yeah, we're gonna all go, and then Butcher comes in, and he's just like, oh, and he beats him to the punch. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
give you guys some time off and all this stuff, and so they're like, and then Huey, he's kind of thinking about leaving, and then Butcher's like, I'm promoting you just like you wanted, and he's like, wait, what? Like, oh shit, I forgot about that. And then he does it in public, so he's all embarrassed. And
Yeah.
like you can see like how the rest of the boys look at him. He's like, "Wait, what? I wasn't talking about that." Um,
Well, the fact of all of them they've been in there, they never said, he's like, oh no, let me explain. He's like, I think you're already done, so Petit Huey, and like, so what do you think it is? You wanted to tell me then? He's like, well, you know how long I've been part of this, looking for a goddamn bump, and it just they're all just kind of fighting over there, talking about Huey thing. Uh, and he kind of this dude, but we're just having fun. He's like, "What?" He's like, "You can't you see yourself saluting Huey?" He's like, "Come on, I'm only joking." It's like, uh, so everybody was kind of leaves. Huey kind of leaves at the end, and Butcher says, "When's the last time you saw Janine?" You know, no. So at this, basically, Annie just dumps him. She says, "Once you're done with all this, if I'm still around, or come find me." But at this point, I want nothing to do with this. I'm moving go back to the, I guess you said West Coast. Yeah, and yeah, and like if it's like I said, yeah, she's like, yeah, yeah. Basically, Huey's like trying to do all the trying to get he can. He's like, "Oh, you follow me?" And I she's like, "It's like you and your little squad, but it's like I bet you have." She says like, "Look, the stuff you're talking about, I've seen all sorts of shit. If you want to talk about it, listen." Huey basically is realizing that he fucked himself over.
Yep.
And yeah, and then he's doing what he can, and she's like, "No, I tried to make this work. You don't care about it. Your boys are more important than our relationship. I don't want to be here. It's all bad memories." You know. So she leaves, and then he steps in. Like I said, here comes the humor stuff. Uh, Remember the first issue? He's like, Butcher's like, "Get careful. There's blood and cum." It's like on the door. He steps in, and he's like, "Ah, gross."
Here comes the humor.
Yeah, yes. uh,
So
no.
this issue hurt me.
I'm just like,
It
hey, he's like me and this fat hamster. Then Christ.
This issue touched me in the no place. Um,
But go back though. Go back and you notice something I didn't notice the first time reading.
what's that?
Go back to the last page, second to last page.
Second to last page?
Look what the guy's reading up there. Wink material.
Uh, well,
So yeah, so keep that in your
yeah.
mind when we get to the next couple issues.
Uh,
Yeah, I agree though. This is heartbreaking with Annie and all that stuff, and just because I wonder like
I liked the issue. It started off in the reveal of Butcher killing Vasily here. It was kind of expected. The way they played the scene out, like you can hear a voice talking to him. He's like lying on the ground, all like beat up, and you just hear a voice talking to him, and you're not sure who it is. Like when it's revealed to be Butcher, you're like, okay, that totally makes sense, and maybe some people would have caught that. I really wasn't sure. The book doesn't like lead you to believe that.
well,
And
we
you
know
get this
somebody killed
nice,
Mallory. Remember?
yeah. But I mean, but Vasily was like his friend.
I
Like I
know,
mean,
but
and
he's stupid though.
so that was like what? And so you're like, oh damn, Butcher really is a butcher. And get the news reports of all that. This was a really good way as Huey's walking through to just sort of like get some exposition of like all the events because it's been a year since the last issue, and so it's like the fallout of everything. So that was really cool, I thought. And I really did enjoy this line here where like Butcher kind of beats him to the punch and is like, oh, like before they can tell him like, hey, we're leaving. He's like, yeah, take a vacation, and then he like catches Huey and like gives him this promotion and stuff, which of course pits him against the rest of the boys and everything, and it's kind of sets off MM, but then he kind of calms MM down. He's like, look, man, who cares? Like, you're not going to be saluting him, like, and as long as you're getting results, it's just you know, you didn't need a promotion like Huey kind of did. It was just really cool. But then I turn this page and I get to Annie, and the first thing is like, "What do you mean you're leaving?" He doesn't beat around the bush at all. And this two page like just was like a sucker punch to the gut because I love Annie. Like Garth Ennis has spent so much time writing her as like the perfect woman. Like
And not giving up on them. Where
yeah,
it,
not giving up and all this stuff. And so Rhaegar accused me of not explaining my sentimental attachment. So I have lots of different sentimental attachments, not just one. But one of the main ones is I feel a little bit like Huey, and no more than in this particular scene. I was with my ex for 17 years, and she gave up on me. And very much this line here, "What about you found me?" Maybe it's just a line. Now, it wasn't verbatim like that, but very much like that. The same kind of response of like, well, like the whole yeah, just how women can change and be like, I don't know, man. I used to have a coworker when I was in my 20s who said he had this mantra and he was like, the greatest lie ever told was when a woman says I'll love you forever. And I was like, man, that's jaded. That's like, and I was in my early 20s, so and he was older, like he was in his 30s and stuff. And I was like, ugh. And I just kind of took it light. And it's like that. Like, and
I,
and when this happened, because I was thought I was with the love of my life. Like I was gonna grow old and die with this woman. And when they can flip a switch and this is the whole time I'm like why I agonized in previous issues about Huey and just be like, you moron. Like, what are you doing? Because I've been there. And he has this woman is like, I'm like, you need to get off you're gonna, and then sure enough, and I think the reason why this hit me so hard is because Garth didn't take the easy way out. He didn't have Annie just be a fairy tale princess that's not real. And as I was so mad when I read this, I almost stopped reading. I almost texted you RDV and was like, dude, I can't do tonight because I don't want to. Like, I'm not even sure I want to finish the series. I was mad. And not mad because the book was bad, but mad because it triggered me. Like, it hit a personal space and I was like, this is not enjoyable to me anymore. But I shoved it down into a pit in my stomach and kept reading and got over it. It's not Garth's fault of what happened in my life.
you didn't step in that though. Then after the breakup. So.
I'd rather step in that. But
Yeah. So
sometimes good
yeah.
writing is because it's able to hit home. And there's more to the
So
story, so I was like, I gotta finish it. I got this far.
so I want to. I forgot to point it out. He gets a text. We got a text from Vass. That's the key thing. So
Yeah, he got a text from Vass. And he's like,
at the-
what's that? Not even a word, Vass. Like this is um he's like, Jesus. So he doesn't understand. There's a little bit of a mystery there. Um
he's
so
like,
yeah,
he's like, at least I still got you, Jamie. Come on, get back in your wheel now. You're keen to be losing weight. Like the hamster starts running on the wheel.
the one thing that bothered me, I don't know if it bothered me, never it kind of did bother me, was Huey doesn't actually look that torn up, right? I get this page,
He's
like
not. He's not
I'm more
balling
torn up for Huey than Huey's torn up for himself.
because he's not
Um,
crying.
I doesn't even necessarily have to be crying, but he's just like, I don't know, maybe it's because he's in shock. Some people could just be in denial when you get like really terrible news. You just like shut down and just move on. Like you just so maybe that's what's going on. But like, as I was reading this, I almost became like mad for Huey to be like, dude, you don't deserve her. Like you're not even like trying. Like you're just like, oh, you're gone. Okay, you're gone. See ya. You're almost making her right. You're making me sympathize with her, and I don't sympathize with her because of my own personal experiences. I almost like want to take it out on her because I'm like, how dare you? But anyways, it's a good three-dimensional character, and
It's also one of those things. How I mean, she was talking to Queen Maeve before Maeve died. It's like, oh, she's like, how much can I put up with this? I've done
mhm,
everything, and he doesn't care. He's more emotional than I am.
yeah.
It's like She
But
just feels like it's yeah.
the reason I
So
was mad is because Huey was making strides,
yeah.
right? And as he was making strides, that's when she gives up. That's when I'm like, "Oh, that's not when you do it." Your chance to give up was, like, back in Scotland when he was being a total ass.
Well, other,
You walk away
yeah.
then, we all understand. But then he finally starts coming around and making progress, and then you're like, "Yeah, no, I'm done with you, see ya." You're like, "What?" I was like, "What?"
Well, this is also more believable because there are women who do this.
Oh, no, I know, it is believable. Like I said, I fully recognize this is, like, a subjective triggering on my part, and in some weird way, like, bravo to Garth that you could write that, um, but I'm just admitting, like, I it affected me. Like, I was like it brought back a lot of my own personal pain, and I was like, we read these for enjoyment, right? Like, not to, like, wanna shoot ourselves.
I don't have the experience like you do, so
Yeah, 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 and I'm not suggesting anyone should. I'm just trying to be transparent as since we're talking to an audience what, was, and then Rhaegar also said, like, he didn't understand some of my attachments, but I have some real things in my life, and, that
he's
was a
got
similar.
emotional damage.
Yeah. So anyways, this particular now the rest of the issues, different, was just this one scene, and, I kinda see why Garth did it now that I've read the whole story, but, moving on, do you have anything you wanna say about this issue?
Like I said, the whole I would have threw the shoe out. Buy more shoes.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Ugh.
That's disgusting.
And yeah, like I said, as this plays, everything's connected with Garth Ennis too. So it's like that's the thing is I was like, finally, who can he answer? uh, but overall, yeah, this issue, the thing with Annie, but it really wasn't. It said like this didn't really hit me as much. This issue, this was kind of like at this point when I was reading, I was like, okay, you know, I'm sure I'm like he's gonna have a happy ending. If he doesn't, we'll see how it goes. But I was like, all right, deep breath. Next issue.
Next issue.
I'll let you talk about this one.
Alright, so we cut over to the legend, and, he's acting a little bit, erratic. He's talking and, just, "Canst thou not see 'twas thee created by Teknite?" And Huey's just kinda standing there, and, he's having a conversation about, like, their citizenship was revoked, the boys, that is, and he's gonna have to leave, and and then Legend asks him about Butcher, and he's like, "Yeah, even Butcher too, but, what are you gonna do?" And, Legend doesn't seem to, like, really be listening to him,
This
and
part
then
right here really blew me away.
yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. So we cut over to MM and he's with Janine and he's trying to talk to her. Now, he's never been a real father figure, and so he's kind of having some awkward moments. He's trying to be like he wants to be the dad, but he it's tough when you weren't actually there. You can't all of a sudden just be there and it's going to be just like, "Oh, fine." And so we now have this traumatized girl that we learn is only 12 years old.
Yeah,
I was like, "Oh my god, that makes the
because
porn
because
stuff even worse."
because he's got compound Venus genes when so when he conceived her.
Yeah.
Well, not and
She
also
had her
because
first period when she was 6, so she's, like, accelerated growth, and that's part
yeah,
of her
well,
trauma is because she became a woman at 6, essentially, and when all the other kids were, like, playing with toys and stuff, like, her dad wasn't there for her and so forth, and so her mom was, even though her mom was messed up. And so she's explaining, like, kinda like, "What am I supposed to do, dad?" Like, and he's trying to be understanding, but I don't she's almost, like, not liking that he's understanding because I think she also realizes what she did was so terrible. So there's really a no-win situation.
he
I think
wants him to yell at her,
yeah, she wants a dad
yeah,
that's gonna be that's like, "How dare you, blah, blah, blah," but at the same time, he understands, "Yeah, you are traumatized. I get it. Your mom I wasn't there, like, I was shit. and then that just, of course, fuels her own trauma because she realizes that she's angry about that. So, and it's like it's a really messed up situation, and then
Yeah,
she
she's like, it's not very easy with you pretending you don't know how we got here, or that I'm under fucking suspended sentence of death. It's like, what?
yeah, and he's like, yeah, what are you talking about? So we cut back to the legend, and he gets another text, or Huey does, while he's talking to Legend. And let's see. And Huey learns when Legend breaks the news that Vasily was killed. And and Huey's like, wait, but I got a text from him just yesterday or whatever. And it, he's not really like understanding. Um, and then there's a lot of like side talk about the boys and different things. And the text that Huey gets is T and the numbers 3 4, and then wait, what does it say? T34 AT Lenin. And it's all like one word. And he doesn't like understand. And Legend kind of breaks out. He's like, well, T34 is a tank model. Um, and then we cut over back to the MM discussion, and it's a voiceover, but we see Butcher at the mom's house, and that we hear MM's voice over. You're telling me you knew nothing about this? Or sorry, that's Janine's voiceover, and
And he's
then
like, yeah.
yeah, and then he's like, I know nothing. I don't know anything about this. She's like, really? And so we get some explanation about how he showed up and basically did what you see here in the picture.
Butcher pretty
um,
much killed everybody, including the
killed,
family, and then told
yeah,
her to stay away from MM.
and yeah, and so you see MM's face there. He's just like shocked. He knew nothing about this, and then he asks, "You did this shit in front of you?" And she explains, "It was all for my benefit, Dad. Don't you get that?" And then she explains like back in the early issues when she was like running off with those kids, and then Butcher has like word. You see here at the panel that's on the top right page. It's a flashback scene when Butcher has words with those kids, and basically tells her, she's lucky to have the father like him, and that was like a really cool issue, and that was like a cool moment for Butcher, I thought. But we didn't get the whole story, and now MM's kind of like learning that it's one thing to be stern and everything, but to like be killing people in front of your kid who's 12, it's like, and we just see MM starting getting pissed, like motherfucker, my goddamn daughter, mother. Um, and let's see. Um, Also,
Yeah, so
we cut back to Huey, and he's calling Monkey because the legend had told him, hey, because they're having problems, like they have to get out of the country because Rayner is now running for president. The CIA is not backing him anymore; is disbanding it. And he's like, well, I would call Monkey. He's like, why would I call Monkey? And Legend's like, well, it's the only contact you have. So Huey calls Monkey and talks to him the way Huey would talk to Monkey, and of course Monkey doesn't have the same fear of death, whatever that Butcher's instilled in him, and so Monkey like actually talks back to him, and then we see Huey's demeanor changed, um, and he starts getting fed up, and he just is basically snaps, and he's when Monkey says I'm hanging up now, and he's like, all right, Monkey, you want to play that way, and we start seeing Huey channeling his inner Butcher, and it's a cool thing. Like he really intimidates him, of course, over the phone.
yeah, he brings
But
over the bulldog. I love this. He's like, do you think a guy who got effed in the arse by a bulldog, and ended up cleaning monkey spunk out of his ears, do you think you're gonna get recommendation for the head of CIA? It's
yeah,
like what?
but he talks to him essentially the way Butcher would have,
I
and
know.
it gets a response. Like Monkey snaps in line, and then afterwards he just puts his phone away and then snaps back, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, did I just pull a Butcher?" And then we cut
Yep.
back to Legend, and he's sitting in bed, and he's got his little picture with him and Maeve, because remember, Legend got to be with Maeve.
Yep.
And then Butcher shows up, and um, Legend kind of sees the writing on the wall and goes for a gun, which of course doesn't work. And yeah, it's kind of over. And then Legend is kind of pleading and stuff, and he's just like, after all the time, after all this fucking time, um, and he's like, yeah, well, that's the breaks. And we get to see Legend kind of being humiliated before he goes. He's got no feet. I don't. I don't remember them explaining why. I guess his like feet got cut off. He's just got stumps.
I think they
Um,
did a couple of issues a couple story arcs ago. I just
I
remember.
I don't remember. But he's got. Oh come on, my thing is not. Oh,
He's
I don't know.
got shoes on there. Upper left, you can see it right now. Upper left
Hold on.
panel. Next to the
I think my iPad froze.
well, they can still see it.
Yeah, but I can't access it.
So they can still see it though.
Yeah, but I can't access. I can't turn the page.
I know, but I'm just saying. If you was looking right now, you see the picture of Queen Maeve, and then you look the upper left and you look the right by his bed. He's got little like prosthetic legs. He slides his stumps into.
Okay, there we go. I reset. So yeah, you see him like lose his dentures.
Yeah.
And it shows just like a humiliating moment. So not only
No,
does Legend go out, but he goes out like a
I
bitch.
I guess I can't. I don't understand why he kills him, but I think because he doesn't want him telling Huey or
We'll get to
working out that.
we'll get to that. Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
reason. Um, so we cut back to Huey in his little apartment, and he's feeding his little hamster. And we can see, through scenes like this, that Huey is still a gentle soul that he's trying to put together. So he's like Googling what T-34s and things like that. And we get these like cool flashbacks where the text is grayed out to kind of indicate to you. And he's remembering scenes. And these are all scenes from the previous books. Like it's not like a new flashback. We've actually experienced these. Um, which is cool because it's indicating like that Garth planted these earlier.
yep,
So he's explaining about how he was a tank commander and all that. And so Huey kind of puts it together like T34 at Lenin, and he's like, maybe it's like an email address. And so he figures it out, and he gets into the email, and he gets a message about, if you read this, I'm dead, and my worst fears are true. I'm sorry. He talks about if you click this link, and you'll see what I do. I don't have the heart to type. And so Huey sees something on the computer, and he's just like, "What?" And then he gets a call from MM, and he's like, "Oh yeah,
yeah,
when'd you get in?" He's like, "Oh right, because uh, I don't know what he's done to you, but I'm pretty sure I got you beat." like,
yeah.
and
So
so
yeah, I like the fact that Huey typed the email and got the automatic and got the automatic response from Vass. Like if you've seen this, I'm dead. And
yeah,
yeah, yeah. He says like I'm sorry for this cryptic bullshit, no, but I did not want to believe this thing. I set up to reach you fast as possible. It was all real. So click a link, you'll see what I do not. Yeah, and it's basically he has evidence of what's going on. He's like, I have holy shit. And yeah, this MM calls. Yeah, he tells him, as a lead on who what's going on, what's going on, everything.
that's kind of a clever thing. I've never thought about that, like setting up an automated response on an
Yeah,
email, so someone could like send you and then get yeah. I thought that was a pretty clever little device. Um, the big thing on here was that for me was that Butcher came for Legend. Um,
yeah.
because
That like
I
I said,
wasn't.
is he trying to spare Huey from finding out? Because I mean, obviously, eventually, with Mother Milkwood was going to find out eventually, you know.
Yeah,
But
I I I think that this scene here is well. Part of it is I think probably to help prevent Huey from finding out or learning things. Because remember, Legend was the one that kind of fed Huey some extra information, told him about Mallory and things like that.
yeah,
But also because I think Butcher's closing every loose end. And
True.
I think also this is important to
I
show
I
that Butcher's gone over the edge.
yeah, I
He's
can't tell if
become
he's
the
basically.
villain.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, my thought process is he trying to do? Is he killing everybody because he's gonna then kill himself? Is that what he's doing? Or, like, it's at this point he's out of his mind.
Yeah, he's killing everyone that had anything to do with Vought. It's not just about
Yep.
Soups.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So the Bloody Doors Off Part 3. Oh, by the way, I guess before I go to there, I should ask, did you have any things you wanted to comment on that
Well,
issue?
the legend thing was a big shock for me too, like that. And then yeah, the mother's milk, and that butcher killed her mother and did it in front of her and told her to stay away from. Like, I'm just from I'm thinking like that's unlike Butcher. Butcher would never do something like that. That's what I'm thinking. Butcher's kind of snap. He realized he has nothing to live for now. Homelander's dead. That was his goal, keeping him alive. Kept him going. He no longer has anything to strive for to now, and he's basically kind of like said, "Screw it." No, he wants to die. That's what I'm getting from this.
I think it's his he's what's that line from the Dark Knight? Um, you either die the
It's
hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
the villain. Yep, yep.
I think that's what's going on here. Um, all right, issue 68, The Bloody Doors Off Part 3.
All
Um,
right.
you want to go or you want me to keep going?
So whatever. I'll interject if I need to.
All right. Um, so, so we cut to the boys getting together and MM saying, it's time we face up to the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and we get like a little dark joke from Frenchie, and it is not my cock. And I love Garth's use of humor, like how he places it in just the right places.
That's a
Um,
female
yeah,
reaction.
reaction, yeah, just like, um, and so they're kind of all like discussing, right? Like, so MM obviously
I think
he's
she's
had this
laughing too.
experience, and they're discussing like what's going on, like, um, uh, let's see, yeah, and so yeah, Huey has to straighten him up, like, let's be serious. Um, let's see.
And now, before we get too closer, at top of right pane, he's like, "Oh, of course it is. I'm on Capitan. You call me, come running. We're here to serve." So he's still
Uh,
running the joke that he's like second in command.
all right, I'm just parsing through all the dialogue
Yeah,
here. So
yeah,
he
yeah,
basically says, Huey's like, he split us up and gave us time off and got you pissed off at me. And Huey's starting to put things together. And he's like, saying thank you. Like, I'm glad you guys came back because you all had time off. And,
says the
um,
legend's dead.
yeah,
And
he's right. And, so he explains about Vasily and remember that the Russian superheroes had that like special V,
yep,
and that the whole thing, it was like designed in a different way that it could be triggered with like a specific frequency, and that's how they blew up all the heroes that
yep.
like blew up their heads or whatever. Well, he says like Butcher's got like this, and he's got a whole load of it. Um, and anyway, so they're like, well, how much is it? And he says it's 118 metric tons. So when we cut over to Monkey and uh, basically, well, he gets a phone call and it is Monkey, and basically Monkey explains the answer to your question that you had last volume, which was what were the things on those missiles, and
Yep.
we get explained that they were basically uh, superheroes seeking devices
Yep.
that
I
were
figured as much.
specially
Yeah.
tuned to the frequency of something that the V does to you or whatever. And
Brain chemistry.
yeah, so
Yeah.
they were able to design these things. And it's actually like turned out to be like good. Thing, like that this
Yeah.
was able to be
Holmes. Yeah.
invented.
So it says it homes on the neurons.
Yeah.
in the Super Brains. That's crazy.
Um,
There's no escaping that. He's
so let's see. I guess I'm trying to. There's so much that the parsing through here. Um, and they're trying to piece things together, and they're starting to like, this has got to be Butcher essentially. Um, and they're trying to track it, and I guess he's importing it to the U.S. So they're trying to like, well, what airfields is it coming in? Is he using like CIA airfields or whatever? They can't figure out like where it's going and stuff. And but they are kind of realizing that he's going to use this stuff to kill like every soup on the planet. And
Yeah, says
let's see.
Mallory thought that Butcher made himself a war, self-sustaining, never-ending conflict. That's what he wanted to do. So he just keep on beating the crap out of superheroes forever. You know, and so yeah, they end up going. You know, talking more about that.
So
Continue.
MM asks at one point a question like, could he adapt this stuff to make it a bomb or whatever? And he's like, well, Butcher ain't no fucking biochemist, Huey. But then Huey says, no, but I think he's got one working for him. To which we're like, Vogelbaum. And remember, the whole thing about Vogelbaum was that he was supposed to be killed, but then he got left alive, and or he was supposed to commit suicide or whatever. And it turned out that was bullshit. But then they were like, well, yeah, but Mallory told me that Butcher tore his throat out. And we go back to that issue, and I remember I commented to you specifically. I was like, I didn't like how the art like had him like spitting out something, and it was like, I'm like, what is that? Well, it turns out
Yeah.
it was supposed to be like his throat. They talk about here how Huey's like
Mhm.
he tore his throat out with his teeth, and then so now we know that red blob was supposed to be that. But now they're like kind of doubting like, is Vogelbaum alive? And then we see the female raise her hand, and um, let's
She has
see.
no idea, and like, and yeah,
And
she
she says,
says
"Are
like,
you all right? Yeah, are you all right?" And it looks like she's shaking her head. And we kind of cut off from that. We're like, "Oh, okay, what's going on there?" And it's Garth and his typical mo. Like just when the scene
yeah,
is getting like, "Oh, we got to cut."
yeah, you went too
Um,
far ahead. You skipped the page.
did I skip a page? I'm sorry.
There you
Oh,
go.
never mind.
Yeah,
It's iPads. Anyways, I'm not gonna get into that. Uh,
yeah. Remember, she doesn't want to do any more violence, but then they're like, "Oh, do you want to?" Well, he's like, "Hey, don't worry about it. We'll go have a burger, talk about somewhere." And then she's like, "I hate mean people."
yes, I can't believe I forgot this because this is like my favorite scene of this book. Yeah, and Huey's like, "It's okay." They kind of like playing understanding, and they're all walking away. Yeah, and you hear, "I hate mean people." She speaks, and then the final panel is the four of us. Then, so the boys are united. We cut back to the office, and they discover the computer, Butcher's computer's been wiped, and so MM's there, and he's on the phone talking to him, and Butcher shows up. He's like, "Why ain't you in L.A. sorting out your kid?" And but MM responds, "Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that. I thought I put the fear in God in her and was supposed to tell you anything about it. We're gonna have to talk about that too." And MM's like taking off his shades, and it's like the two big badasses of the group facing off. And man, the tension on this was for me was palpable. I know I'm just kind of synopsizing it here, but when you're reading this, it's just like, oh fuck, shit's about to
Something's
go
gonna happen.
down.
We've seen them fight before. Uh, we know that Butcher is he doesn't care about anybody really now. He's not in his right mind. Mother Milk, MM is just like I wouldn't say he'd kill Butcher, but I mean Butcher's not in his right mind. Butcher's the point where he'll defend himself if he has to.
So MM says, "We really doing this, huh?" And Butcher's like, "I really am." But he's like, "I tell you the truth, I thought I was gonna be dead at the White House, blah blah." And MM's like, "Where does this leave us?" And Butcher just has this sort of like semi crazy look on his face, like he's just like gives no shits. Also, like it's like, "Well, if you want, you can still walk away." And then, as I was describing, just when you think, then he cuts.
Yeah.
This one's legit; it's a real cut. We see protests at the White House because people are upset about corporations and the VOT and the soups and all this stuff. And we see Bradley. She's trying to get in, and
I
one
would switch
person
to
lunges at her.
one page. So when we get to that page, it's more. There you go. To build a suspense because then you see how we saw it. There you go.
And she gets in, and we see Stillwell. She's like, "Are you all right?" And tries to comfort her, which is, these guys are both kind of like on the spectrum almost. Like they don't have any emotion, so it's kind of like weird seeing their relationship. Kind of reminds me, for anyone that, like, if you ever did you ever um watch like Cheers?
Kind of.
And
Not all the
what
time,
was the
but
relationship between God, there was
Ted
that one.
Danson.
No, there was it was like but Frasier, and then there was the other girl who was just like robotic. Anyways, it's been so long I forgot who they were.
The one that worked at the bar. The sarcastic one?
No, she was like the lawyer. Like she
His
was like
ex-wife,
Janine from
Lillian?
Ghostbusters. Or maybe I'm thinking of Janine. Maybe I'm thinking of Like, I'll use that as example. Janine and Egon.
What
Kind
do
of
you
reminds me of
want?
that. Where they're just like no human emotions, but they have like a romance. That's kind of what these two remind me of. Um, and then we cut back to the boys'
Lilith, the
headquarters.
wife, was the one that had it was robotic. His wife.
Lilith,
Fraser's wife.
yes, yes. Um, so
Yeah,
um,
these guys are fighting, man, and I'm like, no, we seen
yeah,
what you done to the legend. We know you're gonna not fight fair.
and it's like, oh Jesus. Yeah, we know Butcher's tough, but we know MM's supposed to be the toughest of the group.
Nobody
Um,
says is what Butcher says, at that bottom part. It's
yeah,
like,
I did have. Well, he's like, oh Jesus, I did have one idea. I was gonna nip up and take care of your mom just before I got the ball rolling to make sure you ran out of magic potion. Too late now. How come you didn't? 'Cause you looking for a fair fight? 'Cause it's your mom, you dozy twat. Fuck you. And they're just fighting, and
eat a
Butcher doesn't fight
groin.
fair. Um
Yep.
and MM gets some licks in, and he's just like, "Why? I can't believe why are you doing this?" He's like, I know, you're the best mate a cunt like me could hope for. I don't deserve uh to fucking know you." And then Butcher pulls out a grenade and
Yeah,
then just
that
shoves
was.
it in MM's face and blows up. And I was like,
He's.
"What?"
Oh, I know. And then he smothers
And then
him
Butcher says, "But I ain't got no mates." Yeah, and
and just
smothers him because
murders.
MM's still alive. Like
Yeah,
MM is a soup. Unlike the series, MM is a soup. And
but it
that's
has a
why
healing factor. Mickey has a healing factor at all. That's the thing.
well, maybe not, but my point is that's why he could survive a grenade to the face.
Yeah,
He's still alive, and so Butcher smothers him until he dies, and then he,
this gutted me. The whole Annie
yes,
thing, I'm fine with this. This is what gutted me. I was like, dude, one of the most noblest guys on the team.
yep.
You know, a guy who just reconnected with his daughter.
This didn't gut me because I knew Butcher was bad,
Well, I know, but
like always. Like I didn't
I
think he
always
would
knew,
turn
but
on
yeah,
his friends, but at the same time, he's not a
I
noble
didn't.
person. Like he does
I
bad shit.
and this is the thing. I did not think that MM was gonna die.
Yeah, I didn't
Damn you,
either.
Butcher. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
I thought maybe
not
they
only does MM die, but he dies fighting Butcher.
horrific and a horrific death too,
Yeah, yeah, and
right
this
to the
the
face.
great page return. They're fist fighting. He's like, and then Butcher's even admitting like, "You're the best mate I could have. I don't deserve to fucking know you." And just like that pop the grenade, and you're like, "Not, no, no, no." It's like, damn, and Butcher. That's the thing. Like Butcher never fights fair, right? He's always
Yeah,
got the thing that he needs for the fight. Um,
yeah,
and yeah,
it is just a horrible, horrible thing. Oh,
So I don't know if there's
I,
really anything to say. This was I was like you. It
I
was
was
a
I
gut
was
punch.
gutted that part. That was only issue 3 of 6.
I
So
really
the 6 issues
my
there.
favorite part of this book was this page here when you know she says something for the first time. You know,
Well,
I
not
hate.
the first time.
Well, she said "ha," but that I don't know if that's really like speaking. This is the first time she's spoke a sentence.
Yeah.
Um, and it's I hate mean people, and they they kind of need her, like you know they're like you don't want to like you don't have to go up against and he says, "Oh, Hen, it's rough, like, but we really need you. I think you know what it is. If you set something off or whatever, it's awful. A lot of folk might be dead." Um,
I think what it was is she was hesitant for it because she didn't want. Well, remember, Frenchie almost died
yep.
last time we fought. So, but she, Frenchie's gonna. She realized that Frenchie's gonna fight without her regardless. So she says, her job was to protect Frenchie, and they're gonna fight together.
Yeah, no, and what I liked about this is it's a misinterpretation of what's going on. I think she's shaking her head not because she doesn't want to help. She's shaking her head because she's so disappointed in Butcher, right? Like
Yeah.
and they're interpreting it as like she doesn't want to help, and even Frenchie's like, "Oh, she's made so much progress, you know, perhaps in light of what we face, we asked too much." And then MM's like, "Shit, if anyone deserves to walk away, it's her." So they're all kind of like thinking about her feelings. And she's like sitting there shaking her head, but what she's shaking her head at is Butcher. She knows like Butcher's bad. And that's why you flip the
Much.
page and she's like, "I
And she
hate
just.
mean people." And you're like, and then they all
Yeah.
smile because she's with them. And I was like, "Yeah, you go, girl." Like I love the female. Like, and this was her chance to like shine. Like she's not shying away from the fight, and she's not shying away from having to deal with Butcher. She doesn't like it. She just can't verbalize it. So I loved. I wasn't. I was. I just love this scene. Anyways,
Yeah.
yeah,
Like I said, it's just, man, this gutted me, that ending. I was like, no. It's, oh.
man, Butcher, man.
And then I see this is like, I know where you're going, you son of you better not. It's like
the
and then
bloody
I was like, finally.
the bloody doors off part 4. We get to see little bound chicka wow wow between Stillwell and Bradley. They're doing a little hookup, and of course, she's reading the paper, and her face is in the paper, and she's like, "Oh man, I'm the face of this thing." And we cut over, and Huey's driving um out, and they're talking.
He gets a phone call from Frenchie.
Yeah, what were they talking about? They're talking about Rainer or something, and he's on his way to they figured out about a real estate deal or whatever. Like they figured out how to track down where they think Vogelbaum is. Um, and so we cut back. Frenchie's at the apartment. The authorities um, are there, because there was
Oh
explosion.
yeah, yeah. He says that we can't tell the CI or go public with this because then we'll be or we tell Rayner we're all gonna be wanted then.
Yeah, yeah, and then Huey's making the determination like it's got to be us. We can't rely on anyone else to do this precisely for what you just said. Like they can't tell
Yeah.
Rayner. Um, but yeah, because they'll all be wanted. So it's up left for them to deal with Butcher. Um, let's see. Am I missing something?
Oh,
Let's see. So he's explained to French he's up in New Hampshire. Um, and yeah, you can see
so the female
the
female
females being comforted or like by a female fire worker, and you can just see her fuming like because they yeah, this is where the site of MM dying.
Yeah, well, seeing someone who cared about you and stuff,
Yeah.
nice guy, yeah, family member in one
Yeah.
sense.
Um,
He was there when they rescued her.
so the side conversation is they're trying to still track down the shipments of the V. Um,
Mhm.
and they're speculating about different, are they using agency pilots, blah 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 blah. There's a lot of subtext and things going on. So this is where um, that's when they start talking about the real estate deal, and they
Going
figured
there
out
now.
there's a house that was sold by Mallory to. So, anyways,
Yeah.
so they think that Vogelbaum's there. So uh, Huey goes inside and he finds Vogelbaum dead. And as soon as he's in, his phone rings and it's Butcher, and it shocks him because um, he wasn't expecting it. And he's like, "Hello," and we hear Butcher on the other line. You ever been hit in the face, Huey? What? Good hard smack in the mouth. You ever had that? Well, one of the Gee Whiz fellows punched me. That was pretty. Nah, he was a cunt. I mean, really fucking hit, like a wallop that you know about. Get your attention. I can tell you, let you know where you stand. You look the other bloke in the eye, and fuck me. The two of you almost respect each other. And here's this Butcher basically just intimidating Huey. Um, and he knows that Huey really hasn't been a fight. Huey's kind of a soft. Um, and Huey's like, "Why are you doing this?" And Butcher's like, "Got to finish the job, Huey." But after all this time, I mean, for God's sakes. He tried to stop me. And then we hear, "How'd Vogelbaum look?" And it's like he knows that Huey's there. So that's a first clue. And then Butcher explains that whole. He's like, "I thought you tore out his throat." That blob that I complained about in the previous issues, we were like, "Oh, what the hell is that supposed to be?" Turns out it was a jam that he found in the fridge. Um, he's like bit his throat out for fuck's sake. He's like, and so that never happened. And so he's exploring the lab, and then Butcher knows he's in the lab. He's like, "You're fading out a bit. You down the lab, mate?" And again, it's like, how does he know what's going on? Um, and Butcher just keeps talking to him about everything that's going on, about his plans, um, and then tells him about the V. Now it's gonna explode, and then Huey's kind of confronting him. He's like, "Everyone's gonna die," and
I
he's
love
like,
how he's like, dude, why did you bring me into this if this is your plan all along?
"Yeah." And then Butcher's like, every soup dies. He's like, every human being, every living thing with even a hint of V in their systems, everyone. We kids, us. For fuck's sake, you're out of your mind. You're making self into a monster. I'm doing what has to be done, Huey. They're a stain on the world of fucking cancer. And Huey's like, no, they're just wankers, man. Like, um, and Huey's just like, what you're doing is like the Nazis killing the Jews. And Butcher's just like, nah, it's more like the Jews killing the Nazis, which it's kind of a good point, but also like misses the point that we only think that the Nazis killing the Jews is bad because the Nazis killed the Jews. If it had
Yep.
been reversed, we would be demonizing the Jews and just being like, man, those Jews committed genocide against the Germans. Like, they would
Yep.
still be the villain. We just think that they would have a right to only because history went that way. And that misses the point. Like,
Well,
it's not a.
that'd be like Jewish people today said they're gonna start killing all random Germans because
Exactly. Yeah,
well,
it doesn't right. It doesn't give you the right.
it's like, what?
It's like you don't get to become the villain, but Butcher can't realize that because he has become the villain.
He has no moral anymore. He lost his moral rock. Is you know,
And
yeah.
um so he's they're arguing back and forth. And Butcher says, when someone gives you a weapon, son, you use it. He's like, I don't know. All right. Try this one on for size. Or sorry, I don't know. I'll try this one for size. How do I know you're there? And Huey's like, huh? What? I'm standing here talking to you. No, Huey. How do I know you're there? And then Huey like dawns on like, oh shit, and he like looks around and he just squats down, like he's like, oh shit, like I'm Butcher knows like what the hell is like Butcher in the room. Um, and then of course we get the cut, and we're back at the butcher's off or the boy's office. And I hate it's so hard to read the Frenchy dialogue out loud. Just
E
reading,
le siete così polite per la femme,
I don't speak French.
all you are good for, quits excusas. Oh yeah, we. Do you really piss yourself? He's like, well, then you are not completely cowardly, as useless the man was dead and his notes were gone, and he can tell us nothing is not your fault. You had thought of it too late, but nothing of the kind occurred to me at all. It's just kind of like reassuring that Huey's like, it's not your fault. You and all of us, you're the one that thought of it. I didn't think of it, and stuff. You're putting two and two together, and then this is yeah. The whole thing is like he starts talking to her, and it's like I don't know, man. It's like I feel kind of almost like almost he feels guilty helping Butcher all along. Is like we've been doing his dirty work. You feel like you're being used and stuff.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
he make Frenchie says a line. I thought this was a fun, kind of a quaint little scene. We see female it come in and she holds a coaster, she puts it down, because he's being a heathen. He's not putting a coaster on the table, and you see like Frenchie's face is like, He has a conversation, and by the end of it, he's just looking a little distraught, and he says, "Did I help?" "Let me help," I said, and and smiled and gestured. "I helped you be a part of what we were, but did I help?" And we get the flashback of when he was trying to bring her in, like remember, because she was a monster,
then we go
and
into Born Again.
so he's like doubting. He was like he's perplexed because he feels like he wanted to help her all this time, and now he's not sure. Like, did he actually help anyone? And
Uh, Huey, man, Born Again. I got vibes from this. What happens next?
so yeah, Huey's walking in the snow with appears to be some groceries, and we hear shit. Mind your head, my son. And
You hear that? 2 minutes, 2 seconds left on the timer.
what
All the
timer?
C4. The
Oh
bomb.
yeah, so you're jumping ahead. So yeah, we cut back and we they're just sitting there. He's like, "Yeah, did you hear that?" And he uncovers a thing, and there's a big. That's a lot of C4. There's a shit ton.
And I was just like, no, please, come on.
And he flipped the page, and just looks, and she doesn't see it. Her back is turned. He's looking. He knows what's gonna happen. He flipped the page, and he just looks at her
From the first,
from the first, and then boom. Basically, what I interpreted that to mean was him basically like,
sheltering her from the news. So they're gonna let her die in peace.
well,
No
no,
matter
he was
what.
trying to say her like, I don't know what Je Tami is, but I kind of felt like he was basically like, from the
I love
first
you.
day I saw you, I loved you, like, you know. And she just looks, she doesn't totally understand, and then boom, and man, I think this hit me worse than MM,
I know.
because you're just like,
Because
her life is so unfair, right? You see her story, and she was just born a monster, and Frenchie was this war hero that's just suffering from all this PTSD, got screwed over by his ex. All like Frenchie's life has just been crazy. And then he's the one that rescues her. And all he cares about is, did he help her? Right? He's never asked
yeah,
anything in return. He's never demanded like she be his woman or anything. Like, he's just, did I do? And then he knows he only has 2 seconds to live. So it's like from the first. And so Maranya says it means I love you in French. So there we go. Is exactly how I'm interpreting it. Like, I loved you from the first. Like, and then that's all he gets. That's all both of them get.
yeah,
And
yeah.
it's like, it's heartbreaking. You're like, what? These people. Oh, and then, but I can see what Garth is doing. We'll get to it when I get to the end of the book. And so, boom, there's an explosion. We cut over to Huey, and he's on a car, so presumably he was caught in the blast, and he's
Yep. Well,
uh,
yeah, he's
flew
walking. It's
back
like I said.
and
So that's why I said it's like Born Again. Remember Matt Murdock walk into his apartment and it explodes.
oh, that Born Again. Okay,
Yep.
there's a lot. Born Again's been used for a lot of things. I wasn't putting two and two together.
I know, but it's yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So we hear some voice, or why'd you bring me into this? You know, if all you do all along, and we hear voiceover Butcher, because you're good at it, you like it, you've got a score to settle, you so want it, all that, and I always wanted a little brother. And these are flashbacks. These are the things that Butcher told him in the beginning. And then we hear everything he does or says or serves whatever he's got planned. He don't waste nothing. Not time, not words, not effort, not even a goddamn smile, Huey. And the thing about these lines is these lines are all in the earlier issues. Like everything you're
Yep.
reading here, it was all there. And you're like, holy shit. Like Butcher hearing these lines from Mallory, you're like, oh. Um, and it reminds me of the end of Sixth Sense. If you've seen the movie Sixth Sense, which I'm not going to spoil for you because it's got a great ending. But at the end, when it has the big reveal, Shyamalan, the filmmaker, he takes you back to previous parts of the movie and shows you like the things you missed. Potentially, you may have catch it. Hopefully, you don't catch it. It's better if you don't. But when you go and you're like, oh, it was there all along. Like the clues were there all along. You didn't know to look for them, so you didn't see them. And that's always a good trick of doing reveals. Is you put the clues right out in the open, but people don't see them, not because they're stupid, but you don't know that they're clues, so you don't interpret them as clues. And then later you go back and you think, oh, that's so clever. Like it was right there. But I like it, so uh, I'm giving the writer props. Um,
Like I
and
said, everything is connected.
everything is connected, yeah. And Huey's just recalling all this as he's like dazed on the car. Um, and we hear like, you really are hopeless, ain't you, Huey? Oh my fucking god, he says, I'm supposed to stop you. Um, and he's putting all these comments together, and then that's the next issue, so I'll stop here. All right, what do you got to say about this?
Like I said, man, Mother's Milk, his death hit me, but the female and Frenchie,
Oh,
there was no reason. There was no reason whatsoever. You know, was that butcher that afraid he had to kill them because he was afraid they're gonna come after them? You know, if anything, it's just like that's a coward's
so
way.
this tells me that he never intended to let MM live either.
Yeah,
But Butcher doesn't fight fair, so he probably was going to take MM out at a point where it was less risky. Because fighting MM head on, like
well, he
Butcher's not
said,
Butcher's not
he said,
afraid, but he's also smart. So like, why risk fighting MM head on if I don't have to? And it's
yeah,
just
he said I was originally gonna kill your mom, kill the
yeah,
source.
right. So yeah, it's just. And at the time, when you read the previous issue, you're like, oh, it just went down this way. It's like it was unintended. Butcher didn't intend, and it just things got out of hand, and Butcher had to
It's like a
kill
soldier who
MM.
it's a soldier when the war is over refuses to admit that the war is over and just keeps doing.
Yeah, so Garth
Yeah,
tricks you in the last issue to think that Butcher didn't really want to do that. He just kind of had to because MM stumbled in on it, and then they end up fighting. But then this issue shows you, no, he wanted to. It just was at the wrong timing, and we know that he's going to kill everybody. Um,
right.
and it's really important too because it works so well to sell you against Butcher because this has been the hero of the story the whole time.
Now they want you to hate Butcher.
Yeah, you got to convince the audience to go along on their journey to be like this
It's
guy that you've
just
been liking the whole time.
yeah,
You got to want him dead, And so you have to put the audience through these paces to legitimize the feelings of the other characters who are going to try to stop him, because otherwise you're divided. You have to pick between family members, and that's not good. So I think that's why Garth writes it this way, is so that you can be just like, dude, Butcher's got to be stopped. And each issue progresses. First, it's like you kill Vasily. Oh, dude, I like Vasily. He was a nice Russian guy. But, he was still a Russian guy. Oh, you killed the legend? Oh, dude, the legend, though. Okay, but he was kind of tied in with Vought, so maybe. Oh, dude, you killed MM. Yeah, but MM did fight you, and you had to fight. You defended. That's shitty. Like, you're a bad friend, but now it's here. It's like, nope, you killed in cold blood, and you killed the two like nicest people. And so like each one escalates in more and more severity to convince you that Butcher's got to be stopped.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I said, this is like, no, it's not what I want. And you know, to me, and I've kind of seen this from Garth Ennis before too. So I didn't think he would do it again in a comic book, but Jennifer Blood did the same thing. The mother got her revenge, but then once the family found out, she was screwed and she couldn't. She's trying to keep everything family together, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. You know, sad.
Issue 70.
Now I saw this cover, I was like, I don't even want to know.
Exactly.
I
Ex-
don't. I don't
like,
even
turn the
want to know.
page. The bloody doors off par 5.
Huey's all alone now. He doesn't have Annie to turn to. Everyone he knew is dead.
Yep. And he
Not
realizes that it's up to him, little wee
stop Butcher.
Huey, to stop the Butcher. Um, um, so he's getting checked out by paramedics, and we get a scene that's kind of reminiscent of 9/11. Um,
You know what
and
that hotel reminded me of? Of a
what?
John Wick hotel. Remember?
Oh yeah, That's actually a real building. I forget what the name of it is. It might be the
Oh,
Brown
it is.
Building.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a famous like landmark building in New York.
Okay.
Um, um, and so we see the fire department is like, is this? And then he's like, one for the PD. And they basically like, found a wallet. And they're like, man, listen, this guy's still in shock and everything. Is like, I don't care, give it back to him. And they realize basically that Huey's like someone really important. So they're like, oh, here you go, sir. Everything's done. They're just like, anything you need from us, you just let us know, because he's CIA. And he hears something that I think Frenchie had told him earlier about facing Butcher. He's like, he's gonna tear your arms off and put them in all the wrong sockets. And so Huey's like just slapping himself because he's intimidated. Like Huey's not a
He's
fighter, right? And
he's got
Butcher's
to
like
man himself up.
yeah, it's essentially
Psyche yourself up.
it's like the nerdiest kid like at school having to face like the toughest school
Well,
bully. Like
he's like,
Butcher,
ah, you're stronger than this.
yeah. And so he's slapping himself. Um and
He goes back to oh yeah, he's got these. Okay, so before we get any further, that scene you see him walking in, he's basically you see the picture on the floor. It's obviously children, a guy and a woman who's in the picture. Which right away, if you're not don't remember, is that mother milk, his mom.
uh-huh.
And when the last time we saw the origin story, she had she was kind of heavy set and stuff, and we kind of recognized the refrigerator and like stuff. There's a door down there on the left side, and that third panel.
Yep, that was the door that was bulging. And I remember I
And
asked that, pointed that out. I was like, why is that door bulging? Like, what's going
we
on?
we see, what? He's
My
like, what the hell?
boy. Yeah, he hears that, my boy, which was what we had heard coming from the door when MM
Hello,
was there.
my
My
boy.
boy. And he opens that door. That's where, and he gets all dark. And he's like, is anyone actually
I,
down here? And
I'm scared at this point. I was reading this.
then he trips on something. And it's my boy. And then we see the mom.
No.
Oh my goodness, my boy. And Huey's like, what? And then something wraps around him,
No.
and she's got tentacle breasts. And then Huey's like, oh, what? And he's like, oh, Jesus, we never talked about this. And then he opens his mouth, never tell anyone ever. And so,
Sword through
never
strength.
talked
Remember?
about
Yeah.
this. It clues you in that this was not a surprise encounter, that this was an arranged encounter. He just didn't know what he just thought his mom was going to be like normal person.
He probably
But
needs the more compound V.
he needs mother's milk.
Yep.
Remember, so what another thing we learn here is that's the source of mother's or MM's power.
Yeah.
We're led to believe before that MM had power, but he was sustained by his mother's milk.
We realized that he was basically getting with hookers, and because he was always sucking on their boobs. He just needed, but it turns out he needs his mom's, nobody else's.
Yes.
We thought
He needs breast milk, I think, to survive because he like wastes away. But his power, like his super strength and everything, he gets because Huey's getting it now. And so it's kind of ingenious actually. Like that's Huey's plan because he knows he has to face Butcher. So he's gonna
Yep.
power up and he has to go to Mother. It's like, oh, he's like
yeah. So Mrs. Crabtree has nothing on her. On South Park. Bless her.
So we cut back to Bradley and Stillwell, and she's taking some sort of medications, and she's stressed out, and like what are they gonna do? And then they're like, well, let's talk things, talk about it, and she's just like really worried, and so she suggests that they make a deal, and Stillwell's like, no. She's like, wait, listen to me. With what we know, no. Well, we could give them what they want, a monster, a villain, something to publicly. No. Jessica, we can't betray our corporation. Company loyalty, the principle that stands before and above all others. Vought American is the air that we breathe. It gives us life. And basically he goes on to he is a company man. He is owned by the corporation. Like this guy, he might as well be a robot. And he's like, look, we've given our testimony. They haven't been able to shake us, but he's basically like, look, take my hand, take heart. It's gonna be okay. He stares at her in the eye, and then we cut back to the apartment. He's like, Mr. Potamus? Oh,
remember we saw him walk in with the nudie make?
Yep. He's like, what are you? Shit, oh my God, you're the door wanker. So the mystery of the door wanker has been solved. And it's like, man, that ain't my fault. The dude paid me. He's like, paid you? Who paid you? And he basically explains that Butcher paid him.
British. Yeah.
And he's like, what the hell? And he's like, but you're trying to, he explains to him, he's trying to drive you out. Butcher didn't want him living there. And so he paid the guy to do this to hope that Huey would be like, oh, it's a shithole. I need to move away. And then he's like, why is there blood in thing? He's like, ain't there supposed to be? You're just like, what? And so we see Huey now laying in his bed and he's talking to the hamster and he's like, I can't stop him, Jamie.
He's on the floor.
Or maybe he's he's on the floor, sorry. I looked at it too quickly. It looks kind of like a bed.
Is that your bed?
Yeah. No, if you just look at that quickly, it looks like squared off like a bed. Anyways.
Yeah.
He's like, I mean, it's pure him, isn't it? Paying someone to fucking head the ball to do whatever, then just walking away, let the chaos descend on folk. And he's basically kind of like coming to terms, like, this is who Butcher is. Like we known this. Let's see. So he's like, I'll have to phone Monkey, turn it over to him. There's no way I can do this without MM and Frenchie. And if they do end up killing me, fuck it. Maybe I can just, about be that brave. And he calls Monkey, and Monkey's just like, look, whatever happened last night, what happened at the Flatiron, blah blah blah, and what's Butcher doing at the Empire State Building? And he was like, wait, what? What's going on? And then he explains, like, yeah, whenever you guys use your badge, like, it gets sent to me. Like, I know. And he's like, "What's the other thing you said about the Empire State Building?" He's like, "Oh, there's something going on. They evacuated." So now Huey knows um, that where Butcher is, and he's like, "Are the soups trying again? Is something going on?" And we hear voiceover from a flashback. Sometimes it is. Sometimes life is as big and mad and fucking widescreen as it deserves to be. Um, and then Huey's just kind of stunned. He leaves Monkey saying like, "Are you there? Are you there?" So we cut over to the Empire State Building, to which Huey shows up and flashes his badge and whatever, and gets what he wants, and tells them like, "Look, you guys do what you're doing. Like, you uh, don't stop. Carry on what we know until you hear from me." And he takes the elevator up. And if you've ever been on the Empire State Building, if you've never been and you ever find yourself to New York, make sure you go. It is really
Unless you're
freaking
def-
cool.
unless you're definitely afraid of heights.
Even if you are deathly afraid of heights, so
Just
um,
go, you'll be fine. No.
you will be. So the second to the last panel here, that's the viewing deck, and there's these bars. Like you can't. There's no way you would be able to fall over. Like the bars are designed to prevent people from climbing over. They got these like hooks that come back. This is exactly how I remember it. I went there like 30 years ago. Um, and but it's
Never you
really
did
cool
they o-
because it may not be the tallest building in the world, even though one time it was. I've been in the Sears Tower. It's called something else now, but which is taller, but it's not near as impressive because the viewing deck is all inside. So you're way up high, but it's harder. Like you don't have a sense of it when you're on the Empire State Building. The reason why it's so impressive to me is because you go outside. It's like being on the roof, and you can walk up to those bars, and you can't look straight down because the bars are there, but you have a way better sense of feeling up high, and you can feel the wind. You're looking over almost every building in New York, except for the World Trade Center, which is now gone, but they have the new building. I don't know how that, but New York is just a city of skyscrapers. It's one of the most impressive sights I've ever seen. Anyways, I'm just remembering that. If you ever find yourself, that's one of the places I'd recommend seeing. It's just really cool. But even in the viewing deck, there's like a tower that goes above it, and that's what you see in the next frame here. He's looking up, um, and I never got to go up there. I don't exactly know, but presumably that's where Butcher is. So he gets in another elevator and goes up even higher, and that's where he confronts Butcher. Um, and then Butcher just greets him and says, "All right, I I ken how much you love the place, so I thought you'd want one more last look before blowing it all to fuck." Sounds like some stupid bloody movie smashed down all the beautiful buildings because you like the way that they look when they fall. I mean, the city has no suffered enough. Um, nah, ain't none of those special surprise packages sent up locally, Huey. So he did these things where he's going to blow up the soups and everything, but he's saying I didn't do it local. Um, but he's here for the view, and he's got a detonator in his hand. And Huey says, "I'm meant to stop you. Is that it? Uh, would you mind telling me how in the name of God you came up with that?" And Butcher just kind of shrugs, like, I've been thinking about doing this for ages. Had half an idea that I had a chance of sticking a spanner in the works. I mean, it ain't that sort of thing to do lightly, wipe out the chunk of the human race. That's insane. Yeah, I know. I already got that feeling I get sometimes whenever I really fucking go for it. And they're just kind of going back and forth, and Huey's just like, "You're like a super villain." And the Butcher just like he's grinning, he's got that evil grin. He's like, now you're fighting dirty, Huey. Good for you. He's like, you're still scared of me, ain't you? Of course you are. You never could look me in the eye for all that long. Still can't. Can't even say me name. Yeah, there you are. And then Huey's starting to get angry, and he charges him. And he's like, Huey, don't be a cunt. He's like, but Huey closes his eyes. And Butcher just like, he doesn't even like hit Butcher. And this is like the ineptness of Huey, right? And he just like crashes through the window, to which like Butcher grabs his leg. Uh,
Yep.
and he's having to hold on, but there's the only thing to hold on to is a window shard, like a glass, like, and Butcher's like, ah, fuck, because through it all, Huey is the little brother that Butcher does want. He's a supervillain. He's whacked out of his gourd, but he
Yep.
doesn't actually have animosity towards Huey. And Huey's like holding on to his. He's like, "Fuck, Huey, that's my bad hand." And then Huey's, "Oh Jesus, don't let go." He's like, "Grab on in my hand," and and then Huey just starts, or Butcher starts to laugh. He's like, "What are you laughing for? After everything that's happened, you're saying sorry to me." And then the glass breaks, and then that's the end of that issue. Um,
Yeah, Butcher, his closest thing he had to a friend, more than he considered was basically he had Terror, but he also had Huey. Huey is, I don't know, the way he saw Huey, and then Huey is basically just someone he just got, like, he's been a psychopath his whole entire life. Even when he met Huey, so it's like it's like it is disturbing. It's like almost like he wanted Huey to become a protege,
no, he
no,
wanted Huey to become
or
the
just
little
like him
brother.
fucked up.
So I
Yeah,
didn't cover this, but I think it's important now. So the previous issue, one of the last lines, he's recalling talking to Mallory, and he asks him, "Was his brother younger or older?" "Born 2 years after he was. Those are the details I was able to glean before meeting him the first time, as well as the autopsy on his wife, which I read carefully and which left me thoroughly appalled. It's worth noting that there was no record of the assaults he committed continuing after he left the military, which either means he was very lucky or, I can't say for certain, but I suspect Rebecca Butcher was a special woman. It's possible that her death was one of two tragedies. One of two." And that's when Huey has got this epiphany where he's like, you are fucking hopeless, aren't you, Huey? And he's like, oh my God, I'm supposed to stop you. Huey is the replacement for his little brother. When he lost his little brother, he didn't have an anchor anymore,
yeah,
right? And
yeah.
I think Butcher, deep down in his brain, like mine, knows that he needs to be stopped. He needs something to hold him back. When he had Rebecca, he changed his life. Before Rebecca, he had his younger brother. He kind of like there. And that's where he's like, I need to be that. And so we fast forward back and all this happens. Butcher, I think, subconsciously wants Huey to stop him. I don't think Butcher truly wants to
Well,
do this, but
it's
he
like
can't
suicide.
stop himself.
I think he wants suicide by by cops, but suicide by Huey. That's because that's
Or
it
not
seems like.
necessarily suicide. He just, I think it's on some level, he just, I think what he wants is to not be Butcher, right? Like Rebecca convinced him like to not be Butcher anymore. Like the Butcher we know. He became, we saw in that one those issues, like he became a guy, like a regular human being, like living for life. And his brother, I think forestalled him from becoming Butcher because his dad was trying to like
Yeah, turn him into
turn him into that, and his brother kept him, like held him back.
brother Lenny.
Yeah, Lenny. And so I think Huey, um, I because here, I mean, he could just let Huey die, like, but he's saving him. Like he's even holding on to like a glass shard. His arm is around, and Huey's holding on. But Butcher doesn't want. It's clear Butcher doesn't want Huey to die. Um, and so I guess spoiler, we're on the next issue. Um, because the glass fell, they fall to the observation deck, and Huey's on those spikes. Um, yeah, you can see like you can't climb over those. And Huey's crying out, and we see Butcher on the ground. He's like, "You think that's bad? I can feel fuck all below my neck." So Butcher's paralyzed. The fall apparently broke his back, and he was crying out, "Ah, get me down, get me," And Butcher's like, snap the bar, you tit. What? It's like, that's what's holding you up there. Snap it. But it really hurts. It's gonna hurt a fuck sight more if you don't. And uh this is a scene, like, to me, that's just very analogous of like Butcher almost being the father figure, and Huey, like, it's just like Huey still being like a child, like the boy, and not grown up. And it's like Huey needs to be a man. And Butcher's not a great role model, but he is a man. And he falls down. He's like, "Oh fuck," and he's just complaining about the pain and stuff. And they're sitting there just too pathetic. And his phone's broken now. And they look and they see the detonator. And Butcher just cracks a smile and says, "Huh, lucky for you that landed on the wrong way up, isn't it?" Um, and Huey starts crying. And he's like, "Oh man, don't start with that." And he's like, "How could you, man? How could you do this? And I told you there's no point in going over it again. Just be grateful it bollocksed it up." "I'm not talking about that. Frenchie, and her. How could you? Fuck. I never wanted it to end that way. I thought I'd got you all the way out. You'd just die with everyone else, knowing nothing." So Butcher's plan was they would die, but they wouldn't know. Like, it would just get them, and they wouldn't be aware. Kind of like what happened to the female. Um, and he explains how Voss bled to death for like a half an hour, and Butcher's like, that poor guy, like, whatever. Um, and then Butcher explains, he's like, I killed my first man at 17. And he's like, I've done a lot more since then, and every time I get that feeling I told you about, it's like I'm watching from somewhere far away. It ain't like I don't know what's wrong, but it feels like a dream or something. And that's what lets me get the job done without worrying about it later. And so I think this is where Butcher is kind of explaining his psychosis. He doesn't have like a medical, you know, um, diagnosis about it, but it's like his own way of understanding. I think that Butcher has it's almost like he's got what's the term? It's not personality disorder. Yeah, borderline personality disorder, which some people can often call multiple personalities. I think that Butcher has basically PTSD from his father and created this sort of like distant version of himself, the one we saw that killed um what was the hero, Jupiter. Remember, night after Terror died, and how he just
Yeah,
like went crazy, and he's like, "I'm not here. I'm somewhere far away." Like, he created this. That's like the monster Butcher version that does all the horrific things, where the human Butcher side like stays back. And
locked up.
yeah, locked up. And I think that's what he's describing right now. Like, I do these things, and then I can't control myself. And I think that's the whole plan with Huey. It's like he knows that when he goes that way, he can't stop himself. And so that's why he needs Huey. Um, and so you can kind of almost see the look of contentment here. He's not upset that he's been foiled. He's like almost sort of relieved. Um, but Huey, of course, I don't think's put any of this together. He's just like, well, you're just like a monster. Um, and he said, so you planned this out right from the bloody start, man. Having someone, he's like, nah, it's just an idea at the back of me head. Sort of came together at the same time I was thinking about doing the soups. I read the file on you when I went to see Monkey, but it wasn't until I met you that I started to think, here, this could be him. You and your bleeding moral streak. But you were always telling me to toughen up and get used to hitting folk and everything. Yeah, but that was for survival. And I did a fuck sight more and just tell you. It was me that tipped off teenage kicks that had done you dirty in them, and I left you to do it with Swing Wing and all. And he and he was like, "What?" And none of it made a blinded difference. You stayed yourself no matter what I'd done. Fuck. I doubt you even liked killing A-Train all that much with what you were, after after the tosser for. And he's like, I fucking hated doing that. And Butch is like, there you are. I'd more or less given up on you stopping me at all. Do you know that? I was thinking the other day, shit, maybe I should have gone for someone more like myself. But then someone like me wouldn't want to stop me, would they? In the end, you're just like good Lenny was. Good little bloke who can't help but be reasonable. And he's like, I was gonna try and fight you. Like, I went to MM's mom and drank his milk. And Butcher's like, Jesus. He's like, but I even made a pig's ear of that, didn't I? Um, and it's yeah. So they're just basically having a conversation. I don't want to read the whole thing, but
Yeah.
they're like, basically, it's gonna take a while for like the police to show up because they use the magic word, which is terrorist. So they're gonna be up there for a while. So we cut over and
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
we see Bradley. I'm sorry, you want to interrupt?
I was just gonna say he basically says I'm the one who put the was together and I made Vagabond create the formula so we can take on the superheroes. I love him alive with that. He basically I orchestrated everything. He's what she's saying.
Yeah.
He admits, and like I love he was like, Jesus, where the frick where were the freaking cops? I said terrorists. That's the magic word. I reckon we'll be waiting a bit yet.
So we
So
cut over to
but
Bradley, and she's leaving a message, presumably to Stillwell. She's like, "Oh, call me
this
back. I don't know why
she
I haven't heard from you." Blah blah. And she sees the
yeah
news, breaking news, and then she drops her glass,
he
and
testifies
she
against
she
her.
she
Yeah.
unmutes, yeah, and she basically throws her under the bus. And we get lots of dialogue from the news thing. I won't read, but
Well, we knew, yeah, yeah.
the important thing is the flashback parts, which again, these were all in the comic before. Like this isn't like made up flashbacks now.
Yeah, he
That's why
led
I
her
love
on.
these. Yeah, these were there
Yeah,
before. And he's like, "You've had your eye on me for 9 years? You were waiting for me to reach a particular position, or?" And it's like, one of your appropriate position um, potential has indicated your educational blah 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 blah. And there's a line I'm looking for. Um, You'll be important for this company as any officer. And she's remembering these things, and she's just like
yeah,
freaking out, like, no. And then she starts like pulling her hair. Um, and where is it? And following on from that, considering some radical moves that you're going to be making are rumored to be, then the most sensible choice, at least from your point of view, would be a fall guy. And these are her words. She was speaking to
yep.
him like, "Oh, you're fall guy," and so she's tearing her hands out because that's exactly what it was. And you see that look on her face in the flashback. She was quite okay, like having fall guy. This is the evil of hypocrisy, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, you have a fall guy. But when she's the fall guy, look, she's pulling her hair out like, no, 'cause she realized it was her. He used her. And it's like, yeah, this is why anyone with any sort of moral compass, why we hate evil. This is the kind of villain, because these are the people that will happily do to you what they would refuse to have happen to them. And there's nothing more despicable than a hypocrite like this. Um, I don't know about you. That's one of my personal, just like I hate
Yeah,
hypocrites with a passion.
yep.
Um,
So I love how Butcher is like, and he's like, it's like, well, if you need anything on dirt on Raynor, he's like, he's like, I got it's there for you need it, or if he gives you any shit, and he basically confronts her. He's like, oh, you just for one way. He's like, well, not for her, for the memory, you didn't know her, Yui, but you don't know what what she may be into. And he's like, there's nothing you wouldn't do for your blondie. Could, you
yeah. So
know,
let me, if you don't mind, let me finish this up because
yeah, go ahead.
um, and Huey responds, I what? I know you're still seeing her, but how? Wild guess. Oh, you're not going to come up with all the sorts of horrible stuff about her, are you? Because I just don't think I have enough meanness in me to say awful things about your wife. I ain't going to say nothing horrible. Good. Turns out to be pretty much the exact opposite of what you said she was. Glad to hear it. You love her? I do. I really do. But I think I might be a bit late there because I fucked up things about as badly as I could. Well, then, you're a fucking knobhead, ain't you? Huh? Grab a hold of her, Huey. Wrap your arms around her. Breathe her in. Feel her strength inside your own. And never, ever, ever let her go. See, that was something Becky told me. I didn't quite get it at the time. But she said men without women, it wasn't a good idea, and she was right. Because all that macho shit, that gunfighter, dirty, hairy bullocks, it looks tasty, but in the end, it's fucking self defeating. It just leaves you with bodies and ditches and blokes and headfuls of broken glass. Men are only so much use, Huey. Men are boys. Oh, fuck. I just wish things. And then we see the helicopter light blinds them, and Butcher realizes, like, oh, fuck. He's like handicapped. He's like, you're going to have to kill me. And he was like, what? No, I can't do that. He's like, look, I don't mind going to prison, but I'm not going to be trapped in this body. He's like, he was like, you deserve it, but um, he's like, look, I might well do, but you're going to punish me. You could at least look me in the bloody eye, or you're going to leave it to some other cunt to do your dirty work. Um, Huey, no, Huey, no. And he's like, there's only the bloody two of us left. I ain't going to fucking put you down like a dog. And Butcher just stares at him. Yeah, you are, Huey. Because of Annie January. And Huey's like, oh, for fuck's sake, I thought you weren't going to start. And he's like, not the bird, Sunshine. I'm talking about your dad's boat. And we see the evil look on Butcher's eye. Yeah, he changed the name. That's how much he liked her. I spiked his head on the end of the tiller after I finished spreading your mum all over the kitchen. And he was like, what? Bollocks, fucking bollocks, no way. And then he's like, 7 Watkins Lane, last house on the right. I read your file, remember? You shouldn't have pissed me off about Mallory, my son. This was bang out of order. He shouldn't have done that. And he's just like basically telling his Huey, like, I
His worst
killed your
nightmares.
parents, all this stuff. And he's like, look at me. Fucking look at me. You know I'd done it. And Huey's like, fuck her. And it's like A-Train thing all over again. And he rips off that piece that was through his leg, and he just cunt, and he stabs Butcher through the chest. We get a moment where they look each other in the eye, and Butcher's kind of really nice one, mate. And then Huey's immediately picks up his phone. He calls, hello, Ma? And then Huey, hi, heck, it's Huey on the phone. And so Huey's relieved. His parents are alive. And we, as a reader, may have caught on before that, but he was egging Huey on to say what he needed to say to get
Yep.
Huey to pull the trigger, essentially. And that's Butcher for you. And that is the end. That's the end of the story.
Yeah.
The next issue is epilogue. So, what do you got to say?
Man, it's I didn't like Butcher becoming a villain. I understand, like, there's nothing for him to do. Like you said, maybe he could have came back from, but the fact that they had him kill MM and all that stuff and just that crap. Yeah, I don't know. Was this always the plan for him, as if they were trying to reveal? This is always he was gonna go out with him.
I think that Butcher, like I said, I think Butcher is Billy. So this will help. There's Billy, and then there's Butcher.
Butcher's who he recreated.
Butcher is the villain. Billy is the repressed personality that gets to come out sometimes. Like Rebecca pulled him out, right? Lenny let Billy. Lenny kept Butcher from forming, kept Billy as Billy. But when Lenny died, there was Butcher just took over. So I think the way I'm interpreting the story is that Butcher is the villain, but there was still like good, like the Billy side was there, and that Billy side was what created what you said in the chat there, fail safe. Like,
Yeah, yeah. Marani pointed it out. Yeah,
yeah,
he's,
like
he's
the contingent, like the Billy side was still there, not enough to be in full control because he gave that control over to Butcher. And we saw like the scenes like where he was in Argentina, like when he was in the military. Like Butcher is just a shell of a man. Um, and we get some glimpses like through this conversation, which I thought was really beautiful conversation actually, even though it's kind of horrific. And you can see, like the line where he's telling Huey, like, go be with Annie, like wrap your arms around her, breathe her in, feel her strength, inside your own, and never ever let her go. That to me was one of my favorite parts. Like Butcher he's got to pay his dues. Like he's done terrible things. He's bad, but he also got to do some good. So for me, like my personal take, yeah, I don't enjoy him being the villain, but I think it makes for a powerful story. And since it's only really happens in the final issues, you still get to enjoy all that time previous where Butcher wasn't, at least not perceptibly, the villain. And he kind of gets to go out with a little bit of redemption. And for me, the way I take it, like I said, he's not really fully in control. I don't I don't blame him. He's basically he's psychotic. He's insane. Um, and
I mean, Butcher didn't want to be left paralyzed either. Too. That's the worst thing can happen to you. Especially
right. And
him.
this is the way Butcher wanted. Like he went out the way he wanted to, and you can see that he actually has a smile on his face. Um,
He's going
he
to see his wife.
he's going to see his wife, and he's kind of like I think he's also proud of Huey. Like Huey finally became a man in a really kind of a little bit of a messed up way. That was the thing, right? That Huey always was a bit of a child, um, and now Huey is a man, and it sucked. I mean, he had to manipulate Huey one final time to get Huey to do the deed, but
Yeah.
also there was a bit of a mercy on Huey because this can ease a bit of Huey's conscience. Huey didn't have to just kill Butcher out of his own thing. He got to lie to Huey to put Huey in this rage so that Huey would do something that normally he wouldn't do. And so
Right.
hopefully it won't necessarily haunt him. He didn't have to change Huey. Huey can still walk away and he can be himself. Um yeah, I almost forgive the Annie stuff. And then of course you read this and it's like don't let her go tells me there's still hope, like that Huey hasn't fully lost Annie. We She was only lost for the time being, and I didn't like the way she ditched him, but it's unresolved. She's not gone. Clearly, these lines indicate that there's more to tell.
Sure.
So I love this issue. Actually, this whole volume really redeemed itself. It started off like a kick in the balls, and I was like, "Fuck this book," and then it it was hurtful. Like there was sucker like seeing die and everything. That all sucked, but it didn't make me mad because I knew it was for the greater good of the story, right? Like that drama. Sometimes things that you don't want to happen need to happen to make the story more powerful. If it was just all like everything's in a nice, neat bun and everyone lives and it's all happy, it wouldn't have felt like The Boys. It wouldn't have felt as authentic.
No.
What about you?
I like. Yeah, I felt everything that was done well in this. Honestly, from the very first issue we read, and the all the way back to volume 1, Garth Ennis, just like we always remember, we always talk about how we like people who world build and just call back to things. Kirkman does this. Cates does this. Garth Ennis doing this. It's just I love it when everything is connected together. Like and you can see the clues there. Yeah, perfect example. You brought up the what was that the movie talking about Bruce Willis movie Sixth Sense.
Oh yeah, Sixth Sense. Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, unless you're paying attention, it catches you off guard.
yeah.
This was kind of like the one thing I didn't know about I knew a few things I knew. I mean, I had spoiled the means for his Butcher's dead. I knew Butcher was going to die. I just didn't know why, what the reason, what the context was. I was like, oh, that sucks when I found out. But everything else caught me off. But I did know about what's her name. I could be betrayed by Stillwell. There's no way he was gonna like go. He used her. He seduced her. You know,
That was the one
he
thing,
groomed her in a sense. He did.
right? That was the
A lot.
one out of all these clues.
Yeah.
That was the one that I caught from the beginning. That conversation where she says, "Oh, you need a fall guy." When that
Yeah.
scene happened,
Yeah.
I was like,
Uh,
"Dude, you need to look in the mirror, bitch, because you're the fall guy." Like, I was like, I saw that. Now, I didn't necessarily know it was going to happen that way, but when it played out, I
yeah.
was like, "Oh, yep." I was thinking that when that happened. So that was the one that of all these that I did pick up on, but there was so many of these other ones where I was like, "Oh, damn. Oh, that was right there
Well,
and I didn't know."
I said issue 66 is what we started on.
Yeah.
That when you see the guy, he was going up to his door at the end before he steps in, so the door he steps in the pile of cum.
Yeah.
You see the guy with the magazine. I didn't notice the first time I read that, but when you started going through your kid, I saw that in the corner. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
wow, I missed that part. But the
Right.
second time looking, I was like, oh no, makes sense.
Right. And even then it's so unlikely for you to catch it because even if you did notice it,
It was so small font too.
tons of people read porn magazines, right?
True.
Just
It's a
because the
whole book
manager of
box.
the
Yeah.
hotel's reading a porn magazine doesn't mean he's the guy. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it'd be illogical for you to be like, "Oh, he must be the one because he's reading the porn magazine." Like, oh, it's like everyone reads porn magazines. Like we live in the world of the boys. Like it's debauchery everywhere.
Yeah, he got Huey is so was so messed up in the head. He's scared of Butcher. He's always been scared of Butcher because he's a Butcher. You see how he is, how he's smart, how he's violent. No fear. And Huey, in the moment, he's probably just so freaking out. Didn't even think about calling his parents before killing Butcher. You know, so yeah, he took advantage, and Butcher just easily manipulated him, which he kind of did throughout the series. You think about it.
Oh yeah, Butcher. Yeah, Butcher manipulated everybody.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, he took out Mallory, right?
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny
Uh,
because Butcher was manipulating everybody. Then we got a whole like story where Huey goes and visits Mallory,
yeah.
and then Mallory like explains like why he left the boys and how Butcher was manipulating everybody, like all these different things, and like he's always got a plan for this, and no, 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 no. And he
Yeah.
explains all this stuff, and you still walk away from that story going, "Oh, that's interesting that Butcher used to
I,
do that." And
I wonder how.
you don't think that he's doing it still. Like it's so great that Garth leads you like right,
So
he keeps it right in front of your face, but you still don't see it.
my question is, if the female and them or if like the female had survived, if what's the name had tossed her out the window, you know,
Oh man.
I mean, how different it would be if Frenchie or even the female didn't die in this, but and just I, I
Mm.
don't see I don't see Frenchie the type going after. I think them just kind of just leaving, at the end, just kind of leaving on their own. Like other things you could have seen like a happy ending with them again, them having kids. You know,
Uh,
L- l-
here's the thing though.
it just kills me.
I know. I know. You're
I like
supposed
happy
to.
endings.
You're supposed to have that emotional distraught, like that's part of the
And
power of the story. But
so
I
yeah,
think the story works better this way where Huey's the only one that lives, because Huey was the only one who deserves to live. That's the thing. Like, as much as I like Frenchie and the female as characters, they did a lot of bad things. They murdered a lot of people, and Huey was the only one. Like, even Butcher like comments, he's like, I even tried to like turn you, and you're still wouldn't stray from your morality. Like, you were just good to the core, essentially. And like, this is one of the things that was so hard. I've talked about this before, like where I couldn't watch the Boys TV show because I was like, everyone's just bad. And
Yeah.
and when Huey kills Lamplighter in the show, I was like, oh, now even Huey's bad. Like, I can't watch this. Everyone's just you know, just, what's the word? Uh,
Tainted.
yeah, they're tainted. I'm not.
Immoral. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just bad. The word I'm thinking of is, it's at the tip of my tongue, but I can't pull it. But basically, just they're bad people. Um
Immoral
and
people, I guess,
yeah, gosh, I can't think. It's like at the
assholes.
tip of my tongue.
They're all
Um,
assholes.
but it basically means like we're just broken, bad people.
Oh, they're all corrupted.
Yeah, there's a
They're
word
all
for it. And I was just hearing the word at church too. Like, we were just talking about like how man is. Uh,
deceitful,
no, no, like
sinful,
it's sinful. Yeah, it means like we're sinful, but why are we sinful? Because we're,
conceited.
what's the word? Whatever. We're just bad. It's like I can't. My vocabulary is limited right now.
Mine too. I keep it that way.
Yeah. Well. But anyways,
Too many
but
big words.
Huey
It pushes other
Huey
people aside.
has, you know, there's I needed there to be like a good person in the show. Like, I needed some level of morality, something that hold on to. And then the show, it didn't seem to do that until I gave it another chance, and then it pulled that way, and Starlight was introduced, and I was like, okay, here we go. Now, because I don't mind a tale of villains and bad people. I just don't want them to be the overall heroes. Like, I need
They're
someone to
are you,
root for.
they're all ungodly,
No, I think the word starts with a D. Um,
um, uh, depraved.
Depraved. Yes, thank you. Depravity is the word.
I had to look up sinful synonyms.
That was a good idea. Yeah. The
They're
boys,
all highly. Did you say they're all highly reprehensible?
yeah, the boys was full of depravity.
They're
And
plurable.
the TV show was like even more so. Like, everyone was depraved, and I was like, dude, I can't watch a show that's just 100% depravity. Like, it's not entertaining. I need at least one character to not be, so that I can at least hold on to. But in the comic book, Huey's even better than the Huey of the show. And he is that sort of moral compass.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Even Annie's kind of a little bit more of a, insufferable on the show versus the actual comic book.
Yeah,
And I'm curious of where this next season is going to go with that too.
I like
Because now
Annie
we
in
know. Well,
I like Annie in the show, but I like the Annie of the comic book way
well,
better.
definitely. To me, they're nicer people in the comic books versus the actual show.
Yeah.
But now that we know how the comic book ends, I'm really curious to see how they're going to end the show.
Yeah, that's really,
With
yeah.
Butcher and all that stuff, and Huey and all that stuff. It's just, I mean, wow, I don't know, man. And
Well,
then they're talking about
they
that.
can't do
Yeah.
the Black Noir storyline.
No, and that's what when I watched the show, I had known about the Black Noir line. I was like, how the heck are they gonna do? And then like, oh, they did that route, but but then it screws up everything else though.
Who
But not because
knows?
again, instead they're making the Homelander the Black Noir character
Yeah.
of the comics.
Yeah. I think they're gonna do something similar. They're just not gonna have Black Noir. They're just gonna have Butcher kill Homelander. Um, and
Well, they
then
got Soldier Boy in there. They changed him.
yeah,
Hey,
we'll see. We'll see if they make Butcher the villain like this and make Huey have to take him out.
so you like this?
Yeah.
All the superheroes going to shit.
So we do have an epilogue, and I know this is like there was like a 7-issue book, so there's a lot to go through. So I'll try to go through this
He's
fast. So 6 months
and
later, we
he,
see Huey on the roof
yeah.
catching some sunshine with his little hamster Jamie. Um, and he looks up in the sky. And the first time I saw this, I thought it was like a little fourth wall breaking. I thought he's like, "Oh, you load of winkers. You're never gonna know how close you came." I was like, "Is he talking to me?" And I was like, "Oh wait, he's looking up into the heroes." Um, and he's like, "All right, come on, Jamie, go in." And we see that they're rebuilding the Brooklyn Bridge, and there's some celebration because remember in this world the towers didn't fall on 9/11, the bridge, so
Oh
they
yeah,
rebuilt.
they're cheering because he got that's the last piece. Now it's completed.
Yep. So he's like, "Not bad, Yanks, not bad at all." And so he's just walking around New York, and he sees, there's like a plaque on the bridge, and
MF.
he
Yeah.
sees MM and Frenchie and
Well,
the female,
he put it
and
himself.
yeah, yeah. So he's like, "There you go, boys, that's you." And he sits down on a bench. Remember, that's kind of a big deal in this book. And is it?
Stillwell.
I'm thinking that's Stillwell, but because they're always changing artists, it's always
I know,
sometimes
right? I
confusing.
know.
But I believe I'm gonna interpret that as Stillwell, and they make conversation, and he's been following the election, and he's like, I was reading interviews of McCain and Obama anyway, blah blah.
Well, you know
And
why? Because the last artist, the last one, 71, wasn't even Derek Robinson. It was Russell Braun. So now Robinson's drawing again, and I think Robinson always draws them with the brown hair, not the blonde.
well, I don't think he colors. This is a different looking face
Yeah,
too,
yeah.
but
Well,
so they're having a conversation, and the Vots changed their name to American Consolidated. Huey questions that, and he's like, basically he's like, I don't see you on the books or whatever. It's like you're a consultant and whatever. So they're just having a bunch of BS, and he shows him um this V stuff, and and still was like, wait, what? Who cares about that? What do I care? And you give me some drugs, and he explains to him about the whole Russian V and all this stuff, and the whole plan of how they can just kill all the soups and everything. Basically, Butcher's plan. And now Huey has it. He's got all of it. And basically now Huey, he's manned up. This is not the old like timid Huey from before. You can see the way
this
it's
is
drawn
Butcher
too. Like
Huey.
even his face, he's confident, he's serious, and he's basically putting this Stillwell character, who we know is a badass, is the guy who could stand up to Homelander. Huey's able to stand up to him. Um, and let's see here. Um, he's basically telling Huey shouldn't get sentimental about this, um, about this is just business, and he's an expression of the corporation. And then he says something to Huey that triggers him. It's like, I'm the voice that says, "You're right, sue us," and never gets upset. Um, Now, remember, that's kind of what happened to Huey in the very beginning. Like, "Oh, what, we killed your girlfriend, but, sue us."
Yeah.
He's like, "You think you've won?" He's like, do you think you have?" Um, and he talks and he says to him, we're a registered trademarks. Like, you can kill me right now, but the company's going to keep going. And he was like, "Well, you can dress it up any way you want, that you're just doing business, whatever." Um, and and Stillwell kind of still disregards it, and basically threatens him. He's like, "You'll never sell soups to the U.S. military, with or without what I've got hanging over you. What will you do?" He's like, "Well, we'll do something else." And so we see um, Raynor's running the election, and she's
Oh yeah.
campaigning.
It was pointed out Pelosi is president.
Yeah, because
Remember?
she was Speaker of the House. So when the president and the vice president died, she became because
But she
that's
said she was just yeah. So basically, real quickly, she said it was gonna be a transitional thing. She's not gonna continue run as for president.
sure. It's all mean.
So,
That's all pointless. No, it's not really.
well, I do want to point out that this is my nightmare. Pelosi as president.
Sure, yeah,
I
that'd
mean,
be, that would be
Joe
bad.
Biden. Joe Biden is bad enough. Someone else, he's a puppet, but like Pelosi, who has her wits, or at least somewhat. Oof.
So
All right.
Rayner is campaigning. We see like she's going to try to be president, and as in the middle of her speech, all of a sudden the loudspeaker comes, "I'm a whore, I'm a whore, I'm a whore, I'm a
Well,
fucking
or
whore."
she's running for senator.
Oh, is it senator?
It's on a podium.
Oh, it is senator. You're right. I thought they were talking about president elections. I'm sitting here. Yeah, I don't even notice what it
Yeah.
says right in front of me. Okay, so she's running for senator, um, and on the loudspeaker it comes that basically these is all the lines that these are recorded lines that she said to Butcher. Um,
Yeah, but Butcher was already
and so
recording as he's having sex there.
Butcher recorded all this stuff, and she's like, "I'm a whore getting fucked by a pig," and so it's all just being broadcast now. And then a plane flies by with the banner, "Susan Rayner is a whore," and she's just like loses her shit. And
Remember, Butcher said, "Hey, I have a file in Rainer if you need it."
yeah,
Yeah.
and so obviously Butcher didn't do this. This is Huey. This is now top man Huey being in charge. And Huey's talking to Monkey now. You're a nasty wee man, aren't you, Monkey? Then maybe again you should have seen sense in just confirming your promotion. Um, you're welcome for the passport, by the way. So he's basically it's all wrapping up stuff. So that's where Monkey
He made a deal with
is off.
Monkey,
He made a deal, yeah.
yeah.
So we go back to AC now because they remember VOD American's gone. It's now American Consolidated. And this is always what happens. Like I love
Yep.
this because this is so like corporations change their name all the time, and then like we forget like, oh, they're not evil anymore because they change. This is
Oh,
totally true.
that was Kingpin. Remember the corporation, the shell corporations they had in the Daredevil Netflix?
Well, no, just
Same
look in
thing.
real life.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
There was a reason why AT&T didn't exist for a long time, because AT&T was so bad it had to be broken up by the government, and then the name just became such shit. Like it became so tainted that the different broken up companies all just call themselves something different. And then decades went by, and then AT&T kind of reborn, and AT&T then bought out MCI
Yep,
and
all the
everything. And
corporation,
then now AT&T's back, and I'm like, why are people like cool? Like I'm like, you have an AT&T phone? Like what? Did you? And people just don't. They're just short memories. Like, oh, AT&T's great. I'm like,
I use them
evil.
for internet only because time or Spectrum sucks for internet.
Yeah.
So I'm forced to use AT&T.
Yeah. Hopefully an option will come available someday. Anyways, back to AC here. So it's like business as usual. And they're reforming the teams. We see Stillwell's getting escorted through the building. They're describing him like, oh, what we did, and da 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 da. And he's like, we're thinking of simply calling them True. They're all dressed in white, and they're all like, the middle management guys. Like they're all pleased with themselves. And then Stillwell looks, is like, that one has an erection. You can see the dude, the dude squatting there in the front.
Do you see the guy in the back who has a hood?
Yeah,
it's the Deep, but he has a hood.
I haven't got there yet. You always jump ahead.
So well, it's on the page they're looking at. The guy's at an erection. He's right there. Where look up.
Yeah, but we don't know that's the Deep.
Well, I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a Deep or not. I'm just assuming
it looks. The next panel, he's like, that one's suffering some kind of withdrawal symptoms, and that one is plainly the Deep. And they were like, oh yeah, well, that was experimental various behavioral inhibitors. So they were experimenting with these behavior things, which apparently they say made the resurrection process look good. And so I was like, you're gonna have to start again. And they're like, what? But with what? Something that isn't the same old shit dressed up. And so basically, like, yeah, Stillwell's kind of changed in some ways, and I think it's because Huey actually is in control. I think that's what we're trying to establish here is that not that Stillwell's a better man per se, but like Huey's in control, and he's staring out
He
the
doesn't want
window
to.
and he's thinking, and
Yeah.
he's just like bad product.
Well, I thought it was cool because Stillwell was like he's pretty much done with it. Remember he said he was done with the superheroes. I'm done babysitting. Don't want to deal with another Homelander and all that crap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
So
he
he's
but
yeah.
but 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 Huey put him on notice. He cannot do the military like that. They remember
Yeah.
I didn't cover it in so much detail, but their dialogue back and forth was, oh, what are you gonna do? Like, you're gonna kill every soup just because we make some superheroes? Like, no. But one thing, the line is military. You cross that, and then I fucking pull the trigger. So that's what he kind of did. Is like they almost have like a compromise. Like you can still have your soups, and you can do the things, but you're not one soup in the military. And I have the trigger to end it all. And so Stillwell, he can't like he what's he gonna do? And maybe
Yeah.
in the future something will change, but as of right now, Huey's got his number. Um, and so
I
we
just I
cut
just thought it was cool. I'll just say this real quickly. I like the fact that Huey's holding a little bag of meth and he's shaved head. He kind of looks like Walter White.
right. Yeah, that's true. And so we see now Huey's I don't know where he's at, somewhere in New York. I think it's so at the bridge. And all of a sudden someone comes up from behind. It's Annie clearly, and she's like, "Say Jings for me." And she's got a smile on her face, and Huey embraces her, and he's like, "Oh God, oh God." And they got a nice bit of dialogue here. "God, oh God, I was a wee bit scared you'd no come. You Bambot, after everything you told me on the phone? Oh God." And I like that too. They don't really sum up everything. You get nice, quick, concise. Okay, they must have had a long phone conversation. He must have opened up. That's fine. We don't need to see it all. And they have a nice little bit of friendly banter about
The
cultural
vampire. I love it.
appropriation.
I love it.
Um,
It's my word.
yeah, and it's just really good fun, and it was nice to see them like like whole again, like healthy. Um, and he basically says like I'm done. And basically I'm done with all like that past. He's like now he's committing to be with her, and Annie asks him about Butcher, which she only knows as the guy in charge, and responds he's in hell, kicking the fuck out of the devil, and now I never want to talk about him again. And he explains that we're lucky that they like kind of like live through this, and that just he basically says everything that's happened, and and that he's the guy who loves Annie January. She responds that she's the guy that loves him, or the girl, not the guy. And
Yeah, and he basically says the park's kind of tainted now. This will be our new spot for the bridge.
yeah, and she says she'd like that, and they like to be our place. Come on, and then they do the little twirl, which is the very beginning of The Boys. That's what he was doing with his
Well,
girlfriend,
yep,
and all of a sudden he gets a moment of panic, a moment of terror,
yep.
and she just sees it and she smiles and she says,
It's
"It's
okay.
okay, Huey. It's okay. You found me." And the end. And so this was the saving grace of the book. That beginning, I was like, I don't want to fucking read this because I'm triggered. I was like, I get my happy ending, and I
Yeah.
honestly I didn't need it because I got past it. Like I'm okay. Um, I don't want to say unlike RDV, but I know you were really wanting happy. I'm okay sometimes with like downer endings, especially in a book
I
like
want,
this.
if I don't want a happy ending, I'll just watch any horror movie that's out right now. It's
Well,
like,
it's okay to want happy endings. I'm just saying like I appreciate sometimes that the happy ending isn't always the right ending. Sometimes
if he didn't, I would honestly, if he didn't end up with her, I would have hated the ending because
I can
all
see
that
that.
shit, yeah.
I can see that, but as long as it was ambiguous, like if it would have ended on the last issue, I would have been okay because in my mind, I would be like, "Oh, it's still not over. Like she's still out there and they can be together. Like the book hasn't been closed. As long as there was nothing saying, nope, the end, she's never with him again. That would be terrible. But if you
Or
could, you,
she's moved on with a new guy.
yeah. But if you leave it open ended, where it's like Butcher's like, oh, go out there and get her, the end. You're like, oh, okay. In my mind, Huey
Yep.
goes and finds her, and they live happily. Like they just don't show it. That I would be fine with an
So
ending like that.
so that ended in 2012. That's when the last issue was. The next follow up to that was Dear Becky, which came out in 2020. Now, as far as I know, there's nothing in between that, a gap,
No,
like those
there's not.
years.
Dear Becky is
Is an 8-issue thing, and it's Russell Braun does the art. So
wow, what a ride.
yup. Like I said, Walking Dead and The Boys, they're up there, the same level for me.
Yeah, this was fantastic. Like this, man, this is one of the best comic runs I've read. It has so many ups and downs and funny moments and tragedy. Um, it's not perfect. I obviously I think some of the art. I wish the art could have been top notch the whole way.
Right?
I think now with the success, that they've had with the boys in the TV show, he probably could do that. But at the time, like, no, who knew what the boys was? I had no
I
idea
get
what the boys was until the TV show.
Yeah, and the boy, Dear Becky is obviously their flashback. It's kind of like so I'm guessing it's a Butcher story. Um,
Yeah,
but I mean,
should
if they do more stuff though? I mean, there's. Do you feel there's anything in the series that we read that you still don't have answers to? Would you like to see more about? Maybe another
no,
character's
I think
backstory,
it's completely
or do
wrapped up. Like
because
I don't
we have.
I don't have any desire to see anything.
Well, I don't
I'm
know
not
who's.
saying that you can't do more story. There may be things that I'm not thinking about, but I'm saying as far as like, oh, I want to see what happens in about this thing. Like I don't have any feeling like that.
Well, for me, I personally would like to see 10 years down. I mean, Dear Becky obviously is. I guess it takes place from my little bit. If I remember the first issue, and it's not a spoiler, but it does continue. Um, Huey's and Annie's story a little bit. But there's a lot of, I guess there's some flashbacks to basically Butcher, his story too. But like I said, man, I mean, I would love to have a happy ending, and that's one of the things I liked about Garth Ennis' story is when you have like characters that die at the end stuff. The one main character survives and he's kind of tormented, like Constantine. He wrote that basically that he still sees all his friends, the ghosts of his friends, wherever he goes. So he's constantly tormented. You know. So I mean, like I said, Garth Ennis. I said, man, you talk about Frank Miller. I mean, Frank Miller is definitive, yes, for what he did with Batman. But I look at Garth Ennis. I don't. I like him more. I love Frank Miller's Daredevil too. But Garth Ennis to me is I just like him more than any other writer. Like, the more I read by him, I love Kirkman too. But I mean, like not as much as Garth Ennis. Garth Ennis is he writes those stories that they're usually the ones that people kind of like turn their nose up at because they're too gross or they're too gory. But they don't bother. They sit down and read this. Like there's so many people who said that. Oh, The Boys, ugh, that's garbage. I'm not gonna read that. It's all it is this gore porn. Or he's anti superhero. You know. Uh,
Sure.
yeah.
Um, I, yeah, it's tough. Like Frank Miller and Garth Ennis are radically different writers. Um,
Um.
like the things that Frank Miller writes, the reasons I like them are different than the reasons I like The Boys, for example. So it's really hard to say one over the other because it's kind of like saying, like Ghostbusters example is like one of my favorite comedies of all time. But if I'm comparing it to like a really powerful drama, or like one of the best movies ever, like what I consider, excuse me, I'm like hiccuping as I'm talking.
I consider
What I
Daredevil as
consider as the best movie of all time, Saving Private Ryan. That is a powerful war drama. It's like a
well
completely different animal. Like
for
Ghostbusters achieves in comedy what you know what I'm saying? Like if you're looking for one thing, I would say like, oh, this is better for that, but this other thing isn't invalidated because it's like apples and oranges.
like you said, I've read Garth Ennis's his Punisher story, loved it. And then I think he also did the. I'm not sure if he did the crossover between Daredevil versus Punisher. I know Frank Film. I know Frank Miller. I know did Daredevil. But I'm not sure if it was Frank Miller that came back for the Daredevil versus Punisher 6
Yeah.
miniseries. But
When it comes
but
to
no,
straight up like
but to me,
cape, go
yeah.
ahead. Keep going.
I was just gonna say, I say the boys, in the sense the storytelling, so you get rid of all most of the shock and the gore and all that stuff. To me, I think it's right on par with Daredevil, like Frank Miller.
It is. I
You know,
mean, it's fantastic writing, but it's fantastic in a different way. Frank Miller writes more, I don't know, like he captures the superhero genre. Like this is more of like human drama. It just happens to be semi-related to, like, you haven't talked to RDV exactly about it because it is 8 issues. As you can
isn't
see,
that
it's
bad?
long to review. Like this was 7
We
issues.
could we could break it up into two parts.
We could. Um, we'll talk more behind the scenes, like how we want to do it. But yeah, but we're definitely gonna do it. So next Monday, dear Becky, we'll see if we're gonna do the full thing or not in one sitting. But uh, yeah, Frank Miller just is different. Like with Frank Miller, I get more of the classic Marvel or DC that I love. With Garth Ennis, I get a completely different animal, and it's good. It's something I want, but it depends what I'm looking for. I wouldn't necessarily want The Boys as like I said, this was originally pitched as a Justice League book, right? Like this wouldn't work. Like DC was right to be like, no, you can't, you can't. We're not gonna let you do this with the. So even as an Elseworlds, like no, you're not doing that. So he fudges things a little bit and makes this, and it works. It works better outside of the comic books. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm not being very articulate in what I'm trying to describe, but I don't think one can replace the other. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just different types of stories to me. So I'm glad that I get both. But I could definitely see why anyone would say this is better than Frank Miller. Like it's really powerful. And I mean, was it 71 issues plus the 3 miniseries, which are 18 issues? So it's almost 100 issues of story, and it's all tightly connected. It's not loosely. Um, so you're getting like an epic here of these characters.
Yep.
So I'm definitely gonna be following more Garth Ennis. Like this has solidified me as being a fan. Um, I'm hoping that I find something else of his, and that'll be another deal breaker too, Bankman. If I can find another Garth book that I love this much, that will be a bigger answer to, like, oh, is it better than Frank Miller? right? Because if it's like,
Right.
oh, he does this, plus he does that, plus he does this other thing, and they're all like 5 stars. Like you're like, okay, um, if he can keep up this quality on different books, then I'll be really amazed. Like I want to read his Hellblazer, and see what that's
Hellblazer
like.
is pretty good. I mean, I said Hellblazer is pretty heavy. I know a lot of people were kind of upset when Paul Jenkins took over. Poor Paul Jenkins, because trying to follow up after Garth Ennis is bad. Uh, um, but yeah, I liked Hellblazer. Um, Jennifer Blood is more like Welcome Back, Frank. If you've
Yeah,
ever
and
read
so
that.
that's a good thing that you mentioned that. So Welcome Back, Frank is not better than Frank Miller. Like I read that and I go, this is a fun Punisher story. Very much enjoyed it. No complaints. But it's not nearly as good as the best stuff Frank Miller did. The Boys, that's a different argument.
I'll say Welcome Back, Frank is more entertaining than Born Again.
Okay. No, no. No. Mm-mm.
I will. You don't have to agree with me. We can learn. We can agree to disagree, man. But I'll just say this: I enjoyed Welcome Back, Frank more.
Well, but it's again, it's a different animal. It's like comparing, like I said,
Yeah,
Saving Private Ryan to Ghostbusters. They're
I
both
can compare anything I want to
masterpieces.
compare. Just because you don't, because you agree with it, I could compare anything to anything.
You can. You can. I'm just saying, but you can compare Saving Private Ryan to Ghostbusters. That was what I'm trying to say. They're both masterpieces at what they're trying to do, but they're going to deliver a different thing. If you're more inclined to like humor, comedy, you're probably going to be liking Ghostbusters more. But if you don't have a sense of humor, you might like Saving Private Ryan more.
I like both movies, but I prefer Black Hawk Down over Saving Private Ryan.
Fair enough. Sometimes things that are better aren't always as enjoyable, I find, or they're not as like rewatchable. Like some of the best movies I've ever seen, I watched it once and I was like, "Oh my gosh, that was powerful." Like, wow. That was but I don't necessarily want to see it again. And then there some of the movies that aren't necessarily like the best, just happen to be fun and I can just watch them over and over. Like I can watch like Jean-Claude Van Damme movies like all the time. Or like old school Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. Neither one would I be like, "Oh, these are great films." But they're fun. Like, you want to put on like Commando. It's like this is a terrible movie, but I can watch it again and again. Um, Meanwhile, some heavy hitting drama, like the first time I see it, I'm like, oh, that was such a well made movie. I'm glad I saw it, but like now that I know what it is and everything, like I won't be as like caught up in the plot, so it's too heavy. It's not pure entertainment. I don't know if that makes sense, but if anyone's listening, maybe someone understands.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Oh,
understanding,
it's
speaking,
4 to 4, bro.
you gotta go. You gotta go. We can
I
hang
want.
up.
I can hang around for 15 more minutes. So if you want to talk some comic books,
I just
we can
want to
do that.
end with our little tradition. We can make it 5 minutes if you want.
Sure.
We'll try. You just let me know you gotta go. I don't want to keep you any longer, and I know it's been long, but um, I like I like trying to pick this week's comics. I like this little thing, row by row. And anyone, if you're listening, you want to pitch in which you think's best. We go row by row and just say what we think is going to be the most interesting comic, or which we would pick out of the particular row. So we got here 6 comics. Row one: Flash, Amazing Spider-Man, Moon Knight, Daredevil, X-Men, and Wonder Woman. Which is the one to pick? I think I know what you're gonna say.
Well, if Zdarsky was kicking ass on Daredevil, I'd go Daredevil, but I'm going with Flash because Flash has been consistently good. I've been enjoying it. So,
I had a feeling
But say,
Flash.
let's take Flash out of the equation. I'm going with Moon Knight.
Really?
Yeah, I would go with Moon Knight if Flash wasn't there. Moon Knight's just been fun.
Even
I choose Jed McKay over Chip Zdarsky as Daredevil.
wow. Um I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not reading Flash, so I can't vouch for it. So I'm going to concede that that's a really good pick.
I would just give you the basics. The fact there's a family values in there in that book consistently.
But man,
It doesn't hinder away from that. So it's like imagine reading Super Sons.
oh wait, never
And
mind. There's stupid Punisher. So oh, I don't have the screen up for you. I forgot. Sorry.
I'm just falling on my phone.
Yeah, but this way you could see what I'm looking at. Um yeah, I had Daredevil up and it's got the stupid Punisher, so that gets a no from me. So I'm gonna also say Flash. And Maranya also says Flash, so 3 agreements. Row 2.
Man, I'm going with Carnage. Carnage has just been one of those fun books for me. Ram V, taking a character I normally wouldn't like by himself. It's like reading Morbius by yourself. But with that being said, I think Ram V, if he wrote a Morbius book, he could probably make everybody love fans of Morbius.
Hmm.
Uh, and Cletus Cassidy is alive, and he's the last issue. He's been inside this house slaughtering people, and that's you see that face? He's wearing someone's face. He's pulling the Hannibal Lecter thing.
Yeah.
But
Greg Pak is writing Darth Vader. Um,
now, my thing is two things. I'm not a fan of Greg Pak, but I don't know. He's just not doesn't really do it for me. Um, I know he did some Superman stuff, but I compared to the it's like
Greg
getting
Pak's
that
like
guy.
he's like Cullen
He's
Bunn. He's just like your
he's
service
there.
writer. Yeah,
Yeah, he's there.
he just writes the stories.
But I'll still take Mover Bendis.
Yeah. I'm gonna agree with you. Carnage would be my pick. From V. And these covers have been killing it. They're pretty
Oh,
disgusting, but
it's a creepy book, man. Yeah.
when you first said Morbius, my brain was hearing Mobius. I
Oh,
don't know, or
Moby Share.
not. Sorry, not Mobius. Morpheus.
Oh, Morpheus.
Yeah, and I was like, oh Sam. I was like, oh man, that's what DC should do is put Rom V on Sandman and maybe make Sandman good again.
Ram V, like I said, I'm everything he touches pretty much I've been enjoying it. So I liked him on Peter Uso, or I like him in Detective Comics. Uh Carnage. It's been great. I want to read the Swamp Thing. He did like 26 issues, I think, on Swamp Thing. So
So he did like 17.
but if you got rid of Carnage, my second pick on that line would be Ghost Rider. I've been hearing good things about it. It's Benjamin Percy. So
And yeah, no, I'm gonna pick Carnage. And Maranya tries to cheat out and says none of the above. That's not how the game is played, Maranya. You
nope.
have to pick one.
Nope. Nope. You gotta choose one.
You gotta choose one.
You gotta choose, even if you hate all of them, your least favorite of all of them, the one you could.
No,
If it
you gotta
wasn't your
try.
money,
You gotta try. No, it's your money, but you gotta pick one comic. So sometimes there's 5 good comics or 6 good comics, and you gotta pick just one. And sometimes there's 6 bad comics, and you gotta pick one.
yep.
Um. So
Hate is such a strong word. You've never even read these. Don't judge a book by its cover, Maranya.
yeah, you can't hate all these books if you. I'm sure you don't know anything about something killing the children. Um. Which what I've read of something killing children is not bad. It's just not my thing. It's not great. It's not my thing, but it's not bad. People who do like this stuff, they're happy with it. Yeah, but Carnage is Rom V. I'm not even really a Carnage guy, but if you do a good story,
Now,
next,
I just noticed that the Ghost Rider is $4.99. What is that all about?
Marvel.
But they're both Marvel. Benjamin Percy gets paid more? Or they got to pay the artist
30,
more?
36 pages. I my speculative answer is that my speculative answer is that's how
Sorry.
comics prices go. They don't these days they don't just raise the price across the board. Remember this happened at DC. Remember when it was like holding the line at 299? When they raised to 399, they didn't raise all their books. It was just like Batman and I want to say Batman and Superman, like a few of their books went to 399. But then the rest are all 299. And then slowly but surely each like would go up until the next thing you know it's like, oh, they're all 399. And now I think they're doing that again where it's like some of the books DC's definitely doing it. Some of the books are 499 like Batman. All the Batman books are 499.
For the quality of writing, they should be $3.99. I mean, $3.99 is good for. I mean, whether you like the story or not, it's the fact that you're paying for that book. You know. Now,
It's still too
six
much,
dollars,
man.
six dollars, $6 to me is way too. I mean, I'm the person like I want the. If I'm paying $6, I better be getting a soda, fry, and a burger.
Comics have always been I mean, in the last century, comics were always around the price of a candy bar. You
Yep.
know, you guys were on eStream. I want to say like last week. I don't remember what it was. It was pretty recent, but you guys were talking about the spinner rack, and
That's E. Geez,
I
that's
was out
Monday.
I was out and about. I was in my car, so I was listening, so I couldn't like type responses, and it was frustrating. But you guys were talking about the spinner rack, and people were like, "Oh, they should bring back the spinner rack to do this," and I was like,
Or
"You
Saturday, sorry,
can't
Saturday. We're
you can't bring back the spinner rack for a couple of reasons." Now, E touched on one of them, which
well,
was like all the damage.
chop
Like
the one. Yeah.
no one wants to buy messed up books on the spinner rack. No one listening in would buy a book off the spinner rack, which okay, fair. The thing that got missed was the spinner racks can't come back because there's no newsstand market. It's not that there's no market, there's no infrastructure. There would be how would comics even get put on a newsstand?
Well,
Comics go to comic
here,
book stores
here,
because there's a direct market. You can order your
I
comics from Diamond.
you know what
But
I do?
7-Eleven isn't going to order comics.
If 7-Eleven started selling comic books, I would have you know, these books should become polybagged. You know,
But you're
and
missing
if
it.
they're not, but if, you know, if they're not poly,
There's no way for the comic to get to 7-Eleven. See, the newsstand worked because
yeah,
there were newsstand distributors. The newsstands would
sure.
go to Marvel and DC and they would buy the comics from Marvel and DC. Then they took ownership to sell them and they went to stores and said, "Hey, let us sell comics in your stores." And the stores were like, "Cool, fine, here you go." And they gave
Hmm.
them basically shelf space.
So,
If the comics didn't sell, the distributors had to buy back the comics. Now, because of that, there was extremely low profit margins. Like you're making like 5% profit
well,
on any book.
I'll just say this: even say there was a newsstand market still, there was that. You know,
Hmm.
I would never. Yeah, damage you put them on a spinner rack. So where I'd put them is what they used to do in the grocery stores. They used to put them where the magazines are, or you have the bridal magazines, all that stuff. You'd have the new young novels coming out for the books. You know,
Hmm.
grocery stores had a spot.
Hmm.
That makes it more sense. Now, my thing is, I can understand why that would not be profitable, even if people were buying comic books there. But you're still going to get the point where somebody's going to have greasy little hands, the little kid's going to grab it, no one's watching it,
Hmm.
and then people read stuff in the middle of like Walmart. I see all the time on Cyber, so
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Hmm. Oh yeah.
So it's like,
But what I'm
so
saying is, even besides that, there's no way for these books to get into the store because there's no newsstand system to buy the comics from Marvel and DC or any other company
all right.
and
So
put them in stores. And people just aren't aware of this. They just think that like Marvel and DC did that. That was never the case. Like
all
um
right, we're going into
so
the weeds though.
yeah, we are. Sorry.
With the
Um
weeds.
So your
Marania
pick,
she said, "Screw you guys, Human Target." Pretty much.
no, she didn't. She says
For
Human Target's an abomination.
no, look above. I hate you, all of you. Books. If I had to pick, curse both of you, I pick Human Target. The comment literally just above the
Wow.
last one. So
Well,
all right. So next roll
I feel
is
bad. That's the
easy.
last book I would pick out of those those 6. Yikes, Marania.
Going based off the covers, though, if Human Target was good, I mean, I like that. It looks stylized art. That looks cool. It looks like a spy movie. It looks like Reed Richards actually on the cover. Now that I think about it, Reed Richards and some creature from. Actually, that might be Bartholomew. Actually, no. Go to Tank Girl. The Kangaroos. Oof. All right. So next row. Book I choose. Easy. Batman, the Joker, and the Deadly Duo. Loving the art, loving the story. Unlike Todd McFarlane, this guy can actually write. Mark Silvestri. So appreciate it.
I have to say the same. I have to say the same. That's a pretty easy pick. This row is pretty terrible. Gunslinger Spawn, I've heard good things about. People seem to like it, but I'm not really into the Spawn. So props to Todd for keeping all his books $2.99 though. You got to pay $4.90. You got to pay $2 more to get the Batman book.
Well, the Batman's also a black label too.
To get the Batman book with a special label that you pay an extra buck for.
It's a magazine size, if I remember correctly,
No, it's regular.
or oversized. It's prestige format. It has yeah. Anyway, not even J. Scott Campbell, doing interiors could make me want to buy the second issue of Dark Web, Mary Jane Black Cat. Such a horrible
Really?
story. Yeah, Jen McKay it's not, and I can't fault Jen McKay because the current storyline, because they do not want Mary Jane and Peter to be together. The whole thing with she's with this other person. Um, I mean, I just want Black Cat to call her out and say you're a spoiled little bitch, you know. But so that being said, Lazarus Planet Alpha, I'm going with
Really?
Mark Waid.
Oh yeah.
And I just
Hmm.
they need to make up their mind though as far as how old Damian Wayne is, because they keep drawing him like being older and then being younger again.
Right. So I was thinking maybe this Grimm book, but it's Stephanie Phillips, so no. So I Am Batman, terrible. Captain America, Symbol of Truth, blah. Stephanie Phillips, never. Black Panther, I don't think it's possible for Marvel to do Black Panther good, and I absolutely abhor the idea of Mary Jane and Black Cat in a comic book together.
Well, first, me and the one before this, the one that was part of the Flashpoint Beyond, where Flash Beyond or Spider-Man Beyond thing, was actually good. It's just that they've totally just ruined Mary Jane, and people are forced to write her a certain way now.
Wait a second. If the previous issue was good, I
No,
don't
I'd say the previous series.
Oh, the previous series. Oh.
Yeah, yeah, out of the
Okay.
Dark Web is just it's just been stupid.
Well, so I already hate the concept, but if it's stupid too. And plus, I don't think Jed McKay is anything to write home about. So I'm gonna agree with you, Lazarus. Mark Waid's approving. Um, I can't stand the dude personally. But that's neither here nor there. If I'm being critical, um, that's just my own personal thing, and people are gonna have their own personal thoughts about it. But as far as just talking about the comic itself, that seems like the obvious pick. And Maranya, let's see what she says. She's another forced choice. She picks Captain America: Symbol of Truth.
Really, she goes for Sam Wilson, Falcon,
Really?
Falcon
Falcon Cap?
America.
Falcon Cap over Lazarus Project, huh? Lazarus Planet. All right. Very
Maybe
good.
she's just sick of Batman. Uh, Surprisingly, Eric liked the first issue of Danger Street by Tom King.
Well,
Um,
I am not totally surprised by that because uh what was that Crisis book that he did? What was this?
well, Tom starts out good, and then he just gets by the
That
fourth issue.
I can't remember the name of that book. So many crises, I can't keep them all straight. But that Crisis everyone knows is the one where he screwed up Wally West.
Heroes in Crisis.
Yeah, Heroes in Crisis. The first issue of that series, I called that the best comic of the year. Like that was a 5-star. I was like, this is fan freaking
The art
tastic.
was great.
And the art
The
was
story, yeah.
yeah, 100. I was like, boom, this is amazing. I was, and then that comic went off a cliff.
Oh man, this is but this is kind of.
I'm
This is
fortunate because I have a comic on here that I know is like my lifeline, so I can so I'm cool. And actually, this might be. I'm surprised you're not somewhat interested in the book.
I'm kind of. I don't even. I see now. See, I have no idea who's even the creative team on the Miss Marvel book. But I'm like, Little Monsters.
That's the book that I'm kind of
I know it's your
surprised.
lifeline. I know it
That's my
is.
lifeline. I'm saved. I don't. So
I'm gonna.
I'll talk about mine while you're thinking. Little
Who's the?
Monsters is the
Go
same
ahead.
creative team of one of my favorite comics in recent years, which was the Descender slash Ascender series by writer Jeff Lemire, and artist Justin Nguyen.
I
And
like Jeff Lamar.
and that series was one of my favorite. I ab- absolutely adore it. This is a new series by the same team, and it's about a group of kids living in a post-apocalyptic future, um, where like vampires have pretty much killed off most of the planet. These kids were saved by a vampire, but and that who turned them into vampires. That's how he saved them. But then he left, and so now they've been living. I think it's in New York. They've been living in the city for like
Wait. What city?
New York, New
New
York City.
York City.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I missed the cue. Um, and so they're living in the city, and they've been waiting for him for like 100 years or something. It's been a really extraordinary amount of time, and but they're
Man, you
still
think they would have moved
kids
on?
because they don't age. Like
Uh,
they're obviously like
so they
100. They're over 100 years old, but their bodies are still the bodies of like
you
kids.
with do they mature in age in maturity or do they just stay kind of little shits? Like
A little of both. Like they still have childish aspects about them, but they're also not completely. So it's more like they're just underdeveloped, but it's not obnoxious. Like I said, I enjoy the story. I know you have a partiality towards vampires, so it does have vampires in it. I'm actually not really into vampires, but it's fun. My biggest problem with this series is that it's really decompressed. So reading it like issue by issue like feels like you're just reading like a 10-page comic every month. It's there's not enough meat on the bones per issue. I think this is going to read really well in the trades when you can just be like binge through it because I think Jeff Lemire is a really solid writer and it is enjoyable to read and Dustin Nguyen's art is nice. So when you can put a good artist and a good writer together, um, so and compared to the competition I have on this row, it's an easy pick for me.
hey,
And which one did you
yeah,
say?
Miss Marvel. I'm scared to see who's actually writing that, but by the cover, it doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, but it's dark web Miss Marvel. It's not even real Miss Marvel. It's Sabir Pirzada.
I don't know, people I don't know, so like they can't hurt me.
All right. So Venkman is recommending a complete wild card.
Mariah is going the same way.
Wow.
Yep.
Over proven Jeff Lemire and Dustin to win. Folks, if anyone's listening, this is a testimony to how people will stick to their Marvel and their DC over anything because if it's not Marvel or DC. You can put the best writers and artists team on an independent book and it doesn't
You can
matter.
have you can have the shittiest people on books, but people prefer those characters.
Yep.
Poorly written, they still like the characters. That's it is. Uh, y- Honestly, I would hate if DC and Marvel ever were liquefied, and then you saw characters leaving the DC universe, I would just hate that for Batman. You know,
Yep. All
you just
right.
would even.
So
Yeah.
next row.
Ooh. All right. Now this is a kind of a tough pick for me because I was looking at like there's two books on here I possibly might get, but going based off a price here,
You're gonna go for
I'm going.
Wildcats, aren't you?
No. I'm going for Monica Rambeau Photon. First issue was pretty solid.
Wow. All right. Yeah, you did like the first issue, I remember.
Viewing, call back to the original series and stuff. Original character. This one looks pretty cool. 52 pages for the first one. But then these guys only do the first and third issues. A different team takes over for the second. And I believe it stays the same price, but it goes back down to 23 though. Yeah,
Paul Levitz. Isn't this going to be Paul Levitt's first Marvel comic?
I think so. Yeah.
Wow. I like the cover. Like it's a nice old throwback.
What's supposed to be the original team, original Avengers. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean
60s
it makes
version.
sense if you're like doing War Across Time, and if you go back to like Silver Age, there could be some fun stuff with this. Yeah, I mean
So
Paul
the
Levitz
60s.
is this
Yeah.
guy used to run DC Comics. And then Alan Davis is a solid artist. So this could be a solid pick. I mean, I'm not convinced with Marvel events, but
Marani's in the same pickle I am too. I mean, I like both. I'm tempted to get the Paul Levitz one too.
I
I
think this
might
would
get
be
it.
a no-brainer for Marania because she gets Paul Levitz writing Iron Man.
Yeah,
Like, if I'm a big Iron Man fan, like, I don't know, I'd
but she also likes Captain Marvel. Or sorry, Monica Rambeau Photon.
I suppose.
Because she's still that sassy Monica Rambeau that was in Secret Marvel. Or not Secret Marvel, Secret Wars.
So I have to do. I am not a e-viewing fan, so
And the,
and
well,
and I'm not attached to Photon at all.
and that's also that Thor right there with the beard is the Walt Simonson Thor. Basically off the cover I'm looking at.
Can't be. Not if it's a Silver Age Avengers.
No, not that one there. I'm talking about Monica Rambeau.
Oh,
Because that's
oh,
also a time travel story.
oh, okay. Um, okay, maybe.
Somebody pointed out, I was laughing on Walt Simonson's on Twitter. He's posting stuff, like he found his wife just found all these photos and she finally got him digitalized, as he's posting them, like it was, and they showed him with his beard at his wedding, or the reception after the wedding, and like and somebody pointed out they put a picture of Thor with the beard. And it's like it all makes sense. So he's laughing. Walt replied back to
So
it.
I'm going to have to, as much as Avengers intrigues me and I understand the pick, I'm going to have to go with Bone Orchard Mythos 10,000 Black Feathers number 5. Not because of the absurdly stupid long name, but this is another Jeff Lemire book. And this is the same art team from Primordial, which was that book, The Space with the Monkey that you were reading. But also before that was the,
yeah.
what was the name of that series?
Snow Angels?
No. Gideon Falls. So it's a horror series. So this is the same team that did the much lauded Gideon Falls, which I wasn't as nearly as a big fan of as Ascender and Descender, but still, quality is quality, and you know me.
That Avengers book though, this looks like they take like those Avengers stories and they just Marvel Masterworks. That's what it looks like. Like the little book you get. I've been buying those little Marvel Masterwork books, the little soft draw covers.
So you pick Photon, Marania's picking Avengers, and I am picking Bone Orchard. And again, these are just our best recommendations based on what we have.
I don't know any about Black Cloak, but it's a number 1. I'm curious because it's a number 1.
So is Spawn Unwanted Violence.
Yeah, I'm not sure. No, the cover freaks me out a little bit though, and I don't really like Spawn. I like
Don't you buy
Sean
a
Lewis is
Spawn book?
yeah, but it's not written by Todd McFarlane. See,
Well, either
Sh-
is it. Oh,
Sh-
this is Todd Never
Sean
mind.
Sean Sean Lewis
I was about to
does
say
the
this
work.
isn't, but it is.
Well, Sean Lewis writes Scorch basically as the Spawn Avengers.
Yeah.
That's why
So,
I've been liking that book.
so this one is Todd McFarlane with Mike Del
He's
Mundo art.
yeah,
Huh.
yeah.
I don't understand
You have
why
Todd
this book.
McFarlane.
I don't understand why this book exists. There's
My
like
question is,
four
why
or
would you? Why,
five. There's
so
like 4 or 5
here's my.
Spawn books right now.
But
Why do you
still,
need a
why would
separate miniseries? Just make this as part of the Spawn series.
also why would you want anybody but Todd McFarlane on Spawn art though? I understand
Well,
Todd's getting old.
Todd doesn't draw anymore. And he's not the man he used to be in art. So
Still, I'd take him over some of these new people.
Mike Del Mundo's not new.
I didn't say about him. I'm just saying
Oh.
new people.
Well, sure. I would take good artists over bad artists, of course. Like
I would take bad Todd McFarlane art over or anybody else. I'm just sorry. It's just like it's that's
Really?
like having somebody else playing, but then Bruce Campbell playing Ash Williams. It doesn't work for me.
So if Dan Mora did a Spawn book, you wouldn't
I probably wouldn't.
want to see his art in it.
No, because Todd would probably be ready.
If it wasn't Todd, if it was a writer you liked.
You know what? If it was $2.99, sure. This is $4.99, and it's not Dan Moore quality.
Besides, Greg Capullo's better than Todd McFarlane anyway.
That's one of the reasons I picked up that book is because I don't know anything about the Batman Spawn thing, but it was Greg Capullo art, and
Yeah.
I have been enjoying Greg Capullo stuff. But all right.
So
So
this
what
one's easy
is
for me
Black
as well. I don't know. Let's look.
looks interesting. Kelly Thompson,
Eisner Award-winning writer Kelly Thompson.
Blade Runner with saga-esque drama, and two black cloaks try to solve the murder of a beloved prince in the hero's last city of the known world. His murder is the tips of the city in the world. The war. Mystery begins in the spectacular triple-length first issue for $4.99. 64 pages. Yeah, it could be bad or it could be good.
It's Kelly Thompson.
You know, though, I can't just rule her on 60s bad because she's bad on Captain Marvel, but she was great on Black Widow. And this is also outside of Marvel.
I'm not convinced, but you
Greg Rucka's great outside of Marvel. Or I mean, not Marvel,
Well,
but DC.
Greg Rucka was good in DC as well.
But then he went bad.
That's because he went freaking woke and lost his mind.
I'm
Kelly
just saying.
Kelly Thompson, I've never read anything good, so I don't have a convince. At least with like Greg Rucka, I'm like, oh, you've proven yourself. You've shown you have talent. I've
Yeah,
never read
I
anything
like-
good by Kelly Thompson, so
Oh,
maybe
also
this
more
could be her breakout thing. It says it's supposed to be like Saga, so Saga's good, right? That's I don't know.
and Blade Runner. The thing that's gonna break it for me is if the art looks bad. I'm gonna flip through it when I get my store.
The cover's not
If
very
it's
encouraging.
the same, yeah, you said it. If it's the same artist that's in the doing the cover as the interior,
Now, here's the thing. Like I will concede, when you're doing your own book, it's different. Like maybe Kelly Thompson doesn't understand Marvel characters, and that's why it's bad. Maybe when she's writing something that she understands, she's a different writer. That's entirely possible. So I've only ever read the only Kelly Thompson I've ever read is Marvel. So but I'm gonna pick Dark Ride because it's a pretty cool book. I'm actually currently buying this book, and it's the same artist and writer behind the Birthright series, which is why I picked it up to begin with. This is Josh Williamson, and the artist is Andre Bresson. So it is gorgeous art. The art that you see on the cover is what the art looks like in the book. They don't try to do the bait and switch. Um, and the concept of this book is it is it's hard to describe, but it's about a theme park that the theme is like horror. Like imagine like Disneyland that was themed all like Halloween. So it's all like horror stuff. With the park, there's actually like real demons. And the person who like made the park, the Disney figure, sort of made a deal with the devil. So the book is a bit of a horror book.
Lost souls going through the roller coaster.
And it's a horror book, but it's horror in the style of like um like what are like those, I'm trying to think of those classic horror magazines like Tales from the
Oh,
Crypt type, like
eerie or
yeah,
creepy.
it's like a really creepy horror. Um it's normally not my cup of tea. This is out of my wheelhouse, but because Birthright, it was so freaking phenomenal. I love Bresson as an artist, Josh Williamson, obviously. I was like, I'm gonna give Darkrai a try, and so far it's been pretty decent. So there you go. And it's an ongoing book, not a miniseries. So that's another plus for it. My favorite. Yeah. And so, which one did you decide?
Oh man. Well, Marty said Mandalorian. Uh, you know what? I'm probably gonna go with Black Cloak.
There you go. All right.
It's a new number one. I'm paying $5, but I'm getting 60 pages, and I can just flip it if I need to.
Thinking like a true comic person. All right. This row is super easy for me, but there's some good picks here.
Yeah. Well, we know you're getting Nemesis.
Oh yeah.
Let's take the first two books off there, and you have to pick between those last four.
That's not fair.
Spec started out pretty good, but even if he did, if you say you got rid of the first two, I would still go with the Batman Scooby Doo mysteries for my second pick. So,
The hell is this? Tiger Division? New villain emerges. Tiger Division. What the hell is this Marvel comic? I don't even heard of this.
it ties to a video game.
All right. Whatever.
I don't know.
Who knows?
Like I said, I'm going with Batman Adventures Continue. It's just been a fun ride, but I'm not going that cover. I'm just not a fan of that cover artist.
No?
It's not a fan of that. Yeah, the face looks messed up, man. Everyone else looks good, well, except for the Riddler.
Hmm.
It's Kevin Nolan.
Kevin Nolan.
Just not a fan of that face for Batman.
Hmm.
The head's too narrow and too long. He looks like Earthworm Jim.
Yeah, why would they get Kevin Nolan to do the art? I wonder. Why did you just have the interior artist?
Josh,
Jordan, like, I don't know.
I don't know. So the cover I'm getting, if you scroll down, is the Clayface cover. Steve Beach.
See, I would want covers that look like the animated series because this is what this
Sure,
comic is continuing. So
sure.
I want that style. Like this was this
That's
Kelly
Joe Kelly.
Jones? Like this looks like
Yeah.
90s Detective Comics. Like, which is fine, but that's not what I'm buying this comic for. Like, and then this looks like a Tom King Tom
Actually,
King were writing.
that looks more like that looks like the animated series. The style they do. It does. You go back to the '90s. Go back and look at the opening titles.
The opening titles, I'm thinking like the actual animated.
Oh,
like
yeah. Well, yeah, the animated opening title sequences they had like that.
Yeah, you're right. As far as the title sequences, it does. But I was just thinking more of like the animation itself. Um, Ronnie says row 8, Batman Adventures Continue and the Batman Scooby Doo. If I have to choose only one, Batman Adventures Continue. Yeah, I mean that's been a solid series. You
The
can't go wrong
Scooby
with
Doo one
that.
was good. The first issue, I just never picked it up again. So
So it couldn't have been that good then if you didn't pick it up again.
well, I borrowed it.
This series looked really interesting to me, and I think Skip picked it up, but I haven't. I really want to try this. I know he's a huge Casper Wingard fan, is the artist.
Yeah.
Um,
The Scooby Doo Batman though, I said that it's pretty much just it's really kids though book though, really kids. That's why I didn't continue reading it.
Gotcha.
Someone stole Batman's gloves in the first issue, and the mystery group, or machine, or
Oh, so it's like
Mr. Yank.
young young kids.
Yes, that's what I mean. Very young
Like
kids.
8-year-olds.
Yes.
Okay.
8-year-olds that aren't hardened criminals by now.
Well, I've already talked about this earlier. I can't hype this up enough. I mean, you've got
It's
one
Red
of the best writers in the business teamed up with one of the best. It's like top 5 writer with top 5 artist on a book. That's probably going to
Yay.
become a movie or a TV show. I just, why wouldn't you get? And it's superheroes. Like some people are like, I don't like comics that aren't superheroes. Okay, well here you go. This is a no-brainer. I'm so stoked for this. Well, they got Steve Niven variant cover. What's the Steve Niven? Oh, that's kind of basic. Oh, there's a Ryan Stegman cover.
Now, why is that the main cover? That looks awesome.
It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
That's like a John Wick thing. You're falling, or no, or what movie was that? Where he's the guy, he's falling out in the shooting. Hey, that's Matrix, in a sense.
Yeah.
Slow mo.
You got a quietly variant.
Yeah.
Pretty disgusting. And the Staples
Yeah.
variant.
The cod piece variant.
Yeah. Anyways, the first Nemesis was really enjoyable. It had a good story.
Marania, I'd say it's like Pet Avengers. Scooby Doo mysteries. You know, one. I think it might be Pat Shand. I'm not sure who's writing it. But, all right.
Yeah, she says she likes kid books and wants to get away from grim and gritty stories. I can understand that, Marania. There's something to be said about that. I think that's why I like the Batman Adventures Continue. But if I'm hearing RDV right, it's there's one thing between a kid story and like a young kid story, because the young kid stories are like often just really simple. And as an
Batman
adult,
Adventures
sometimes you're like,
is
I want a
young
little bit
adult.
more complexity to the plot.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's like watching the cartoons they have. So that's previews. I thought I was like, dang, that's already out? No. All right. I'm going with Marvel's previews book.
Oh, you cheater.
Just kidding. If I had to choose
that might
one,
be the best thing though.
I know.
Oh, it's sad.
Mindset it's what Skip's been talking about.
Yeah, he's been high on that. I've heard good things about this.
The one's not that great.
And Masquerade is terrible. Know Your Station. I have no idea what this book is. It's a horror book of some kind.
A girl who's basically she's on drugs and starts realizing that everything she's seeing isn't part of the drugs, not hallucination or whatever. Or I guess I don't know.
I'm gonna go with Mindset. It seems like a pretty no-brainer to me. I think.
Be mindful of what you say about this book.
Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaurs, close second. Just kidding. This is a pretty garbage tier thing. Like I said, I've heard great things about Mindset, so I'm gonna trust the people that I know to trust. Oh, and it's Zach Kaplan. You like Zach Kaplan.
Yep. Yep.
I like Zach Kaplan. Yeah, Mindset. This is easy.
Yep.
That's what you should pick up.
All
And
right, easy for
Rania
me right
doesn't have a
there.
pick.
I'm going with Blade Runner.
No,
Two.
not Looney Tunes.
No. It's probably a Megan Fitzpardon.
Megan Fitzmartin, Looney Tunes. Who is doing it? Derek Fridolfs. All right. We jest about it, but Looney Tunes is probably like one of the best comics that DC is doing, I bet. It's on issue 270. Look at that. How many comics can you say are at 270 in Marvel and DC?
Imagine Megan Fitzpatrick writing that book, and then she's like, "Yeah, well, L.A. Cody's in jail for attempted murder, multiple attempts of murder."
Here's the thing about books like Looney Tunes. They don't put like your normal comic writers on these, right? They find who's ever heard of Derek Fridolfs?
I don't know. They probably pulled him from Boom Studios.
No.
No.
No, what I'm
Oh, yeah.
saying is he's probably a specialized type of writer that like
Arkham Unhinged. Yeah, look at that.
that
Just like
writes
began.
that writes these, because you got to be a certain kind of writer to write
A cartoon, yeah.
cartoon,
writer.
right? And he's got a big resume. A
Yeah.
lot of cartoon books though, so he's probably well suited to these kind of
Wait, he was
books.
on Gen 13? Oh, Wildstorm back in the day. Nice.
So, yeah, and he's been around the block. So it's
X-Men
probably
Unlimited. Yeah.
it's probably I'm not saying it's like gonna shatter any barriers, but it's probably like just quietly, solidly, just being entertaining. And it's only $2.99. That's all I'm saying. I'm not recommending it, but I would probably, if I had young kids, I would probably be collecting these books because it'd be fun to introduce young kids to comics. I'm picking Blade Runner. Marani's picking Blade Runner. You're picking Blade Runner?
Yep.
There we go. And this might be the last. We're getting towards the dregs, so we'll get to the last here.
I can reread Kamen Rider 01 because when I read that, I kind of like fell asleep towards the end because I was so overtired. But it's for people who like Kamen Rider and all those different Japanese stuff like the it's really good. But Vampirella Mind Warp has been kind of going into kind of the woke territory a little bit. I'm just the point where I don't care for that story. Red Sonja, Hell Sonja. The main flaw with that is the fact that Red Sonja has a lover. Red Sonja should never have a lover. Sorry, it's just the way her character is.
Yep.
Not this, yeah. And it's continuation of that series. That's Universal is because Red Sonja, she broke her vow. She decided to basically sleep with a guy who didn't defeat her in fair combat because she fell in love. So it caused the whole universe to break. But
I don't know anything about this book, but it's got an interesting cover. End after End, number 5 by Vault.
I can't even remember who's even writing the Hell Sonja book.
The Ends from Bad Idea.
I think it's a bad idea not having a description at all.
Right. Ronnie says the one that she might try is Vampirella, but I'm not really interested in any of the ones in that row.
Vampirella takes place in the 60s. So.
Well, I would pick... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, just Vampirella, it sounds like a great idea, but even with the Hell Sonja thing, it's just like, okay, I make an exception. Okay, we have 2 versions of Hell Sonja or whatever. It's the point where we're getting all these bland stuff. We got Vampire Year 1 where she's pregnant, and Christopher Priest is butchering that character. Vampirella is gonna be kind of destroyed in her own little mini series of Vampirella thing with more stuff. I want to go with Kamen Rider, man. Kamen Rider just seems like if you love superhero stuff, or not superhero, but being like this action. Brandon Easton wrote the good first issue, so
Oh, these are
kind of like
superheroes.
Ultra. You like Ultraman?
These are
You
superheroes.
ever-
This is like Power Rangers, right?
yeah. In a sense, they all have suits. They morph into it. Yeah, it gives them like Beetleborgs and all that stuff. Um, yeah, and they all have like basically risk communicators, and they touch it like the Power Rangers, and then they transform, and then they use that.
Yeah.
They fight, and there's good ones, and then there's evil ones.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is
Like I said,
I think the
um,
term for these is called tokusatsu.
yeah,
It's the style of like show like Power Rangers and Ultraman. Um,
uh,
but
yeah.
so that all falls under the superhero genre.
I think Brandon Easton did the first one too. I'm not sure if they're doing different writers.
I've heard good things about this.
Yeah.
I would check this out.
Yeah. Further adventures of the TV show. So if you like the TV series, then I guess the TV show might have been canceled, maybe. So, like I said, yeah. But my favorite thing about the little sidetrack before we get over it, whenever I read a manga and they talk about that they have their own, they talk about how in Japan, how Power Rangers, it's the biggest show. They have there's multiple different shows like that. That's like the big thing they're doing, the kids shows. So it's kind of funny when you hear about Power Rangers in a Japanese manga, but they don't call it Power Rangers, but it's very similar to basically,
Yeah, Power
Kamen
Rangers
Rider.
is an American creation.
Yeah, but
Saban
using
Entertainment. Saban
using clips from
Entertainment.
Japanese shows.
Yeah, they took the clips from the Japanese shows and then they wrote new scenes for when the characters are out of the suit.
Yep,
So whenever you see the characters out of the suit, it's like American actors. They film scenes, and then when they go to fight, they just use the footage of the whatever show
exactly.
they pulled the Power Ranger. And that's why
So
there's like 50 different Power Ranger shows
yep,
because there's all these different tokusatsus that use the same format of like 5
they did
colored characters, and
they did that with Kamen. Yeah, Kamen
yeah, and
Rider
they
was the
just
same
like
thing.
they're like, oh, this is
Yep.
the new Power Rangers. It's like a
So
different
Kamen
show.
Rider was introduced right around Power Rangers, and they called it the Masked Rider.
Yeah,
And he rode a dirt bike, and he was like a 17-year-old kid. He's like, oh man, just always had, he was basically a teen angst, drama kid. He's like, leave me alone, do what I want to do. It's like, it's like you don't understand. And yeah, he's human, or at least he's got human parents, but they don't realize he's actually a prince from an alien race, you know, and he has responsibilities. It was weird for being Saban stuff. So, guys, that being said, though, I would still go over Red Sonja, Hell Sonja. I'm just tired of having a black gay man in the body of one of the guys possessing someone else, a old white guy.
God, sounds terrible.
It doesn't
I,
it?
I am going to recommend The Ends #1 if you can find it because Bad Idea comics are hard to find. However, Bad
Speaking of which,
Idea
I gotta.
comics are impeccably good. They they are Bad Idea comics are like exotic sports cars. You pay more for them and you get supreme quality comics. So I know nothing about the actual The Ends. I don't know. That's the thing with Bad Ideas. They always just do these out there like stories, but they're always top notch. So there you go. And then I'll just kind of scroll down. I don't think we need to pick for any of these bottom comics. There's just probably not enough interest. Um,
Jungle Comics. I've
yeah,
been seeing those pop up in my shop, one of my shops, and I was like, "Whoa, what are these?"
I know this is a
For
comic
mature
that
only.
this was a comic that would draw your eye.
Well, I was
This
going through it because it was set aside, and I know they've had Jungle stuff like that. And I was like, "What is this stuff?" It's like, "Whoa,
I'm surprised you didn't get this series. When this started out, Chuck Dixon was the writer.
that's what I heard."
I don't know how many issues he wrote, but now it's this other guy, Giuseppe. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but
She's like Vixen and Tarzan. That's what I'm getting from that description. She can summon the traits of any animal. You can, communicate or summon the traits of any animal. It's like, oh, it's a white vixen. What? Jack Kirby Collector is the one I'd go for. And then I ended into manga stuff. All right.
That's it. That's all, folks. Rania, thanks for hanging out with us. And anyone
Well,
else that's that fell asleep or just not commenting, thanks for hanging out.
if you need any Femforce, my shop carries Femforce now.
All right, good to know.
It's
Good.
at Billionaire
to-
Island, though. What is that all about?
Um,
Ahoy Comics, Billionaire Island, Cult of the Wake Up, above My Little Pony.
oh, I don't know. I've got a bit of a annoyance with Ahoy Comics. It's Mark Russell.
Oh, it's Mark Russell. Okay, never mind.
Ahoy Comics has gone. They're kind of most of their stuff is kind of woke. And back in the day when they launched, they had a comic called I forget what it was called. Dang it. What was it called? It was basically like a Batman ripoff comic with this character called Dragonfly Man. I forget the name of it. Like the Two Worlds or I forget. But it was an interesting concept. It would have probably worked better as a Batman book. But what they did is they had this character Dragonfly Man and he had a sidekick like Robin. It was basically a Batman ripoff. And the supervillain does this thing where he like makes this like time hole or something, and he sends the 60s version of the character into the modern times, and then the modern version of the character gets sent back into the 60s. And you can tell, like when you read it, you're like, oh dude, I feel like the pitch to this was like if current modern Batman got sent into Batman 66's world, and then Batman 66 got sent into like the current DC universe.
Is it called The Wrong Earth?
Yes, The Wrong Earth. Thank you. That's it. And so when that came out, Jamal Igle was doing the art, and I don't know who was writing it. And it was a Hoy comic.
Mark. So this is October 12th. They had one shot. So they had Gail Simone, Mark Waid, Mark Russell.
It wasn't anyone that I knew. It was the original series, The Wrong Earth. And it was really good. Really good.
Stuart Moore?
That might have been it. And I remember because like Jamal Igle was like, he's a total leftist. He's total like anti-comics gate guy. Totally talks shit to people. And Richard Meyer, your boy Zach, would always like make fun of him and stuff. And this was back in the days like this is like 2018, 2019 when Comicsgate was.
I was gonna say it looks like they take turns though writing different series. Like there's another one. I'm on the website now. The Wrong Earth Trapped on Team Planet, Gail Simone. So that
right. So I'm trying to finish my story. So I wasn't gonna get the book because I just thought Jamal Igle was a tool bag, and I was like, "Oh, he's on a book," but I heard the premise, and then so Zach, your boy Zach, like did a video on it, and he was like, "Dude, the book's actually really, really good," and he's like, and that's one of the things I like about your boy Zach is like even if he hates certain creators or talks shit about them, whatever, he'll be honest. Like he'll call a spade, and if they do something good, he'll be like, "Hey, it's good." So I was like, really? Like Zach's always talking shit about Jamal Igle. So, and I heard the premise. I was like, that premise sounds really. I bought it, read that first issue. Fantastic. Now here's the problem though. To get that first book was such a pain in the ass because no one knew who it was, who that company was.
Tom Pear was the guy. Paul Constant.
Yes, Tom Pear. That's what I remember now. So getting the book, so I couldn't get the series because it sold out so quick, and then by the time you could get more books, like I just how it like they sold out of the books before anyone discovered what they were because they were just a small print run, and so I was able to get the first issue, but I wasn't able to get issue 2 or 3. And my company's like, we can order issue 4 for you. And I'm like, well, if I can't have 2 or 3, what's the point? And then they didn't do second prints. They didn't do. They just made it so hard to get their books, and so I was like, screw you. And then later on, Ahoy would just keep putting more and more woke books out there, and I was like, man, this sucks. You started off with such a fantastic book with such a high quality, um, but I had to give up on them because they're the ones that do that book that's like the parody of Jesus and Superman, where
Yeah, yeah.
they like live together. I'm just like, man, what's wrong with you guys? Like,
I hate to cut your story short, but I gotta use your restroom.
all right, well, we're gonna end it then. And thank you, Venkman, for joining with me and everyone else. And sorry to keep my stories long. You guys all have a great night. And I'll let you.
When you just yeah.
I'll let you discover.
5 hours. No wonder. I haven't peed in 5 hours. Good night, guys.
Good night.